Because tell your
Well, and you
Live
could actually
from
tell
Long Beach, California. Welcome to the 2022 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup. I'm Tom Eamon, along with my co-commentators, doing the play-by-play, the famous Andy Rose, and from the U.K., now living in the U.S., Matt Whitfield. Welcome, gentlemen. Andy, what do you think?
Well, first of all, this is one of the best places to sail in the world. Long Beach Harbor, right off the coast here, is pretty terrific, and this is a typical day. But I want to welcome also everybody. It is great to have Tom Eamon at my side as usual, and I think we're going to have some fun. This is already a very competitive regatta here. I am very happy to introduce our third and by far the youngest commentator here, Matt Whitfield from the United Kingdom. Matt's a two-time Youth Match Racing Championship in the UK, and has had podium finishes in pretty much every major youth match race in the world. So a really good sailor, and as I've said, that a British accent, it always sounds more authoritative anyway.
At least at Sail GP and the America's Cup,
that's
we
right.
always have a British accent.
That's right. So welcome, Matt.
Thank you very much for having me here. It's really nice to be here. Yeah, like you said, I've done a lot of match racing, but I've never actually done a match race event in Long Beach, so it's really good to be able to come along and try and help out and understand everything that's going on here in such a famous sailing venue.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Long Beach, we're technically in Long Beach Harbor. You see the nice drone shot here from our executive producer and director, Chris Bretschker, and his Gov Cup TV team coming up from Balboa Yacht Club to cover this live today and tomorrow. We'll go live again tomorrow at 11:30. They're in a bit of a break right now, about to start the quarterfinals, but of course Long Beach is the scene of, Andy, you sailed in it, raced in it, won it, the oldest match racing championship in the world, called the Congressional Cup.
It actually, Tom, to be perfectly correct, it is not the oldest in the world, but it's certainly the oldest continually sailed over the last let's see, they must be we're at 55 for the Governor's Cup, they must be at 57. And it is pretty much, for a long time, it was considered the, most prestigious, well, other than the America's Cup. Most people think it still is. It gets the best competition. This year was great. Taylor Canfield versus Ian Williams in the final. And Taylor would have gone ahead 6 Crimson Blazer wins to 5, but instead they're tied at 5. So Congressional Club next year should be awesome. But Long Beach Yacht Club is a great club, and we won our first Congressional Cup when I was 19, and I felt like I've almost been a member, because I think I sailed 10 or 11 Congressional Cups. They're great people, and it's great to have this in Long Beach here. These boats are a little different than a lot of the youth match racing and senior match racing events. These are relatively old boats. These are Solings, which were an Olympic class from, Matt, what did you tell me?
From 1972 all the way through 2000.
Right, so they were used as Olympic class and created a lot of some incredible sailors won medals in these boats.
And originally fleet racing, and then I was involved with the IYRU at the time, and we put match racing into the Olympics in the Soling class, with the first part of that was fleet racing, and then the top boats matriculated through to match racing.
I wish they were still doing that.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, and then there was women's match racing in the 2012 London Olympics in more modern boats. But
in what many people said was the best Olympic event from a television or spectating, even competitive standpoint ever, Matt, in Weymouth, in your home country, 2012.
Yeah. Yes, no, the match racing was incredible to watch, because particularly in the finals they had 20 knots, surfing downwind, planing, not foiling but planing, and it was incredible to watch. And even through the UK, it's one of the Olympic classes that has left a lot more of a legacy, because there's been a lot of training from younger people in the UK, and a lot of events run from the Elliots that they used at the Olympics in the UK. So it's been really good to see that. It's how I've been able to do all of my match racing in the UK, is be able to use the legacy from the games. So I think that's one of the really neat things about match racing, is you can do it to the Olympic level, or you can come all the way down and you can learn to sail through match racing. It's really made a difference.
So let's set the stage now for this particular match race called the Rose Cup. Andy, who was that named after?
Well, it was named after me, and the operative word there is after. I did not name it after myself. I was one of the founders. Dave Ullman, who was an Olympian and everything else in sailing, was one of a group of us that We had noticed in the Governor's Cup, which will be in about 5 weeks, which is the Youth International Match Race Championship, which was patterned after at Balboa Yacht Club, which was patterned after the Congressional Cup, admittedly. And we started 2 years after the Congressional Cup started. But we were noticing that over the years, as we've had international teams, which has been since 1988, that the Aussies, in particular, the Aussies and the Kiwis, and there were a couple UK wins in there, were doing better than the US sailors. And we used to laugh back in the day in the Congressional Cup that no one that lived east of the 405 freeway had ever won the Congressional Cup. Well, all of a sudden it was Australians and Brits and New Zealanders. So we thought, well, you know, let's start a national youth match racing event. We have the boats. We had the Governor's Cup 21s, which were purpose-built in 2002 and 3. And then we now have the Governor's Cup 22s, which are totally awesome. And they were first used in 2016. But we said back in 2010, we have the boats, let's start this thing. So we just called it a national youth match racing event. And it took off pretty much right away. And then thanks to our great friend Dave Perry, the 5-time U.S. match racing champion, and
who is the chair here?
Who is the chair here? He's chairman of the U.S. Sailing Match Racing Committee. Dave worked with U.S. Sailing with the board, and in 2015 was the first year that the Rose Cup became a national championship. But it's already, in its short, 13-year history, it's had some incredible sailors.
Well, speaking of incredible sailors, we have on what we call the roving boat, which is like our sideline reporter in an NBA game, standing by former winner. He won last year the Governor's Cup, former winner of this event, of the Rose Cup, Max Brennan. Let's go out to Max on the roving boat. Welcome, Max.
Yeah, good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Andy, you
yeah, no, I was just getting you. We're still doing a couple technical checks here, and Matt wasn't very loud, and I know that Max can be loud. So,
yeah,
Max
sorry about that, guys.
Max is one of the top young sailors at Balboa Yacht Club, which now these days is saying something. We have some tremendous sailors. But Max, you first sailed in the Rose Cup, I believe, in Fort Worth with David Wood, and Jeffrey Peterson was one of your fellow crew members.
Yeah, we had a great event down there. It was our first match race ever, really, as a team. And we came in with no match racing experience, but a lot of preparation, a lot of clinics done, and a lot of training days done, and we managed to win. So really, really happy. And, here that will be someone else winning this one because no one here has won the Rose Cup before, and no one here has a lot of match race experience. So that's what this regatta is for, and it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I, you guys last year had a heck of a summer. You won the Rose Cup and then went on to win the Governor's Cup. Most recently, though, Max, you tell us what happened in San Diego and what you guys were doing.
Yeah, so a couple weekends ago, we took our youth match racing program down to San Diego. So Jeffrey, myself, and Daniel Pegg, who have all sailed for the club for years and years, we all took sort of the new generation of youth on our boat. So we were all sailing with 13 to 15-year-olds. And everyone drove a team, and it was really good for us to get on the helm and good to do some coaching, and even better for our team because we managed to take out the win. So a great event overall, and good for me to win, good for the kids to get experience match racing. So it was a really good weekend.
Well, it's something unusual happened. I mean, the great thing was that you crew for Jeffrey Peterson and have been doing so internationally here in the last year. But you actually won, I believe. And what did Jeffrey get?
Jeff was down in 6th, I believe.
Yeah, and there were, and I'll be, you can still be nice, but there were only 6 boats. So Jeffrey didn't do very well. But what that regatta was a qualifier for the United States Match Racing Championship, which is non-age limited. And you stayed loyal to your skipper for Governor's Cup, etc. And so you turned down that invitation, which you otherwise won. But it's great to have you. We can hardly wait to have you guys back at the Governor's Cup trying to win your second.
Yeah, we're very excited. That's our sort of pinnacle event for the year. It's what all our training's been leading up to, so we're really excited.
Great. Well, we'll be televising that. As Tom knows, with Gov Cup TV, we'll have all the coverage of that on the all the live racing on Saturday and Sunday, the 29th and 30th of July, and then all the other morning shows, Monday night dinner, etc. for Gov Cup week.
Which are the dates again? Remind us, Andy.
25th through the 30th. 25th is a Monday, and we do the Monday night dinner, which is televised, and then we'll have morning shows Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and we'll do the press conferences on Friday, and then a press conference and the trophies on Saturday. So I think it's 10 or 11 live shows, so we hope you all will join us for those.
Last week of July at Balboa Yacht Club.
July.
Let's bring it back here. This is one of the official championships of the United States Sailing Association. You see U.S. Sailing up in the corner. This is called the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship. Andy mentioned the Prince of Wales Bowl, which is the senior or the age unlimited. But this is for youth, and the age limit here, Andy, for the Rose Cup is?
21. I get mixed up. You have to be 20 or under. Or maybe it's 19. I'm sorry, I should have had that fact.
Check the dates. But it's for youth match racers. Dave Perry, who you mentioned is the chairman of the Youth Match Racing Committee, and he's on the Senior Match Racing Committee. Great guy, a longtime friend. I've known him since college sailing, bloody hell, 50 years ago. David has been here running clinics for these kids, some of whom have never match raced before this week.
Yeah, we're seeing another, it's sort of bizarre, but last year Morgan Pinckney I think he got third in the Rose Cup, but that was his first real match race. And then he went on to get third in the Governor's Cup. And we're seeing the same thing here. So far, Morgan, I would have expected Morgan to be the easy favorite here because he has done those two major match races. But instead, Justin Callahan here is winning, and Justin, of course, has won just about everything that's possible to win at that age in
high school
and
exactly.
And the Youth U.S. Sailing Championships. So this is interesting. So we may be seeing a new Morgan Pinckney here, and we also have on the leaderboard is Marbella Marlowe.
Marbella, I guess.
Marbella from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, as is Morgan Pinckney. And Marbella's doing very well. So this is sort of a new generation here. Morgan is the only one of this group, and that's a little unusual, the only one with any match racing experience, and that was only really two regattas, Tom. So.
Well, let's go back to the Callahans for a minute, because this is a surprise. They have never done any match racing till this week. They've learned quickly. They're at the top of the leaderboard going into the quarterfinals, which we are awaiting as the race committee is getting that organized, having run one flight this morning, the last flight of the rounds robin. Justin Callahan, Mitchell Callahan, his brother, they sail together a lot, have been in the 420s and so on. Madeline Hughes is with them, and Liam O'Keefe representing the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club, and they are undefeated.
Yeah. No, I think it's great, and we've seen actually the invitees this year for the Governor's Cup are a bunch of new faces, and that's terrific. We're sort of seeing a transition almost this year and next with new sailors coming into the thing. Since these are age-limited regattas, you only get to so many chances, and we're seeing some new faces, but some very good faces. These guys and women really. If you're a really good sailor, you can learn match racing fairly quickly, and obviously that's happening here.
Maddie, why don't you run down the standings for us from our crack spotter? We've got a great team here spotting for us.
Points.
And there's the quarterfinals that we're about to get into. The race committee is starting to bend on some flags, and there are the top 8 teams going to the quarterfinals. Matt.
So the 8 teams in the quarterfinals from top to bottom are Justin Callahan with 7 wins, Hayden Earl with 5 wins, and then we have a 3-way tie for 3rd place between Morgan Pinckney, Marbella Mayo, and Noah Stapleton. In 6th place, we have Jack Flores with 3 wins, Alex Leach in 7th with 1 win, and then Hamilton Barkley advancing to the quarterfinals in the 8th position.
It's Alex Leck, I believe. Is that right, Tom?
Leck, yes,
Leck.
I believe.
Yep, Alex Leck. So, you have literally to get into the semifinals realistically, well, the nice thing about the quarterfinal system we should say is that it has happened before that someone that's doing very well and is like 2nd or 3rd in the round robin gets in and finds his opponent in 7th or 8th suddenly comes alive. And so we've seen some upsets.
And likewise, we've seen people go undefeated like the Callahans have. and then have trouble when they get into the quarterfinals. Maybe we should explain then the rest of the series. Quarterfinals today, and probably get into the semifinals as well. The quarters are first to win three out of 5. Likewise, then, the top 4 boats out of the quarters will advance, as you would expect, into the semis, another first to win 3 series. And then tomorrow, again, we'll go live at 11:30 tomorrow with the finals and whatever's left over of the semis. But the finals tomorrow, also a first to win 3. And if for some reason the breeze is a little soft, if they can't get all the racing in, they can reduce the semis and the finals to a first to win 2 series. But the quarters, Dave Perry told me this morning, will for sure be the full first to win 3. They'll go the 5 races if necessary.
Well, there's a jinx that Tom knows about, and it's sort of a fun thing. But not generally, but in many cases, the boat that wins all the races in the round robin series does not win whatever cup it is. So we assume that I sort of doubt Justin Callahan's going to have that problem. He would now be, one of the favorites. But, if you look at this list right now, if you just go off the quarterfinal list, we have literally, 6 of the 8 boats. If you just went on this, could easily be semifinalists or finalists or winners.
Matty, it's almost like the superstition of winning the practice race in a fleet race regatta, right?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. There's a lot. There's always something there's always a little caveat to doing well at the end, and that's the great thing about match racing is you don't need to perform well on day one. Like the saying goes, you can lose a regatta on the first day. It's true if it's a fleet race, but in a match race, you can't. All you can do is you have to win it on the final day. So it's really important to make sure you time your performance. So for Sunday afternoon, they need to really be on top form.
You've got to time your performance. Is that same and true in love and in life?
Well,
he hasn't lived long enough to know that. I believe your last youth championships in the UK, you won every race, though, right?
Yes.
Period.
So
and
that's the easier way to do it.
And you had, one thing I hate is when a sailor sails for another country. I think it's awful. And Tom will maybe tell you what the background of that is. But I believe you had a Jeffrey Peterson crewing for you in the UK Youth Championships last time.
Yes, we did. So the last time I was age eligible to do the UK Youth Championships, the crew from the Gov Cup media team came over for a trip to Cowes to the America's Cup Hall of Fame dinner, and the Youth Match Racing Championships was on that weekend, so we went to the event in Cowes and then beelined it at 6:30 on the first ferry back from Cowes to go sailing, and then had a really good weekend where we sailed 15 races, managed to win them all, but but the thing with match racing is, even with that scoreline, it looks very impressive. However, so many races were decided by inches and feet. So.
Well, it was particularly impressive after what you'd been through the night before.
Well, yeah, because we were in the pub with after the America's Cup Hall of Fame dinner. We were in the pub with Matt and, among others, the young Kiwi America's Cup winner, whose name is completely escapes me right now. But
Pete Burling.
Pete Burling was with us in the pub, and he didn't have to get up at 5 in the morning like these guys did. And then they went out and won 15 races straight. So here we are, guys.
Let's, speaking of that, Andy, let's set the stage. We are in the waters. Technically, it's Long Beach Harbor. We're outside of the cut, as you would say, going into Alamitos Bay, where, of course, Long Beach Yacht Club, Alamitos Bay Yacht Club, and other are located. But we're inside the outer breakwater, just inside the outer breakwater. Nice flat water. We've just had the Foxtrot, or the attention signal, lowered on the race committee signal vessel. And they're getting ready to get the first match of the quarterfinals underway. Foxtrot, the white flag with a red diamond. The starting line over there, if you can see it in the shot now, the boat on the left is the signal boat, the race committee boat. The black and yellow, the colors of Long Beach Yacht Club, that buoy to the right, lower right corner of your screen. So the starting line between that black and yellow flag on the race committee boat and that black and yellow buoy. The normal match racing sequence here is underway. We'll have a 5-minute attention signal, or preparatory signal. Really, that's the warning signal. Sorry, we're
This is our first
haven't
broadcast
done
of the
this for a year.
Tom, this is the first broadcast of the year.
5-minute warning signal, and then the preparatory, the blue Peter, as you would say in the UK, the 4-minute signal at which the yachts will enter into the pre-start. There's the 5-minute signal for match 1. And coming up in match 1, crack spotter Ken Sherb, is Callahan and Lech.
So we
the
have
first
the number
place,
1 and the number 8, as is always done in the quarterfinals. The leading boat, 1
and
seven.
the 8th place boat. Isn't it 1st and 8th?
7th.
It appears to be 1 and 7. However, very often in match racing, to get a reward for performing so well in the round robin, you get to choose your opponent. So maybe when Justin Callahan and team sailed against Alex Lech, they thought that there was something that they had a really strong skill set to be able to overcome that.
David Perry told me this morning it was 1st versus 8th, 2nd versus 7th, and so on. So let's see. They're about to enter at their 4-minute signal. Boat 5 coming in with the yellow flag on their backstay on starboard tack. There is the entry signal. Boat 5 on the right. Who is that, Ken?
Boat 5 is Callahan.
That's Callahan. That's the leaders of the regatta going against boat 8, is it?
Yeah, which is Barclay.
Which is
Barclay.
Okay, so that's
it
right.
is.
So it has the 8th boat. Okay.
Hamilton Barclay in boat 8 with a blue flag. Andy.
Well, I think we're going to see a dial-up. Very unusual here, Tom. Yeah, sorry, for any of you that follow match racing, that's really how almost all these races will start. Great drone shot there. So now both boats are basically trying to maintain position. If the boat on your screen, if the boat on the right of your screen was to miss either sail trim or something, they could fall in to the boat on the left like they are doing, and would be committing a foul because there's the windward boat, the lured boat, the boat to the left has right away.
And boat 5 has displayed their Y flag, which is the protest flag, and that's been green flagged by the umpires in the rib, the rubber boat trailing just behind them.
Which I think was a good call, but at any rate, so now, and again, this is typical. Now you see the boats break off, and then they'll come back together again. Match racing rules have changed over the years, and now the reason you end up in a dial-up is because you can hunt the other boat. In other words, you don't have to maintain course when you're on starboard heading at the person. Now you can hunt, so you get that. But now both boats have broken off, and now it looks like they're going to use the committee boat, or maybe not. The boat behind is trying to get control, meaning on the stern of the other boat. So boat 5 just jibed. Had boat 8 been closer, boat 5 would not have been able to legally jibe. So
but
now
they
boat
did.
5 actually has that little bit of a control position. These boats are turn very quickly. They have long overhangs. They turn very quickly, so it is harder to get a controlling position with these boats than it is with some other types of boats used in this type of thing. But they've done a nice job.
Inside of 2 minutes now, minute 45 to the start, and it looks very much like the Callahan boat is in control. These guys representing the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club down in Florida. Their dad, Paul Callahan, a famously cool and good member of the New York Yacht Club, whom I've known for many, many years, and these kids have torn through everything they've raced.
Be careful here.
You mean meaning the Callahan's
boat 5 is the
falling
burdened windward boat.
Yes, they don't want to fall into.
They don't want to fall into him, and now they're having to break off and coming on to, I think he's tacked. He is indeed on port tack.
And
how much time we have here?
We got a minute 10, and there were
still
flags.
A lot of time.
Flags from both boats, so the umpires are green flag.
Boy, those are really close, though. The other thing about these boats is they're not, the boats they normally sail are very different than this. With these long overhangs, it takes a bit of getting used to. When you turn your helm, you can put your stern into somebody and not realize you're doing it, basically.
Because the rudders are not stern hung; they're hung well forward.
Yeah, so
under the tiller.
It's just an interesting, different challenge. But they've done awfully well here. Okay, 32 seconds, still lots of time. Boats they're fairly heavy, so they don't accelerate very quickly. So time and distance is really important, as it always is in match race, but perhaps even more important in boats that are a little heavier like this.
So which side of the race course do you like, Matt? Quick, left or right?
I think the middle actually looks good, so I'm not sitting on the fence. There's just a really strong band of wind coming down the middle of the course, so I just want to be getting a clean start, moving the boat fast, as Boat 5, Justin Callahan and team have done really well.
What they did there is basically hold Leck up enough so that
Barkley.
I'm sorry, Barkley, that they just waited, basically. And Barkley is too close to the committee boat, and so had to tack right at the start before he was moving.
And another thing with the hook that the Callahan team did there is they actually hooked Barkley and team right up behind the committee boat, which in this light breeze with sloppy conditions, they're going to take a long time to build from there with all that dirty breeze being blocked by the lovely Long Beach Yacht Club committee boat.
Yeah, Justin Callahan and co. are well off the line, well in the lead over Hamilton Barkley, who's representing the Houston Yacht Club, along with Ava Anderson, Jack Bradley, and Hayden McCready. And I know Hamilton Barkley is an ILCA 6 sailor, so he's sailing the Laser Radial.
Well, I can tell you these boats and laser radials accelerate at a very different pace.
Right, exactly.
And you saw that here. What I was saying is you saw what he had to do. He was luffing, then he had to go onto port tack, and then tack almost immediately with no speed. And you saw for a moment there, for a few seconds, he was not even going forward in the water. And that's the difference. So right now, Callahan has a, pretty much an insurmountable lead unless something really strange happens.
Okay.
And so, yeah, he can just lose cover.
Sorry, Andy. We're looking now at the second flight in the quarterfinals. This is Hayden Earl against Alex Leck. I don't know if it's Lech or Leck. We'll check that. Leck, we think. And they are inside now. We don't have the timing up. Thank you. 3 minutes and change to go to their start, as they are also dialed up head to wind. I'll give you their rundown while we got a minute here. Hayden Earl is representing New York Yacht Club. They're actually, I think, a Boston-based team, or maybe Cape Cod. With Hayden is Amelia Jessup, Michael Kirkman, and Chapman Peterson on the jib, bow, and main, respectively. And they're racing the seventh place seventh place Alex Leck with Tanner Jolly, William Sangmeister here. We know well William, who looks like he could be the center for the Golden State Warriors these days. He's so tall. And Sophia Corzine representing collectively the Long Beach Yacht Club.
Okay, so you saw the boats break out of the dial-up there, with one of them choosing to tack, the other one jiving. When you're stopped like that, the jive is by far the faster move, because you're basically bearing away and you start speeding up much more quickly than if you had tacked. But in doing so, they put themselves in the unfavored position. So there's almost control here, but you're going to see a jibe. Normally in other kinds of boats, if you were that close, that jibe would have been prevented, but in these boats you can pretty easily do it. So it's much harder to get control and keep it on these Solings than it is in some other kinds of boats.
Still like the center, Matt?
I think looking at the course, there's not really much of a change. However, probably left of centre looks like it's got slightly more consistent breeze in the 5 to 10 minutes in the future time period. Just looks like this breeze coming down the centre is arching towards the left as it starts to come through.
The normal condition here in Long Beach will start like this out of the south-southwest and then just slowly clock, meaning going to the right into a true southwesterly, or even, when the sun starts early, then even to a true westerly at 270 degrees, which is a very different wind direction than this one. So this is very typical. It'll come up later in the day, but in general, the right is going to be favored, but in this early light stuff, it might not happen right away.
Shall we go out to our roving boat and check in with Max Brennan?
Yeah, so we're out here following the first match, and it's been pretty clinical from Justin Callahan. Basically, the difference was made in the start being up speed versus being down speed. So in the last 40 to 30 seconds of the start, Callahan was always up speed, building speed, and Barclay was always down speed. And you could see that off the start when Callahan was moving, and he's just maintained control beautifully on this beat. Not extended his lead too much, but put himself in a good position where he's pretty much unable to lose it. So we're just going to see his hoist here. Yeah,
Okay,
you know, a
great.
reasonably good
Max.
hoist, and if he just keeps doing that, he'll have this race pretty easily.
Max, thank you very much. Let's go back to the starting line here. We're about to have a start in 1 second, and there goes the start. So you can see how, again, you can see how slowly the boats are going. And now with these tacks, you'll see how slowly they accelerate out of this. It actually, in a way, this makes for better match racing. It's harder to get control, but it does put more of an emphasis on boat handling and boat speed in this light breeze. As the winds comes up, it'll be easier basically to do a lot of the maneuvers. But here you not only need to know what your maneuver is, you have to do it fast.
Yeah, just boat 3, a reminder, is Earl, Hayden Earl, who was the second place coming out of the rounds robin, and Alex Leck is in 7th. Came into this Odyssey. He's in boat 4, so the early lead here in this match to boat 3 with Hayden Earl.
Well, this will be a good test, Tom, because Leck is leading to the west. And again, if it starts to clock, he'll have an advantage. It's just the question is whether it's too early for it to make any major shifts to the right.
In fact, Andy, all those horns that we're hearing from the committee boat are not starting signals. You can see on Chris Bretschker's nice shot there, the committee boat, the red, white, and blue striped horizontal flag with a green flag below it means a change of course to the right.
To the right.
The green flag meaning to the right, as you predicted, Andy, a little more westerly.
So let's see how Alec Leck does going up the beach there. That's going to be close when he tacks. But let's go back. This looks like a pretty good start here.
This one is Flores in boat 2 and Stapleton, is that right?
Yep.
Noah Stapleton in boat 6.
Right now, no advantage. Same thing. Dial up.
Above the line, though, this time.
Yeah, above the line, which is always a bit more fun. We should mention Noah Stapleton. We first met in 2019 when Noah was, he's still not very big, but he was, I think, 13 years old and pretty small kid, and was taken on by Jordan Stevenson, the great sailor from New Zealand who will be doing his last Governor's Cup this year, as his 4th crew to make up to the weight. And Noah was just awesome. I think he was probably the most popular sailor, you know, in that Governor's Cup. And now he's here steering in the Rose Cup, which I think is just, that's it. That's what we intended. And I think it's fabulous to see that.
And Noah's in boat 6, right, Ken? Noah Stapleton representing the Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club, so he's local.
Yep.
He's also a member of ABYC, Alamitos Bay Yacht Club, if my notes here are correct. Tate Christopher with him, Nicholas Mueller, and Elizabeth Struve on the bow, main, and jib, respectively, for Noah Stapleton. The other team is Jack Flores, and Jack is representing Newport Harbor Yacht Club just down the shore here near Balboa Yacht Club in Newport Beach. With Jack is Maxwell, is it Kia, did we decide? Clea, Maxwell Clea, Ian Wells, and Brooke Wood on bow, main, and jib, respectively, for Jack Flores, Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
So neither boat here so far gaining any advantage. Jack is now tacking to try to get control, but the boats, you know, from that distance, that's not, to get control on these boats in this light air, you almost have to be no more than a boat length behind. Okay, and Jack choosing to lead.
Minute 15.
Minute 15. Oh,
15.
And they're a little early, and oh. So you see Jack Flores tried to slow his boat down because they're approaching the line very early and almost got tagged as the leeward boat, Noah Stapleton, coming in below him. And now he's having to tack away with 1 minute to go. Now this will be interesting. He's probably okay, but he has to be very careful about being able to get back to the line in the time they have left.
These boats are 27 feet LOA, length overall, but they do swing those. There's a big overhang.
Yep. So you see Noah doing a good thing there, coming down, but he probably came down a little too much because, or maybe if he can get his sails in, he could prevent Jack from starting.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, both boats really early. Jack right now has to go behind her, so now Jack's going to go for what we call the hook, the lured boat with right-of-way, and try to chase Noah down to the end of the line. These lines are very short in this particular series, so Noah's in danger of being over here.
8, 7, 6.
He'll be able to come down and just get behind the line, and that will
close.
have to give it a pretty even start, except Noah Stapleton is in what will end up a favored lee bow position, meaning the wind is coming over Noah's sails on his starboard or right side and bouncing into Jack Flores' sails, and the only thing Jack Flores can do is what he just did. He has to tack away to clear his wind. And he is also leading into the west, so we'll see if that works. If there's a little bit of a header, basically, so he'll be forced to sail slightly lower or more to your right, he could end up ahead. But right now, you'd have to call him even, I think, Matt.
Yeah, I think it's very much even. There's probably, if the boats were to tack and be on opposite tacks, they'd probably be able to touch each other, so it's pretty even. However, the controlling position here, the marginal advantage is probably to Noah Stapleton being in that windward position on port, because it means that every time they go on starboard, he can take the leeward position, feed off dirty air, and particularly with the boats going out on port tack, they're eating up all the runway they have on port. So if he's able to hold there, eventually they'll get to the ley line and he'll be able to lead the boats back in and potentially throw some dirty breeze off.
It's one of the toughest things to do.
Although it looks like maybe Noah Stapleton was struggling for speed there because he's tacked off onto starboard, which is something that's very not powerful to do.
Okay,
Chris, who's that match we're seeing now coming down? Is that we're going out? It's the two blue spinnakers.
Yeah, sorry about. We're going to be a little. The spinnakers are all the same color. You can't. It's hard to make out the sponsors. The sponsors are important.
It's boat 4. It's Leck and Earl, boat 3. I think I just saw on the sails. There we go. Boat 3 is jived away. So that's the second match. There's a whistle from the umpires. So meanwhile, let's come back, Chris, if we may, to the pre-start. We got the 4th match underway here in the pre-start, and that is Marbella Marlowe and her team from Newport Harbor Yacht Club. So we have two teams from Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Marbella sailing with Gray Hemmons, Mariana Shand. So 3 women on that boat, and Tyler Wood representing Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
Okay, you see, this is the first time we've seen this. The boats are now going, as Commodore Harry Anderson of the New York Yacht Club would say, retrograde motion.
The late great.
They're going backwards.
And with some pace.
Yep.
Beautifully done. The other boat, by the way, is the other Newport Harbor team, Morgan Pinckney, who a lot of us thought would breeze through the rounds robin and maybe be the top boat here. And he is sailing with Will Glass and Ashley Highland and Peter Sangmeister. So another Sangmeister brother sailing here representing Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
So I understand, Tom, were we correct in saying in one of the round robin races yesterday, Marbella beat Morgan Pinckney by a foot or something like that?
That was the word in the bar last night. I didn't see it with my own eyes.
Nope, we didn't either. Well, you can see there the jibe. It's sort of deadly slow still. There isn't enough wind really to do those maneuvers quickly.
Well, there's only what, 4 or 5, maybe 6 knots of breeze?
Yeah, it's coming up a little bit.
Maybe a little more.
Maybe
7 now.
6 or 7.
7 puffing, gusting. Hey.
Okay, so you see what I mean there. The boat ahead is able to jibe with no problem. I mean, there's the rule is that the tacker jibe must be completed before the other boat has to begin to alter course to avoid them. So, you know, no control here yet, but.
Coming up on a minute 10.
Okay, Marbella is going to lead. She's going to cross Morgan's bow and lead, but with this short line, you don't have very far to go. You can't lead for very long. So 1 minute, both boats early. Now Morgan's going to try to stall, and this is a tough thing. He's trying to get the hook and force Marbella Marlowe past that end of the line, but it's a tough thing to do.
Andy, 45 seconds to go, but you see one of the two blue kites coming into the finish. They're going to finish about the same time.
About the same time.
These guys are starting here, and this is the Callahan team in boat 5 will be finishing well ahead of the Barkley team in boat 8.
Okay, they're down towards the ley line to the left end, and the concern on Marbella Marlowe's boat is that they're still early, and she's running out of runway.
Yeah,
As I said,
15 seconds.
You can't lead very far with this line. And Morgan has enough space to tack onto port, as he has done.
5 seconds.
And will get his speed up and probably go back near the committee boat. I think he can lay that. So pretty even start, although Marbella Marlowe was going very slowly. So Morgan's going to have an advantage. He timed that tack perfectly and just laid the left end. And now I think, Matt, if he tacked now, he would be ahead of her.
Yeah, I think ultimately what happened is when they were in the dial-up there, Morgan was carrying just a little bit more speed. So when they're trying to both build in that last 10, 15 seconds in this light breeze we have here, it takes these long, heavy boats a long time to get up to speed.
Yep.
So he was benefiting the whole way through there.
Yep. So he's going to go consolidate now and be sure he's ahead and then tack on the wind of Marbella Marlowe, which is a wise thing to do. I'm a more conservative match racer in that if I have a lead, I want to be sure I have the lead. I don't care how long the lead is. But it's closer than I thought. She came out of that on a nice lefty there with some speed.
She's got some pace.
But yeah, she's got some pace. But Morgan's ahead, as you see, and now tacks. So the wind basically is filtering off his sails. She's tacking away. So that's classic match racing there. Go out, establish your lead, and now we'll see if Morgan is conservative like I am, in which case he'll build some speed and tack back, or whether he sees a little righty coming and is going to go try to increase his lead.
This big intra-club match here in the esteemed Newport Harbor Yacht Club down in Newport Beach between Marbella Marlowe and Morgan Pinckney. And if indeed our information was correct that she won yesterday, this will be more motivation, I'm sure, for Morgan to try to come back and even up at least the score between the two of them.
You know, it's interesting in Newport Beach, Newport Harbor Yacht Club is the oldest of the yacht clubs. And they, like any club, you go through stages. You go through a couple years where you don't have a lot of people of the right age who are interested in match racing or whatever kind of racing. And then 3 years later, you'll get a group. Well, right now, Newport, we haven't even had Morgan Pinckney last year was one of the, Newport Harbor Yacht Club representatives in the Governor's Cup, and we hadn't had one for a few years. Well, now.
And he finished third.
Yeah, and he finished third. And now we have 3 Newport Harbor teams who are really good. So this will be interesting.
Well, there's another cross. I guess we've got that on the screen now, and he's about the same lead, would you say, Matt?
Yeah, about the same lead, I think. Yeah, he's doing exactly the right thing there.
Yeah, the important thing, if you're the trailing boat here, is to not try and do too much and just keep it close, because when you turn downwind as the trailing boat and the spinnaker goes up, you cast out a big shadow of wind. So if you're within 2 or 3 boat lengths of the lead boat, you have a really good chance of being ahead, particularly within match racing, Rule 17 not applying. So the second you get behind and overlapped, you can come and luff as hard as you can.
Well, that's a sort of a classic question in match racing, basically. But what my philosophy has always been, when you get behind, and occasionally you will be, don't make things worse. And in this case, you're absolutely right. You just want to hang. Don't let the first base boat get any farther ahead, and plan to go attack on the downwind lane.
Although what it looks like at the moment, there's a decent bit of lift on Marbella Marlowe's boat, and she's really closing back up. So, even better if you can gain a boat length or 2.
Yep.
Can we go out to Max Brennan on the road, our sideline report? Max.
Yeah, so we're up here following the Pinckney versus Marlowe match, and pretty much just like you were saying, Marbella's actually gained in the last couple lengths. It's just really important for her to keep her air clear. These boats don't tack very well, so you have limited maneuvers, and it's really important to keep the boat speed up, and it's harder to do that when you're behind. But if you can do it until you get to the windward mark, you'll have a big advantage on the downwind. So let's see how it plays out.
She's done a nice job there. They're, I mean, we're talking about the old boats and how they don't, turn as fast, they don't accelerate as fast. But, this is back in my vintage, Tom, because none of the boats we sailed then were, they were all of this type. And it actually, in a way, makes for better match racing. At least it's a part of match racing that I still know about. So, yeah.
Well, this is close, but we've got another finish coming in now. This is the second match. This is going to be Earl finishing ahead, Hayden Earl, in boat 3, finishing ahead in boat 4 of Lech.
I believe Alec is a Long Beach Yacht Club sailor, I believe, and and young, and that's part of what the Rose Cup was meant to do, is introduce people to match racing, and every time we've had it, the sailors are way better at the end than they were at the start, and that also is due to Dave Perry, who is not only a 5-time national championship, but one of the best teachers I've ever had.
Well, he's a professional educator.
Yeah, he
taught,
is,
he
and
taught
it shows.
school
And in all the schooling I had, I never had a teacher that was that good.
the Pied Piper of youth sailing in this country, particularly match racing. And as I said at the top of the show, I've known David since, 50 years when we were racing collegiately. He for Yale and me for a public school in Michigan.
That small little University of Michigan.
Which was just rated, by the way, as the top public university in the world.
All right. That's pretty good.
Matt, where'd you go to school and where have you just graduated from? A quick plug for your university.
Yeah, so I
Washington.
did my undergraduate in the UK at University of Southampton, which is a pretty good sailing school. It's consistently one of the top universities in the UK. However, I've just graduated from a graduate degree in the University of Washington up in Seattle. So I graduated last week, and now I've got a job in Seattle. So I'm starting the working American life now.
Does that make you a Seattleite?
I believe it does, although I'm sure anyone from Seattle would blow back.
Here's a fairly close race here. Who are we looking at?
That's Marlowe.
Yeah, so she did a very nice job on that weather leg. She did exactly what Matt and I were talking about. She didn't make it worse, and in fact concentrated on her boat speed and actually made it better. And downwind, as I think any match racer will tell you, the opportunities quite often, the passing opportunities are much more often downwind than upwind. These boats, upwind in this light are not awesome, but downwind, Tom, they've got big spinnakers and very little wetted surface, so they're actually pretty good downwind in this stuff.
Let's go on to Max Brennan, who's following this match between Marlowe and Pinckney.
Yeah, really close match. Marbella had a much better hoist, so closed in about 2 lengths at the beginning of the run, and she had a good jibe in a nice place, so really strong on this downwind. Right now, Pinckney's kite's a little soft, so we'll see how it goes, but really it's just important to have good drops and good roundings to set yourself up really well for the next beat, so we'll see how this goes.
Pinckney in boat 7 with the Pelican kite, spinnaker, and the no branding on Marlowe's kite in boat 1 as they're coming into the gate. We should describe the race course while we have a sec here. The race course is windward lured, typical match race course, short legs. And they do the first beat up into the wind from the starting line, round that top mark, leaving it to starboard on their right side.
Ooh, this is going to be close.
Come down
here
to this gate and then back upwind and then finally back down to the finish. Andy, this is close.
So they'll go to opposite sides of the gate here, which is one of the reasons that you use a gate rather than just a leeward mark. It gives the boat behind just one more chance to get ahead. So this is interesting, and the only problem with it is if you go to the left end of the gate and the wind continues to go right, you're going to have to sail a lot farther, and that's tougher.
Matt Whitfield.
So both boats have split here.
Which side of the course do you like?
So I'm changing what I said earlier from the middle left. I think the right-hand side definitely looks like there's a lot more breeze out there, a lot more solid pressure line all the way up to the top marks. So if I was in that situation, I would like to have gone to the left-hand turn going downwind, so as you're leading out on port to the right-hand side of the course.
What
yes.
Marbella did,
so obviously the boats were overlapped. Maybe Morgan Pinckney was about quarter to half of a boat length ahead, bow to bow. So it'll be interesting to see how they come back, see if there's any wind shifts or any pressure differences.
Our colleague, Father Greg Newman, who's also helping to spot for us, he agrees with you. He was pointing right. Go right, young women, and they did. Be interesting to see this next cross. Here the tack comes.
So likely what was happening there on Norbella's boat is she wasn't getting any more righty, and it may have gone ever so slightly, you know, maybe 5 degrees to the left. So if that's happening, then you don't want to stay there. You better get back in touch with the other boat and let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
No, Morgan came out with a nice.
Yeah, it looked a little soft ultimately on the right.
Yeah,
there for
on the
a sec.
right, and Morgan came out with a nice, nice lefty. Boy.
And maybe she had some trouble tacking too. We're hearing from our spotters again.
Yeah, that's a lot to gain in that
Yeah.
amount. He must have gotten, I think, probably a more breeze thing than a shift. He probably got a little shift too, though, which again is I think why she tacked off that. She wasn't getting the righty, and she thought, uh-oh, I'm behind. I better get out there and at least get in touch.
Yeah, you did see when Marbella tacked onto starboard, she was pointing very low. So.
Yep.
Okay, coming into the finish now, we've got another match, the third match of this quarterfinals between Stapleton and Flores. Boat 6. Mr. Stapleton will win this one handily. Noah Stapleton, we've been talking about from the Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club, will finish ahead of Boat 2. Jack Flores of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, one of the 3 teams here from that club, as you mentioned, Andy. The Soling was designed in Norway by a gentleman called Jan Ling, who also designed the Yngling, which was used for a while in the Olympics for women's match racing, wasn't it, Matt? It was used?
Yeah, it was. Well, in the UK, the Yngling is a very famous boat because there were the 3 blondes in the boat always went through, skippered by Shirley Robertson in her time as well. So it got a lot of notoriety, and a lot of people that don't know anything about sailing know the 3 blondes in the boat.
3 blondes of the boat. That's great. I hadn't heard that. Shirley, of course, was most recently she was one of the co-commentator in the last America's Cup, and was terrific. And obviously, she's an Olympic medalist and a superb sailor.
And a superb commentator.
And a superb commentator.
Yeah,
also, she and Ken Reed did just a bang-up job on that. We should mention that the Soling was actually a product of then the IYRU putting out, in effect, a tender for designs for a 3-person boat for the Olympics. And in a fairly controversial decision, it beat out the Etchells. The Etchells is, a lot of times in that kind of situation, the type of boat that did not win doesn't go on to a great history as a class. Well, that is not true here. Both boats went on to great histories as a class, and Etchells, the competition in the North American Etchells thing is as good as you can find anywhere in the world.
Worldwide, including in the UK and in Australia and beyond. The Skip Etchells, of course, that was an American boat.
American boat.
And there are, having served on that council for many years of the then IYRU and then ISAF, now World Sailing, there are more boats in 30 European countries than there are in one U.S. country with 50 states, but that's another issue.
Yeah, we should have done like the Soviet Union did when they started the United Nations, and they somehow got 5 or 6 votes for all their stands.
We got a frozen bit of a picture here, but we've got nice drone shots. We got cameras on this boat. We should mention that we are on Commodore Peter Bretschker's Navigator 53. His wife Kari owned this boat, and they are taking great care of us again here at the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship, the 2022 edition for the Rose Cup. And Kari Bretschker, who is, of course, the mother of our producer-director, Chris Bretschker, is also, Andrew, our esteemed Director of Craft Services. What the hell does that mean?
Indeed. Well, this is a full-on professional, video TV team. So you got to have craft services, which provides the food and beverages. And she is terrific. We are indeed well cared for.
Here come the final match down the last leg, the 4th and final leg of this first set of matches for the quarterfinals. This again is a first to win 3 races or 3 points. You could, if there was a problem, the umpires might award a point for some malfeasance at some play or take a point away. And we've got Marlowe out. Is that on the far left? That's Marbella Marlowe in boat 1, and Morgan Pinckney in the Pelican Kite on the far right as you look up the track, or here. Well, you can see the Pelican Kite. downwind.
You saw that upwind that that Morgan Pigney jumped out by halfway up the leg. He had regained his lead, and it was quite a large one. So in that case, Marbella wasn't close enough to affect his air coming downwind. So she's doing the only thing she can. Try to go out, sail in a different wind, you know, maybe get a puff from the right direction, etc. But it's not going to work, and Morgan's going to have an easy job here.
Oh, he's gotten revenge.
He has gotten revenge, indeed.
And again, they're not sailing for those 2 orange buoys. That's the leeward gate, the downwind gate at the end of Leg 2. They're sailing for the committee boat, which you see coming into the shot now. Nice job, Chris Bretschker. And the finish line is the obverse of the starting line. It's between that black and orange striped flag and the black and orange stars, I guess yellow really, buoy. The colors of the Long Beach Yacht Club, which is hosting this event for the United States Sailing Association.
So that was a good race for quite a bit of it, but this is still, until the wind really fills in from the, you know, the southwest, you get some conditions like this. And so, you know, we couldn't tell exactly what happened, but it looked like Morgan got both a little bit of a lift, but a lot more breeze. I think, Matt, you pointed out that she seemed to have fallen in a bit of a hole, and there are holes out here still.
Yeah, I think that might have been one of those cases where it looked a lot darker on the right-hand side of the course, but it was where the water's lying to us, and you didn't. So that's one of the hard things about match racing is you have to be a perfect fleet racer and a perfect boat-on-boat sailor. So I think that was unlucky there,
Yep.
but it was an incredible comeback on the first beat to close right back up in.
Yes, indeed.
So
She sailed a
just
brilliant leg.
Just a review now, after one set of races, Callahan leads Barclay in their quarterfinal series 1-0. Earl leads Lech 1-0. Stapleton over Flores 1-0. And Pinckney leading Marlowe 1-0 in this first to win 3 races for the quarterfinals of the 2022 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship. The race committee's getting horny over there. We heard all those horns, which is get ready to get ready, as the foxtrot signal will be coming up, the white flag with a red diamond, the attention signal, formally it's called, and there it is.
We should mention that the Marlowe versus Pinckney competition, both of them started out this with, you know, they had equal scores in the round robins, and so would have to be considered one of the definite contenders to get into the semifinals. But some of the others aren't quite as closely matched, but they obviously are very closely matched. I would not be terribly surprised to see Marbella, take at least 1 or 2 off Morgan here. We'll see.
Well, we shall indeed, as we're getting ready now. Who is the first match? Is it the same order?
Same order.
We expect? We expect this first match will again be Callahan and Barclay. They'll switch ends, right, Matt? What's the kind of the protocol for match racing?
Yes, so,
end for end,
so in a best of 5 or first of 3 series, they're going to do, obviously the boats enter as the yellow and the blue, one from the yellow from the starboard, blue from the port end of the start line, and then they're going to enter and come in below the line. And one of the key things about this is there's a slight advantage to be in the yellow boat. So maybe 51% chance of win because you come in and enter on starboard. So the other boat ultimately has to break up the dial up. So the yellow boat is normally always the higher ranked going into that. Therefore, the higher seed going in. So Callahan entered yellow last time, but to even it up, they will switch them for flight 2, then back for flight 3, and then again for 4, 5, 6, 7, as long as it goes on. So now we should see the exact opposite entries. So the port boat for this flight will now be the starboard boat. So, and they will switch the flags from yellow to blue or blue to yellow.
But they will keep the same mainsail sail number, and there is 1 minute to their, no, I beg your pardon. Yeah, it is 1 minute to their entry. And that is Justin Callahan, Mitchell Callahan, his brother, Madeline Hughes, and Liam O'Keefe sailing for the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club, great club down in Miami.
Yeah, I've not actually been to that club.
Been there any number of times, and they are racing, of course, against the Barclay team, Hamilton Barclay, Ava Anderson, Jack Bradley, and Hayden McCready from the Houston Yacht Club.
Texicans.
The Texicans, another great club in this country. And of course, we like to say the heart and soul of our sport, sailing, takes place at these clubs. They don't have to be big fancy clubs like Long Beach Yacht Club or Balboa Yacht Club. I grew up at a very simple country boy yacht club in Michigan on a little lake, and there's a ton of yacht racing there. And there are, particularly in your country, you've got hundreds of clubs on rivers and small ponds in lakes all over the UK.
Yeah, the UK definitely has a different sailing scene. It's a lot of, here's a boat for a couple of $100 stored and you go out and sail it. So we are now seeing the first entry. So you can see Justin Callahan and team have entered right on time with the Barclay boat entering slightly late. So they're trying to go for a low cross. So that means that they are able to enter essentially a one whole boat length ahead, and then they're able to not even avoid the dial-up completely. It is a really good move if you can pull it off, but it's high risk because if you don't pull it off, you end up low in the box, pinned out. However, they've done a really good job of keeping the speed fast, getting down, and being able to cross clear ahead as they now both reach out on port with the Barclay team following tight to leeward.
3 minutes, 10 seconds. This is the first match in the second, what do we call this? This is the second round of the quarterfinals, I guess. Is that right, Ken? And of course,
Second race
of the quarters. Second match, and Callahan leading Barclay up 1-0 in their series. First to win 3.
All right, so again, neither boat having control, just because it's very hard to get close enough to the other boat to truly control them, to prevent them from tacking or jibing legally. But it's still worth the effort. But just like basketball, the best stuff happens in the last minute. Now the boats have separated quite a ways. So now, we were talking about earlier, now the time and distance becomes crucial. They're still way early. Got over 2 minutes, and they probably only have like about 50 seconds to the line. So they've got to waste some time here.
So the good thing about the long, older, slower turning Solings is that when you do go for a circle, you do kill a lot of time. Yep. So it would take maybe 20 seconds minimum in good pressure. When it's a bit lighter like this, maybe 30 seconds off your time to go. So if your tactician's calling, you've got 30 seconds to burn. One circle's a really good way to do it. However, it means if you only have 10 seconds to burn, a circle's not an option. Right. So, you know, the crews will be feeding back to the skipper and the tactician exactly how long to go. And that's one of the key things about time on distance is that every single person on the boat has to be contributing really, really well to the sail trim, the timings, the understanding, and the big picture of understanding what's happened after the start and what happens in the start.
So right now, with about minute 15 coming up here, Callahan's choosing to lead. But both boats still early. They've only got about 30 seconds to get to the line, unless they come to a complete stop. But Callahan doing a nice job here of keeping his speed on.
Do you always want to lead back in the light, Matt?
It's the general rule that you get told to say. However, I think that there's a lot more to it, because often if you're leading back in the light, you then have to kill speed if you come back too early and you're down speed, really often close to the line. It's hard to build that speed up again. So I don't think it's a simple equation. It's not just if it's light, lead back, if it's windy to follow is what everyone gets told, particularly same in team racing, which a lot of these kids have done at high school and college. But it's definitely complicated. So there's 25 seconds to go here. Both boats are very close to the line and very slow. So here you'd be looking to speed the boat, trying to build as much speed as possible, which is the Callahan team behind, trying to get a little bit more speed, just try and push and hit the line on the B of bang.
Yeah, and he'll be able to do that, I believe, here. 3, 2, 1, go. He did that again. Perfect time and distance. The other boat's not in terrible shape, but he will have to tack off, and indeed is doing that right now. So he was, again, Callahan had that lee bow position.
Well, no, Callahan's boat 5.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're going to sail through some kelp here. Boat 8, actually, I
wow,
think won that start,
job.
didn't they?
Oh, yes,
the Barclay
indeed,
team.
Indeed. Sorry, I had
No
my
worries.
boats mixed
It's
up.
hard to keep all these matches and
It
flights.
is, but I'll, look at, again,
Good
in Long
pace.
Beach, the later in the day it gets, you could, probably going to get some right shift. He came out of that with pretty good speed there, but that was a really good start.
Yeah, Barkley definitely has the
Barkley.
controlling position here.
And still does, yeah.
They're a good couple of lengths laterally away from Callahan, so they're not getting any of the dirty breeze off the back of their sails. So if they can sail them all the way out here to this ley line, then they're in a really strong position. And if the Callahan team does tack, they can get a tight lee bow, or they can get a good tack, clear ahead, and be able to throw dirty breeze down onto the Callahan team.
Needless to say, this would be a huge upset were this to end up with Barkley winning here. But that can happen when you have a quarterfinal system. That's not totally unusual.
Because we have the first place boat, Callahan, racing against the 8th place boat coming out of the rounds robin, but now we're into this second flight. This is Earl and Lech. Boat 3 is Earl, boat 4 is Lech, boat 4 to windward.
Can we, I thought it was Lech, but
Lech.
we ought to confirm that, and we apologize to his parents if they're watching this. We will get that right. We apologize, but I'm not sure.
In German, it'd be Lech.
Lech, yeah, exactly.
Lech.
That's what I assumed it was.
But a good
looks
match
like
here.
They are getting a little righty here, Matt. I'm looking up the course. We're not looking at the monitor, but looking up the course, I think it is going slightly to the right, which would give Callahan a chance here. And I think the reason he's continuing on is I think he thinks he's sailing into some righty and might have a chance to cross here. So we shall see.
Yes, so it definitely looks like Callahan's sails are trimmed in a slight bit tighter. They've got slightly stiffer backs to their sails. The leeches are just a little bit more aligned and a little bit stiffer. So maybe that's helping them as well. A sign that they've got a little bit more pressure and can squeeze those sails in, put the bums over the side, and get the boat pressing and flat.
Why don't we go to Max and ask him about, because you raise a really good point. We haven't spoken about it yet. These boats are exceptionally sensitive to sail trim.
Back to you soon.
So let's talk, Max. What do you see any differences in the sail trim up there?
Well, I thought for a lot of that time they were in different pressure. So initially it was Hamilton Barclay sort of lifting off, and then as they went right, he sort of started falling into him. But as you can see, it's a really strong position for Barclay. I think it was a mistake for Callahan not to mix it up earlier, and he kind of sailed himself into a corner where now he has no options, as you can see. So really good beat from Hamilton Barclay's team.
Yeah, indeed. Max, I think you heard me. I think that Callahan must have thought he would get a little more righty there and was continuing trying to get it, and obviously didn't. And so Barclay's doing a terrific job here. That's a substantial lead.
And I think this race with Callahan trailing from Barkley shows that all the way from 1 through 8 in these quarterfinals are top-class sailors, and if you give anyone an inch, you can really change the game around. So there's no room for any complacency, and you really need to be 100% on it the whole time. So you've got to really pay attention from start all the way through finish.
What Max was talking about there, you can see the boats coming into the first mark, is that Callahan went out to the corner pretty much on the ley line to the weather mark and had no place. He couldn't tack off again. He had to stay in the bad air all the time. Okay, back to the starting line here.
Boat 4 is Lech. We think that's the right pronunciation. And boat 3 is Earl, and they're inside of now 30.
Right now, Earl has a pretty
30
good,
seconds.
He's almost got control.
The key thing for boat 3 here, the blue boat, Earl, is that he needs to build speed. It's going to be really hard for him to in the dirty breeze. So he needs to get his crew really on board, trimming as well as they can to try and get as much speed as possible.
Yeah, so now you can see the boats were probably less than a boat length apart, and still Lech was able to jibe there legally.
10 seconds.
And now they've reversed. Oh, look at this.
Yes. So
It's going to prevent them from starting. That's what we call a slam dunk, folks.
Yeah, the blue flag on the race committee boat indicating they're outside the extension. I'm not sure why they do that, but that's proper match race protocol for some technical reasons. But a big start win there by Lech in boat 4.
And
over Earl in boat 3.
one of the things to note is, like Andy said earlier, everything happens in the last minute. If you'd have asked me with 30 seconds to go who was in control, I'd have said it was almost the exact reverse on the start. So just making sure that you actually are going well at the final approach and really don't let that don't let anything go is very important. I think you can see there that one good move can really change the game.
Yeah, I agree with you, except that that he was late. You know, Earl was late, and he was up in a good position, but suddenly realized, uh-oh, I can't get there in time.
Now coming down the track, you can see the 2 blue kites. That's the first match, and Barclay has a nice little lead here over Callahan.
Yeah, he looks like he's a good number of boat lengths ahead, probably definitely more than the 4 boat lengths that you kind of need to be within to throw some dirty air. So, you know, that's a pretty good lead for the Barclay team. They're not going to be 100% worried about keeping their air clear. They're just sailing as fast as they can to the finish line here.
Well, they're coming to the gate, right? This is the end of leg 2.
Well, around all the legs to the gate.
It's still a close race. He's caught up a little bit, I think. So good race there.
Yeah, Callahan has a slightly better hoist. Sailed in slightly more pressure, but not enough really to close in substantially. So he just needs to do a really good job on this next beat to get within striking distance for the next run.
Yeah, Barclay didn't have, are you right there? Yeah, you are. Yeah, he didn't have that grit. He took down a little bit early and then turned the boat. One of the problems with going to this gate on the right is that your turn is about 180 degrees, and that will stop any boat. It'll make it a lot slower out of it. But
he's got
he's leading to the west.
He's got the upwind right, if you like that.
Yep, he's got the upwind right. You know, the right always has one advantage because you always come back after he tacks, he'll be on starboard tack. But in Long Beach and in Southern California in general, the wind will slowly clock. I don't think it's done much lately after they moved that mark. When the last race, Tom, they moved the mark and they've kept it in the same position here. So they're not getting big shifts.
And for non-sailors, or casual sailors, of course, starboard tack means the wind coming over the starboard or right side of the boat. And when boats come together going upwind, the boat with the wind coming over its starboard or right-hand side has the right-of-way, said to be on starboard tack. It has the right-of-way over the boat coming with the wind coming over their left or port side. As we now see in this image, boat 8 is on starboard tack and boat 5 is on port tack. Boat 8, of course, is Barclay, and boat 5 is Callahan.
So let's see it come together. Barclay not going very fast right there. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I didn't like the trim there.
Yeah, and he tacked about right. I actually sometimes, I don't know about you, Matt, but in that position, I tack just slightly earlier than you would think, because sometimes you can convince the other boat will think, oh, I can stay here. And in fact, they can't. They are losing, and suddenly they realize that, but they're a boat length farther behind.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what, I don't know if Barclay intended that, but he did it perfectly. Callahan, however, is a good enough sailor. He immediately tacked away. He didn't take the bait.
Yeah, once you realize you're losing, it's already too late if you try and stick it out there. So, you know, really good move by Callahan just to keep his breeze clear and moving up the course as fast as possible.
Back here in the starting box, we've got the third match with just a minute to go now. This is boat 6 is Stapleton, and boat 2 is Flores. Stapleton, of course, represents Noah, representing the Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club with his team, and the Flores team.
Well, Flores has done nice
Jack Flores
here in tacking.
representing the Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
Flores has done a nice thing trying to build some speed, and Stapleton completely stopped his boat. But the danger, had Stapleton done that better, he would have kept Flores from starting. But now we're going to have a pretty even start with Stapleton in a lee bow position, and Flores will have to tack away.
So the breeze has really dropped down on this start line. You can see both boats are really fighting just to get moving. So one of the key things in this, when the breeze drops a couple of knots, is just to be going fast. It doesn't matter where you are so much, as long as you're moving the boat through the water, because that gives you the option to go the way you want. So both boats managed to get a similar speed off the start, and so it's a pretty even start here.
If you're just joining us, this is the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup, hosted by Long Beach Yacht Club. one of the official championships of the U.S. Sailing Association. Andy.
This is interesting. Flores came, it looked like they had about similar speed at the start. Flores actually had more speed, or built more speed, almost immediately, and now has come out to almost about position, which gives him a definite lead here. It's not a big lead, but it's a little.
Yeah.
Now he's just gotten headed, though, which puts him back in danger of being in the lead bow position. So it's really puffy out here. You can see that now. Great move. You know, we're falling into him. Tom, we basically are weather, but we're falling into him. We're going to get that effect from the lead bow position. Let's get out of here right now. Don't stay and hope. Get out of there.
Flores getting to the right side of the track in boat 2. And boat 6, of course, is Stapleton. But now we've got this other match between Marlowe and Pinckney. Boat 1 is Marlowe, boat 7 is Pinckney. And they have split, but in this crucial quarterfinals, it's Pinckney leading 1-0 against his fellow club member from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Marbella Marlowe. Another dial-up, Andrew.
What a surprise.
It has gotten softer, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and Matt's exactly right. You won't see, and just as we're seeing, they'll break off the dial-ups much sooner than in other conditions or in other boats. So, you know, now it goes back to square one and see what happens. They got a lot of time to kill here.
So you can see, interestingly, in match racing, one of the unique things is that you do not lose rights when you're going backwards compared to other forms of sailing. So you can see the blue team here reversing all the way out as opposed to sailing the traditionally correct way to sail. So they're going to, and it's quite a powerful position here because the other boat can't really do a lot to you, because if you try and start going forwards to avoid them, they have to give you time to avoid it. However, you do have the risk of your boom popping over, as just happened now, and then now you're stuck as a sitting duck, and you just have to try and avoid as much as possible.
And going very slowly, too.
Yeah.
And still going very slowly. Yeah, and that was indeed a penalty on blue. That was a close one, Tom. And Matt, I don't know what you think, but Morgan came in from astern, established the overlap, very close and going very fast. You have to give the other boat time and opportunity to keep clear. That was close. That could have just as easily been.
Does that mean you think it was a bad call?
I
Are you being diplomatic?
I'm being diplomatic. It was an interesting call. It probably was okay.
It's one of those things that the umpire's a better position than we are to see the exact details.
Indeed.
So, they have more correct information. But it did look like Marbella, who copped the penalty, was trying to do all she could. But, it's very dependent on what you're doing.
Got a great finish here. Boat 8 and boat 5. This is Barkley just ahead, luffing, trying to hold off boat 5.
Still luffing, but is he going to roll him? Oh, look at that. Callahan rolls him. And the short line, he's within the circle, basically, and had the right. Once he rolled him here, he had the right, basically, to, even though he was windward boat, he had the right to finish and go through the line. So a great comeback for Justin Callahan. But a great race by Hamilton Barkley. That was terrific. And, Callahan is one of the best sailors here.
And now we see why.
Yeah. But a great comeback there. That was awesome. So the key there is for Barkley, if he had some boat links farther up, if he had started to luff and stayed outside the circle, then he has the favored inside position there and can decide when to jibe to come back. But they got into the circle, and then he had to bear away and avoid Callahan.
Yeah, and that's another example of how it's, although we keep on just mentioning the skippers' names, the whole crew has to do it. And
good point.
That in a situation like that is where the spinnaker trimmer earns all their keep, because if they can just keep that sail filling for 1 or 2 seconds longer than the other boat, you get that inch of speed, and then that compounds into a foot, 2 foot, and then a boat length, and the situation works out well.
Yeah, there's a minute to go in this match. Oh, no, that's the start, and both boats were above the line. Andy, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it happens every once in a while. I like playing either way up or way below the line, because sometimes you can get the other boat to think, oh, well, I must have control, and And in fact, you don't. And that was another slam dunk start.
Yeah, so boat 7, of course, is Morgan Pinckney, who leads the series 1-0 in their quarterfinal. And Marbella Marlowe now not only has had a start that she'd rather not have, but you can see the blue flag on the umpire boat, meaning she's carrying a penalty. She has the blue flag on her backstay. She must do what, Matt, to exonerate herself?
So the penalty in match racing, you have to do it any time before the end of the race if you have one outstanding, which is a turn the wrong way for the leg. So on the upwind leg, that's a jibe, and then on downwind leg, that is attack. And your spinnaker, if you do have it up, must come below the gooseneck. So what will probably happen here is Marbella will have to try and get back into the race, close up the gap, and either offset the penalty by making Morgan Pinckney do a foul somewhere, or she's going to have to get ahead, extend out 4 or 5 boat lengths, and have enough room to do most likelihood a spin around the pin end or near the committee boat on the finish line.
Andy, have you ever heard that expression, a turn the wrong way?
I haven't, but that's a very apt way of saying it.
I like that.
That's great. Well, I told you, it's more authoritative, especially with the English accent. You know, it's much more authoritative. That was interesting because when we talked about control, that wasn't classic control there that Morgan Pinckney had, but it was absolute control because he was the boat closest to the starting line there and was able to continue to force, as lured boat, continue to force Marbella to stay up there. And so Morgan gets to decide when to start. And then, Matt, your comment about crew, Morgan's crew did a great job. Once they broke off and went for the starting line, he got there much more quickly than Marbella did.
This is the Stapleton Flores match coming into the gate. Boat 2 is Flores, rounding the upwind left end of the gate in first place, and coming in behind them with a bit of a slow takedown on boat 6 is the Stapleton team. Noah Stapleton, we mentioned before, representing Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club. And Flores, Jack Flores, another of these new Keene Newport Harbor Yacht Club teams, match racing teams.
This is another, what about crew work, is both those takedowns there were very, very early. And you could see how slowly the boats were going as they approached the gate because they didn't have that extra sail area, the spinnaker. and the problem is that if you are going slow, then that 180-degree turn is awful. I mean, you just start off on port tack very, very slowly. Because you can see, as I said, the boats are quite good downwind with the spinnaker up because they have these are very large spinnakers for a 3/4 fractional rig boat.
It's a gorgeous day here in Long Beach Harbor. We're just inside the breakwater. You can see there in the background of that shot, 2 blue kites coming down now. Boat 4 is Leck, and boat 3, we think that's the right pronunciation. Boat 3 is Earl, and Leck coming into the finish line will take this match. And Earl's leading this, right? Earl's leading this 1-0, so this will even this match up if Leck takes the win here in boat 4.
Close race, but should be able to continue, maintain that lead.
Just what, 100 meters, not even.
Yeah. That's good. They're going to do one last jibe and try to, seduce the other boat into doing a jibe, which, if they screw it up, in other words, never give up. You never know what's going to happen.
We should mention when we see them, the branding on these kites, they are sponsors to help make Long Beach, the Solings, and this kind of racing possible. I can't see the branding on the lead spinnaker on the Leck boat, but we appreciate all of the members and the sponsors that help keep this racing going. The Rose Cup, the Solings, which are recently renovated, they've got new sails, they've got a bunch of new equipment. That was all led by our mutual friend Justin Palm, who is, of course, a good Michigan boy originally. Before he saw the light and moved here to SoCal.
I think our other friend Scotty Dixon had a lot to do with that.
Scotty has been a
part of Long Beach Yacht Club and was representative, I forget how many times, in the Congressional Cup. And Scotty of the incredibly awesome Dixon family of New Zealand. with Roy, the patriarch, who's one of the greatest guys around.
And Chris Dixon-Dicko, with whom I did
an America's Cup sailor, and
I don't know how many campaigns, 3, 4 America's Cup campaigns.
Yep.
Long Beach Yacht Club, quite a club, one of the top clubs certainly in our country. Matt, Mark Townsend here from Alamitos Bay Yacht Club, another prestigious club, very active, smaller boat club.
Yeah,
you would
mostly
say,
a dinghy,
right?
yeah, dinghy
here
club.
in Newport, or rather in Long Beach. Mark Townsend from ABYC is the PRO, the principal race officer here, doing a great job running these races in typical but also challenging conditions. And the chump, as we call him, the chief umpire, or her, if it is the case, is Randy Smith from the home Long Beach Yacht Club.
Randy's a very active and experienced sailor and sailboat racer, but is also an umpire and is the chief umpire for this event. Great guy.
Here comes the Pelican Kite. Is that what we're on, Chris? Or no, we're on that closer match up further up the track? Are these guys coming into, or where would you like us to go? Our producer, director, executive producer, we should call him.
Yeah, executive producer.
That's a better.
More salary, too.
Let's go to Max.
Yeah, we're following a really good matchup here between Stapleton and Flores. Stapleton closed up a lot on the beat, and he's now firmly within range on this downwind. So it's going to come down to the jibe. It's going to be a battle of the trimmers, who can keep the kite full, who can have the best jibe. And we should see some fireworks here coming
let's
up.
follow this one down a bit, Chris. This is good from the roving boat. Our great camera work out there. Is that Christine on the camera?
Boat 6 is Stapleton, trailing boat 2, Flores.
But only just.
Only just. How close, Matt, do you have to be to put a wind shadow on the boat ahead of you?
Well, you can be a lot further away and do a lot of a wind shadow. These boats are within half a boat length or so. Realistically, anything within 2 to 3 boat lengths is a pretty strong position, which, here the game's going to be all about going into the all going to be about who does the better jibe, because they'll probably simo jibes. They'll both jibe at the same time, and then it's whoever does the better jibe, keeps the spinnaker full, and driving the boat downwind will just pop out. So it'll be interesting to see who leads it, because sometimes the trailing boat leads it, sometimes the leading boat leads it. It depends on exactly what they see for the pressure. And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see who decides to go first. It's a game of chicken right now.
Yeah, this is the 4th and final leg. They're about 300 meters from the finish, if that. And it's too close to call, Andy.
Yeah, it sure is. This is a great race. It's one of the best races we've seen so far. They're approaching the ley line, meaning the most direct route to the gate from there if they jibed. But the boat behind, let's see, can he make that jibe? Yep. Whoa, boy, there's going to be a claim of a foul there. The same, remember that rule is that the boat,
green flag.
And it's a green flag. Boy, that was close. The boat ahead has to complete its jibe before the boat behind has to begin to alter course. That was really close, that one.
So the Long Beach Sailing Foundation kite on boat 2, the Flores boat, looks like it's going to be close still.
Can he get a hook in there and keep him outside?
Citywide
if he gets an
escrow.
overlap, then he can luff. But I don't think he's quite going to get there. But boy, that's.
I think they're overlapped now.
They are overlapped now.
Yes. So Stapleton needs to hold them high and not let Flores dive down.
He couldn't.
So he needs to dive for the line now that he's got the other boat high. He needs to get an offset in angles.
Whoa. Well, they were all green flag. There were a lot of penalties.
So here the disagreement between the two boats there was, were they inside the 2 boat lengths of the pin end of the finish line?
But the yellow flag on the race committee boat indicating that Flores has taken that win. Close.
Boy, that was as close as you'd ever want to see.
So that match now is tied at 1-1 in the first to win 3.
So what we were talking about there with the 2 boat length circle is basically the boat that on your screen would have been on the left was the leeward boat on starboard tack, the boat farther away from the wind coming in there. Had the right to luff, in other words, to come up. The other boat must keep clear. But that changes as soon as the lead boat reaches that circle, the imaginary circle. And once it's there, then the windward boat is able to call room at that mark. In other words, the boat on the on your screen on the left could not come up anymore, and instead had to come down, let the other boat finish.
Speaking of finishing, we've got up the track on the fourth and final leg, the Marlowe-Pinckney match, the intra-club rivalry at Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And who's leading that match? Should we go up to Mad Max and see what he's got to say?
Yeah, it's Morgan Pinckney with a really big lead. He just sailed clinical. You know, once you have a lead, it's easy to sail the shifts and put it all together. So that's what Morgan's done, and you can see he's been rewarded with a massive lead. He's almost halfway down the run. So really nice work from that team.
You know, I can tell you one person out here right now that is pretty pleased with this is Dave Perry. That last race was, you know, understand neither of those two sailors, for example, I believe had ever match raced before this.
Or not much, anyway.
Or not much. And to show those kind of tactics, you know, the only thing you would have done differently if you were Stapleton is jibe sooner. He was the trailing boat. Don't take it out to the edge, because then it's too late and you're going to be too close to that two-boat leg circle. So if he had started a jibing duel, you know, halfway up the leg, I think he would have had a lot better chance there.
Yeah.
And the farther that way you are, the easier it is to keep the other boat, if you get that advantageous, to keep them outside the two-boat leg circle.
Yeah, because coming down, when you're over on one ley line, there's only going to be one move to decide that. Once you're on the ley line, there's one move. That's do or die moment. And if you're the lead boat, you can pick the time as to when that do or die moment happens often. So,
and that's exactly what
you just need to wait until you just get that 1-2 foot surge, and
Yep.
you've got good speed, and then you can do it, which is
Go into the
exactly
jibe.
what Flores did. And
Yep.
he waited and waited and waited and went, now's my time. I'm
Yep.
going to do it. And then did a really good job of, even once he came in from behind, didn't get flustered and just executed an easy, simple.
Yep.
That's Pinckney with the Pelican Kite. Will take another win in their quarterfinal.
Well, I'm going to take a little very short break here, and I'll be back with you, but these two guys can, you know.
Well, then I'll take one after you do.
Well, there you go.
But we'll carry on as we're watching the finish of this match, the fourth match. The fourth flight, I guess we should say, in the quarterfinals, in the second round of the quarterfinals. Again, it's first to win 3. Pinckney now goes up 2-0 over Marlowe in their series. If you're watching this on Facebook or YouTube, we're looking at your comments. We appreciate very much your comments. We'll read a few of them. We know Forrest Peterson is watching. Ed Worley says, nice finish. Ed, who's a SoCal boy originally living up in NorCal. W.T. Smith Jr., don't worry about your shirt, Andy. You're looking good. I think he looks good, too. Nice shirts that Andy prepared for us. Hi, Joe Murray. Thank you. Ed Worley saying nice coverage. Yeah, the wind does look a little spotty and streaky, Ed. It's nice to see real match racing with all the fundamentals. Ed Worley, what do you think of that, Matt?
I think that final race, or the third race in that flight, just summed it up. There was so many tactics go on. You know, the crew work had to be good on the leeward mark rounding that we followed around. Then coming down the finish, there's tactics, there's boat handling, there's everything, and you don't know who's going to win. It's a game of inches, and I think probably Flores took it by a foot, and that's how you want it to be.
Matt, one of the questions here is how much wind? We said 6, 7, but it's maybe dropped off a knot.
Yeah, I think in that first flight it maybe started off at 5, 6 knots, came up to about 7, 8 knots, but then sort of in a couple of those starts and even through to now, it sort of dropped off a little bit more like the 5, 6, 7 knot range. But it's so puffy and shifty. There's bands every 30 seconds coming through. So it's sort of in the 5 to 7 knots and all over the place. It's really not solid, and there's lots of opportunities for overtaking lanes, which makes for great sailing.
Peter Bretschker Jr. is watching. Chris, your brother, where is he these days? Philadelphia, Connecticut? Darien, Connecticut.
Member of, I believe, American Yacht Club.
American Yacht Club. Peter Bretschker Jr., his dad here, along with Kari Bretschker, providing us the hospitality on Adios, their Navigator 53, which is our TV boat. Now, the Congressional Cup and the America's Cup and Sail GP, they're doing the commentary from a sound booth someplace in the world, London or on shore in the case of Congressional Cup here at Long Beach Yacht Club. But we're actually, as you can plainly see, out here on the water. Chris Bretschker. Chris, come over here for a second, please. It's our executive producer. He's switching the show. He's sitting right across from us here. Maddie, come on over.
Yep.
Chris, put Andrew's headset on there and tell us. You get
Okay.
mic'd up. What a great job you're doing. We appreciate what you're doing for this, for Governor's Cup, and what are the innovations this year?
This year, I don't know. It's been a busy year of adding a few new drones to the setup, getting that all set up. We've got the off-board commentator and getting them some better information. But still, no matter what we end up doing, our whiteboard, I think, is still our best innovation that we happen to put up every year.
Now, you can't see it, but we do have our crack spotter and Ken Sherb and also Father Greg Newman's helping out. They keep whiteboards going for us with the information because it's a bit of a four-ring circus. Chris, you've done a marvelous job again. What was besides the Crutonic commentators as a challenge? What else is the most challenging thing? Is it the self-link from here? We're going
Definitely
live?
doing it on the water. I know you guys love doing this on the water. The on the water aspect of it is probably the most difficult, making sure that we've got the ability to get everything out there and get it up and live. But so far, knock on wood, being at a great location with lots of infrastructure helps out a lot.
So you're using what they technically call bonded cellular.
Cellular bonding, yep.
How many actual signals are going out of here?
Would be technically 8 signals going out.
So one of them is bound to be good.
Yes, one would hope. One would hope. So, but we
Okay.
got a lot of good stuff, and I'll give this back to Andy.
Peter Bretschker, thank you very much for all you and Kari are doing to host us. Your son, Peter Jr., has just signed on and has been watching for a while. Said hi. Andrew rejoins us. Justin Palm, we told you, was with us. Jeffrey Talbot. Hello, Jeff. Newman. Christine Prigmore, who's one. Where's she doing the camera? Chris Bretschker? Chris, is she on the stern camera here? So
Who's doing the camera on the roving?
Who's the roving? Max?
Oh, Max.
Moosman.
All right. With Patrick Lieber.
Bob Hammond, Amelia Jessup's grandfather, watching from the Big Island in Hawaii. Bob, welcome to you. Peter McDonald, esteemed It's Okay sometimes crew member and Newport Harbor Yacht Club member. John Sangmeister has found the channel, and he had to scroll through a few pages to find us, but he's watching as we're getting ready now for the first. Thank you, Andrew. A little back support from the pillow there. Getting ready for the. This is now the third set of flights, races, for the quarterfinals. Some of these teams could win. Some of these matches are must-win for the trailing 2-0 boats. And the first one again will be Callahan and Barclay. Andy, Callahan barely won that one over Barclay, and to go up 2-0.
Yeah, I think just a difference in experience in sailing. Did a great job, but again, very similar to that race with Noah Stapleton and Jack Flores. Waited till quite late to do a jibe, so they got to one side of the course, which takes away some of your ability to make some maneuvers.
Well, we've got entry into the pre-start, into the starting box. Boat 8 again is Barclay. Boat 5 is Callahan. Callahan with the yellow flag this time, meaning they entered from the starboard end. But now, Andy, it really is up to Barclay to pull one.
Yeah, Barclay,
out of
it's
the hat.
tough, but I'll tell you what, and I wouldn't expect it this time. I think Justin is just, you would have to say, Tom, that based on his record, Justin is one of the finest young sailors in the United States, without question. And so
At any
At
discipline,
anything.
I mean, whether it's match
Exactly.
racing.
Exactly.
Justin sailing with Mitchell Callahan, who we've said is brother, Madeline Hughes, and Liam O'Keefe. They're representing Miami's Biscayne Bay Yacht Club, terrific club down there, and noted for their junior sailing program. I mean, it's like SoCal, it's another year-round sailing area of this country. Develops a lot of great young sailors, well, sailors of any stripe, racing against the Hamilton Barclay team, Ava Anderson, Jack Bradley, and Hayden McCready, representing the Houston Yacht Club down in Texas, Corpus.
So this is, I would expect that Justin Callahan would be able to get out of this, but I was very impressed with Barclay You know, as I said, the guy that's really happy right now is Dave Perry, because I'm sure Dave is thinking, wow, you know, for Barkley to give a race like that to Justin Callahan is pretty awesome. Okay.
Tell us what we're seeing in the background here quickly, this oil island. We're surrounded by the oil islands here in Long Beach Harbor.
Yeah, when they were first done, they of course had standard, you know, oil derricks many years ago, and they put these. That one's still there, but on one of the other islands, they cover it with something, and so everybody says, "How do I get to stay at that hotel?" And of course, they're just oil islands. But there's the basin here has lots of resources, shall we say?
Beautiful Long Beach. It's a beautiful day here. Typical day. 75, would you say, Fahrenheit? 70 something,
like
mid 70s,
yeah.
and a touch more breeze maybe. Matt Whitfield rejoining us here, maybe 7-8 knots.
TFE, I can tell you that the craft services director has achieved a huge victory already. The chocolate chip cookies are incredible.
I can confirm. And I think, like you just said, Tom, the breeze definitely has built back up from the last flight where it moderated down a little bit. It's definitely come up a little bit more. Maybe in like sort of the 9 to 10 knot range, maybe.
And a shift here, Matt, because as we see, the race committee has just put up the AP signal. That's the red and white striped flag, the candy cane flag, meaning postponement. So the start sequence, which was underway, has been postponed because we've got quite a shift of the wind, and not only up in pressure, but also to the right.
Correct, yes. Definitely that new breeze has just shifted the wind right, so the race committee...
Ken, could you look at the compass and give us an estimate of the wind direction?
Yeah, the race committee now have to relay the course, so they're going to need to move the gate, the start line, and the windward marks, all just to align to this new breeze.
180? Really? Still, I would have thought it was more to the right. Yeah, and maybe us too. We are... Yeah. So, Peter Bretschker, we may have to move back a little bit. Like 2 boat lengths. Do we have enough chain or whatever to do that? Yeah, okay. We might want to do that as soon as it's convenient. Let's do that. What's that? Oh, okay. Sorry. We're changing our position a little bit. The wind has come to the right, which is why the race committee postponed it. They had already set a new mark there, but even that is probably not enough. We understand it's somewhere in the 190, 195 wind direction right now, which is still, you know, west-south or southwest, but, you know, you might expect it today, I'm guessing, to come into maybe 230 or 240 by the time we leave the course, which would be more. But it won't happen in Southern California. It doesn't happen quickly. In other words, you're not at 280 and then suddenly something happens and it goes to 240. It's just a gradual shift to the right, and that's what we've been seeing. So this is a great race committee. Mark Townsend, the PRO, and you know, if anybody has experience in running match race series, it's Long Beach Yacht Club, and they do a terrific job. And you know, it's important to have the weather mark dead to weather, and the same thing with the leeward mark. The gates can get out of place very easily, and that can be crucial. Like right now, Matt, we're looking over the side at the gates, and the gate on your right on the screen is farther up the course by at least 2 boat lengths maybe. So, you know, that sort of takes away, if the gates aren't square to the wind, then it takes away the reason you put gates in the first place.
Exactly, yeah. And having even like a 2 boat length skew is enough for a boat to go from overlapped, barely overlapped to stern to clear ahead. So it's a complete game changer in such short races and yep. such a tight part of the sport. So it really is important to make sure they realign those gates, which the gates have been really square so far, within pretty much even all the time, even allowing for any wind shifts. So, you know, they will be realigned, and I'm sure we're going to get under racing really soon.
Well, we've got a lot of bimbos out there. Now, you know what a bimbo is. It's the Brotherhood of International Mark Boat Operators, or bimbos. And we have some expert bimbos out here today, and they do their jobs very quickly, pulling up the anchor and moving the marks.
Yeah, it's a lot different to the race committee job in Seattle, where the Puget Sound is so deep, at hundreds of foot deep. So you once the mark's laid, it's going to stay there, and you have to turn around it. Whereas here, the shallow water allows for a lot quicker moving. So hopefully, as you can see now, we're back underway with the AP signal just being removed. So that makes it. So that means we're now going into sequence. The race committee are happy that they're going to be able to ready to run some fair, really good tight racing.
We're going to move back a little bit here ourselves. With the wind shifting, we're now close to the port tack ley line after you start at the boat, and we want to be well out of the way of the sailors.
So because that race was postponed and not abandoned, we should be staying in the same order. So the first start should be Callahan and Barkley in boats 5 and 8 respectively.
That's better. We can go a hair more, but you know we're right in there right now. Yeah, 10 or 15 feet would be great. Sorry, you can see you're right in the action here because we're talking about moving the boat and stuff, and you get to hear it here live for the first time. So, you'd think, Matt Whitfield, I've known you long enough, and, Thursday night we stayed up a little late after the beer can, and, we were able to talk that whole time. I don't know what's wrong with us here.
Well, I think I know what the difference between Thursday night and today.
And what would that have been?
This is probably not. It's probably not appropriate to talk about at a youth match racing event.
That's true.
It was.
Well, let's put it this way: we sailed in the beer can series, and they don't call it that for nothing.
Yeah, so some Dutch courage came through.
Yep, indeed. Well, we won the beer can brilliantly because Matt was with us, and it was a fun night. It's always fun. In Newport Beach, the beer can series has been around for 60 years, and it starts down by Balboa Yacht Club and goes up to the end of the bay. Back finishes off the club, and there's a barbecue afterwards, and it's pretty nice. It's a nice way to spend a Thursday evening.
And so with this wind shift coming through, the pressure has still stayed up, slightly windier. So it'd be interesting to see if the maneuvers in the pre-start and going around the race course change slightly, because the boats will be slightly more powered up, and they'll be able to be able to throw them about a little bit more, not too much, but definitely they'll be able to do a little bit more and build speed. So it'd be interesting to see if any of the crews adapt well to this slight change in conditions.
Yeah, I think they had yesterday, from what we understand, this was very similar. It started off fairly light, continued to build, and by the end of the day, I believe they had a reasonable amount of wind. And the boats, you are absolutely correct. The boats are very different in the really light versus the heavy.
So the 5-minute signal has gone for the first start, so we're just about to get underway again. So we have about 4 minutes 40 seconds to go. So the boats Callahan and Barkley will be entering in about 35 seconds. And it will be Callahan from the starboard, the yellow end.
See Callahan just in front of your screen here, just wasting a little time. You want to enter, as Matt said in the last race, you want to enter right on time. You don't want to enter early, but you'd want to end with speed right on time. It doesn't do you any good to be there at the right time if you're not going fast. He's going fast. Both boats are. They're both going to do a nice job here. Oh, yeah.
So there we go. That's 4 minutes to the start. Boats are entering. Looks like Callahan was a couple of seconds later, but that was because Barkley was a couple of seconds early, so he's managed to cop himself a penalty early off, entering in front of the artificial H slightly early. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes a bit more aggressive in this start to try and offset the penalty, or if he's got any different agenda on this.
Boy, as I was just saying, you don't want to be early, and there he was. So,
although we did see in the last start, he won the start and was comfortably ahead. So
yep.
you know,
you never know.
Although he's 2-0 down with a penalty.
Oh my!
Now what happens when you do a double penalty?
So Callahan has just been able to give another penalty to Barkley for a port starboard, I think it looks like. And so when a double penalty occurs, so there's 2 blue flags up, so that means that it's not 1 penalty, but it's 2 penalties. And when there's a double penalty, one of the penalties must be taken immediately once crossing the start line. So you have a proper course to. So you'll see Barkley, unless something changes in the next couple of minutes, he will cross the start line and then go for a jibe immediately. So in this situation, Callahan has done the work. He just needs to stay clear, don't get a penalty, and then he's all good to stay, and he should be able to lead.
Let's talk about how Callahan's tactics actually change in that situation a bit, don't they? Because now, ideally, what Callahan wants to do is start in a position where once the circle is done by the other boat, Callahan will end up slightly to weather and directly ahead. So you finish that maneuver, which is slowing the boat, and you want the other boat, the leader, wants to be right on your air here. So let's see if Callahan can pull that off.
Callahan just wants to get clear and sail fast to the top mark.
Yeah, but I mean, positioning, it is slightly different. Positioning is more important than the favorite end of the line or anything else. You have to anticipate how the other boat's going to do that circle and where they're going to do it, and you want to be sure you're on their air when they come out of it. So let's see if he can do that. That's sort of a advanced match racing move.
But you really want to stay clear of that other boat.
Oh, you want to stay clear. Yeah, you certainly
I mean,
don't want to foul.
With 2 penalties, this is probably not quite over, but.
So you can see here Callahan's to leeward, not pushing it too close to the other
exactly.
boat. If you don't touch the other boat, it's very hard to get a penalty. So he's just keeping it clear and just making sure that he's able to, when the time comes with about 20 seconds, 30 seconds, he can go to the line. So you can see Barkley coming in, jibing round to try and come in at him. So you can see Barkley's trying to offset his penalty, and it'll be interesting to see how he manages to do it now.
Yeah, now Callahan can just jibe legally, yes.
Justin Callahan, Mitchell Callahan, Madeline Hughes, and Liam O'Keefe representing Biscayne Bay Yacht Club. And it's Hamilton Barkley of the Houston Yacht Club with Ava Anderson, Jack Bradley, and Hayden McCready with 33 seconds.
So with 30 seconds to go here, you just expect to see Callahan try and lead back, stay clear ahead, and just make sure that there's no overlap between the 2 boats, which he's doing a really good job of saying to Barkley, you can go in there, but you're not going to be able to give me a penalty, so I'm still in control.
Well, and also, by leading there, he will be in the position I described, so that the first thing that that Barkley's going to have to do is his turn.
5 seconds.
And indeed, Justin, his timing was better. He's showing who he is here. So now, see, he'll be able to cover him. He'll be on his air. And Barkley still has to do his turn as soon as he crosses the line here. And it will not be pretty. And why isn't he?
Maybe they don't know the rule.
They're still
there they go.
Okay.
Oh, there he goes. Well, that was what do you think, Matt? Aren't you supposed to do it a little before then?
They black flagged him.
Yep. So he didn't, and indeed he did not do it. You know, when it says immediate, they mean immediate.
Yeah, so the second your bow breaks the start line, you then have a proper course obligation to the top mark. Therefore, a jibe is the penalty you must do. Until you cross the start line, you do not have that obligation. So you cannot do it until you cross the start line, but then immediately you have to do a jibe.
And he sailed, what, 3 boat lengths or 4
Yeah.
boat lengths? So the black flag means basically the race is over.
Yeah, it's a third penalty, and if you get 3 penalties, then the match is over and it's awarded to the other team. So
Which means our first semifinalist is Mr. Callahan.
Justin and Mitchell Callahan, I believe, we think Ken Sherb, our crack spotter, thinks that they're twin brothers, right? I knew
Are
that-
they?
Yeah, twin brothers headed this fall to Harvard.
Harvard. Stanford of the East.
So they must be bright as well.
Yep. Well, Marbella is also from Stanford of the East.
Yeah, but
So
there's
a lot of that.
There's the Michigan in between the two, which some put better or as good as
What
both.
is that, a junior college, Tom? Or?
I thought.
What is that?
I thought Stanford was the junior college.
Well, that's the Leland Stanford Junior
Was it?
University. Yep.
No, we're just simple in the Midwest. We just go to public schools.
Yeah.
Simple country boys. Well, there it is. The team of Justin and Mitchell Callahan, Madeline Hughes, and Liam O'Keefe will now advance, as they would say
Indeed.
in Harvard Yard. Advance to the semifinals taking place later this afternoon. First team to win 3 points, 3 matches. And now we've got this next match underway. This is the Earl and Lech. And we've also confirmed that Lech is the proper pronunciación. How is that, Ken, in Spanish? So-so.
Pronunciación. Sounds
Depends,
different, doesn't it?
depends if you're Castilian.
Yeah, he
or
has
not. Pronunciación.
He has a Michigan Spanish accent, I think.
Hayden Earl of the New York Yacht Club, Amelia Jessup, Michael Kirkman, and we haven't run these names yet. I'm glad we're doing this. Chapman Peterson sailing with Hayden Earl, Boat 3, the Cabrillo Boat Shop. And now what? Chris has got some
Okay,
info
both
for
boats.
us. Let me do the other crew here quickly, Andrew, and that's the Lech team, Alex Lech, Tanner Jolly, William Sangmeister, and Sophia Corzine from the Long Beach Yacht Club.
So you see the 2 boats just to the west of us, just to the right on your screen. So we have our boat cam on them right now. And right now, Lech actually is close to having control here. The question is, can the other, well, not if he goes up there. The other boat will easily be able to jibe. But, yeah, he should have been sailing a little lower there because I think he had a chance to prevent the other boat from jibing, but instead he let them go. So that's okay, and probably the other boat could have jibed, but I think he had a chance to be in control there, meaning that the other boat could not have jibed and completed his jibe before Lech had to alter course. But they're a little closer to the action here. Okay, still quite a bit of time.
So as these boats are sort of sailing back towards the start line slowly, you'll notice a couple of the tactician people on the boat are going to be looking at wind to find out where that next pressure is coming from, which it does look like there's a bit more pressure on the right-hand side. It looks like there's solid pressure. The further right you go, the more pressure there is. So it'll be interesting to see if that affects anyone trying to win the starboard end, because the line's pretty short, pretty square. There's not a lot of bias, so you'll see the boats potentially positioned to try and fight to be able to bail out onto port and start on port and get a split tack start.
Which time?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. They're just about on it. Seven, yeah, really superb there for Hayden Earl. Yeah, that was one where, Lech was thinking, well, I can get control of him. Look, I'm right behind him. And Earl's saying, yeah, go ahead and get right behind me. I'm on time to the starting line. So we talked about time and distance. That was a really good time and distance effort there.
And this is one of the quarterfinals that is 1-1.
Yes.
First to win 3. Thank you all for joining us. Lots and lots of comments. We are reading your comments, at least on the Facebook page. We're also co-streaming this to U.S. Sailing's YouTube channel as well. We're not looking at those comments, but we are enjoying very much having you all with us today for the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship, one of the official championships of U.S. Sailing, hosted, of course, by Long Beach Yacht Club. This is the Gov Cup TV team, Tom Eamon, Andy Rose, and our British guest commentator, Matty Whitfield, who we've gotten to know through the Gov Cup over the years. And we've also got Mad Max out
Max
here.
Brennan.
Max Brennan out
Who's won
on
both this one and the Governor's Cup.
out on the.
Crewing for Jeffrey Peterson and David Wood, respectively, or vice versa, actually.
I wonder if we should go out to Max and just check in. We haven't talked to him in a while. See
Yeah, actually, we ought to see if Max is still there.
see
Max
if
is
he's
still there?
still alive.
Yeah, still here, Andy, and as usual, looking at some good match racing. Really good start from Hayden Earl, but it's not over yet. Alex Leck had a couple good tacks off the line, and he's got himself in clean air. So when you're behind, that's the first step, is get yourself in clean air, and now all he needs to do is hit a shift or two, and he's right back in the race. So should be a good one.
Max, how much do you think we don't see a lot of the shifts? You know, it's more, seems so far has been more velocity, but we aren't as close as you are. What do you think?
I think it's been a lot of localized angle difference. So every time you hit a local puff, you get a small change of direction with it as well. So if you get a nice puff, you know, it could be a header to tack on, or it could be a lift that you don't want. So it kind of depends, but it's a little more steady now that it's shifted right, and I'd expect that trend to continue as it gets windier, building and shifting to the right. So if that's the case, then it's going to be more of a boat handling race. But as you can see, Alex Leck's team's hiking really, really hard, much harder than the other team. So that's a good start.
Very good. Thanks, Max. Well, let's go back to the starting line here. Got Noah Stapleton and Jack Flores.
2 minutes 20 to this next start. Ken, you want to confirm the age for us? They cannot have turned, is it 21 for this regatta? We're not 100% sure on that.
Yeah,
Let's just double check that, please.
So, Andy, I can actually add in on that. You can't turn 21 in the year of the regatta.
There
so
you go.
Can't turn 21
great.
this year.
That's what I thought. So that is the word from Max Brennan, who was
He would know.
was once under 21.
There's no lower age limit, though, Max?
16, I believe.
Yeah, there is. So you have to turn 16 this year at some point.
So you have to turn 16. You cannot have reached your 21st birthday this year. It's a little younger than some of the other international youth regattas, the international ones like the Governor's Cup and the Harkin and Musto, and in the New Zealand regattas we've all gone to under 23, which pretty much allows you to go through college and still sail in the Governor's Cup. But this is a little younger here.
Okay, this match is the Stapleton-Flores match. Stapleton in boat 6, Flores in boat 2, if I'm not mistaken. And how are they standing? That's also a 1-1 standing in their quarterfinal with a minute to go.
Oh, now this, I think he's close enough to control. Can he get that jibe in? Whoa. I would have thrown a flag on that just to see what the umpires said.
I think he did just complete
Yeah,
his
just.
jibe, but it was inches. It was very
Awfully
It
close.
was very hard. It's definitely worth asking the question to the umpires.
Yeah.
If you don't make contact as Flores there, you can't get a penalty. So it's always worth asking the question.
Yep. No, that's probably what I would have done. But I think it was probably clean. Okay.
25 seconds.
Both boats still early. Both boats have about 15 to 18 seconds to burn here.
Breeze is up.
At this point, Flores is in a pretty bad position unless Stapleton's over. He can't tack until he can lay the boat end, but he's going to have to tack. Stapleton has the lee bow position, so very nice start by Noah Stapleton.
All clear.
Well, is he going to be able to hang there? He did that last time. Flores actually came out with pretty nice speed, but I think he's going to have to get out of there. Yeah, and there he goes.
Noah Stapleton, Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club. Tate Christopher, Nicholas Mueller, and Elizabeth Struve. We're getting a little bit of the crosstalk there, Chris. And on the other boat, in the Flores boat, we've mentioned their crew before, but let's do it again. Jack Flores, Maxwell, what did we say? Clea, Ian Wells, and Brooke Wood, one of the 3 teams representing the Newport Harbor. Yeah,
I believe, Ken, you told us that Dan Clea's uncle.
Max Clea's uncle
Steve Clea is a Governor's Cup winner from some years ago from King Harbor Yacht Club, I believe.
And they are now entering into the pre-start. This is the Marlowe and Pinckney. That can't be right. Oh, it is right. It's the Callahan-Barclay match that's over. Marlowe Pinckney entering, and this is Pinckney up 2-0. This is a must-win for Marbella Marlowe. Marbella's got Gray Hemmons, Mariana Shand, and Tyler Wood aboard doing main, bow, and jib respectively. And as we've told you before, Morgan Pinckney, also from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, has Will Glasson, Ashley Highland, and Peter Sangmeister on bow, jib, and main, respectively.
All right, you remember last race, Marbella used retrograde motion quite a bit, and I was just going to say that, we'll have to see, but she, did what almost she had to do, which is to break off that thing. When they were on starboard tack, she was the burden boat. So in other words, the other boat, Morgan Pinckney, had the right of way, and it is pretty easily to drift into another boat, and you just can't do that. So she's breaking away, but again, as we've said in these Solings, behind in some boats we would say that Morgan has a controlling position, but with these boats which maneuver so quickly, in other words, they can tack or jibe on a dime basically, and so it looks like they're going to use us for the first time. We haven't seen a lot of that today. I'm a little surprised, frankly. But with Marbella going on, Marbella's going to try to cross our bow and jibe immediately onto starboard tack and hit Morgan with a starboard port situation. Unless she doesn't do that.
She's extending on port.
Yeah, I don't quite.
I think there, Andy, it looked like she knew that she wasn't going to be able to get into it.
Be able to do it.
Morgan Pinckney got a lot of speed across
across
our stern. So by the time she completed her jibe, they would have been too close together, and she would have been at risk from a foul of jibing too close and not allowing Morgan a chance to avoid.
Oh, with only a minute 45 to go, I don't think she's going to use that tanker for a pick.
Boy, yeah. The key there to doing that is that, first of all, you hope the boat in Morgan Pinckney's position doesn't get his timing perfect. But second part is you can't go right over our bow. You have to probably be a boat length away if you can, so to open up the room to jibe and plenty of time to sail down the side of the boat into Morgan. And now she's in deep trouble.
So here we've got 1 minute 20 to go. You've got Morgan.
So they only have to burn about 20 seconds. And
jiving around on the inside position. And although, like Andy said earlier, generally the trailing boat is considered leading on the way out. On the way in, the boat leading is the controlling boat on the way back into the start line. So you'll see Morgan try and snake as much, kill as much time as possible, and then be able to sail to the start line. And Marbella's job is to try and drag the boats as close to the start line as possible to make it an even start.
Yeah, there's still a hair early to this end, but not much. If Morgan can drag her down and then just come with good timing up on starboard tack to start.
40 seconds.
And he's going to have this. They got about 20 to burn. He has to be very careful. She's trying to hook him. And by that, you can see with this great camera work that if Marbella's bow gets up so it is overlapped with Morgan's, then Morgan has to respond to her. She can luff. But Morgan doing a great job of coming down and preventing that overlap from being established. And now, as Matt says, just controls it. So he's just looking at the time, saying, when do I want to go back? And he'll go back, and he's put Marbella in that unfavored, he'll have a lee bow position, and she cannot tack for a while because the committee boat's there. I don't know if she's got to worry about even getting in there. Okay. She did not get in there. So that was, remember that start we did a couple starts ago, the slam dunk. That was a slam dunk. Morgan did two things perfectly. One, his timing. He got down in a position, watched his time, and came up not only at the right time, but on the ley line to that boat, meaning the most direct course. Marbella from behind had no right to come in there between the boat and Morgan, and so hence the slam dunk start.
No buoy room at the starting line.
Right.
There's a big lead going off the line.
That is a big lead.
In what is a must-win match for Marbella Marlowe.
Another thing that Morgan did really well is that he realized that there were two ways you can kill time. You can either kill time by sailing more distance, or you can do it by going slower. And if you kill it by going slower, you're risking a boat coming in from behind and overlapping you. So he said, no, I'm just going to sail a longer distance. And then, as Andy said, knew where that ley line for the committee boat was and said, you've got to sail the long way around me, you've got to sail through my dirt to get to me. So you're going to struggle to do that, and did a really good job of just closing out and making sure that he got a really solid start at the committee boat, and Marbella was not able to get in.
Let's go out to Max Brennan, who's following this match into the gate.
Yeah, this has been a great match on the downwind all the way from the hoist, but Jack Flores and team have done a really nice job. Super spinnaker trimmer Ian Money Wells doing a really good job on the jibe, getting them about a boat length extension over Stapleton. So a close downwind, but really well played by leading boat Flores. And now the advantage will shift back to them on the upwind as they try to set up a nice covering pattern. But yeah, for now you'd say advantage Flores.
Max, it looks like to me that I don't think they moved the gate when they moved the weather mark, and it looks like to me like the right gate facing upwind is indeed farther upwind by a substantial amount than the left gate.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's why you've seen Stapleton follow Flores around instead of splitting. Normally in a match race, when you're behind, you want to split to get clear air, but as you said, the gate turning this way is much favored. So he has no choice. If he goes around the other mark, he's going to lose more distance anyway.
Exactly.
But this really sets up a good advantage for Flores. You see Stapleton's tack to leeward of a different match, so he's going to have clear air problems, and Flores can just extend to the left, or to the right, sorry. So really good job.
Okay, we've got a finish coming up here. Boat 3 is Earl ahead of Lech, the Cabrillo Spinnaker, and they are going to go, this is their 1-1 match, right? So they're going to go up 2-1. That is Earl over Lech here, as Hayden Earl from the New York Yacht Club wins his second match of this quarterfinal. He's there in boat 3, as you can see, crossing the finish line now. Getting the yellow flag on the committee boat, indicating that the boat with the yellow flag on its backstay. That's how the race committee and the umpires communicate, signal with the racing yachts. One has a blue flag, one has a yellow flag on their backstay. And that is the other boat. That is the Lech boat, boat 4, finishing, and they're down 2-1. Their next match is a must-win here in the quarterfinals. And that team also from the home club here, Long Beach Yacht Club, Tanner Jolly, we mentioned, William Sangmeister and Sophia Korzine representing the Long Beach Yacht Club. Got to win the next one or face elimination.
So Matt, let's talk about psychology, which is a big part of this of the sport and a huge part of match racing in my mind. Justin now has to, has won his semi, but he still has to wait for a race or two to have the rest of them picked. What are you thinking and feeling there? I mean, I always hated it. I always hated waiting was the worst thing ever. What do you think?
Yeah, so obviously, as a British person, we're not used to the sun, so I'd be worried about spending too much time just sitting cooking in the sun. So that would be my main concern: is how can I sit on port or starboard so I get a bit of shade from the mainsail. But obviously he's from Florida; he doesn't. That's not a main concern of his. But I just basically want to make sure that we're going through the process, keeping engaged in what is actually happening in the racing, understanding how the conditions are evolving, because obviously we've seen the thermal breeze kick in a little bit more here as the day's gone on. So just making sure that you keep up to date with it, you watch the racing, and just sort of keep cool, have a bit of water, and just make sure you're ready to go. Although it's important to make sure that you stay fresh, so there is potential advantage to having a couple of races off.
Well, we've got on the great drone and roving boat shots the race between Morgan Pinckney and Marla, and I believe that Morgan has, if anything, lengthened his lead there. So that's the sailors that win match race series tend to peak at exactly the right time. They get better and better, and so they can lose a race in a quarter, in a semi, and then suddenly just, oh, come on, people, let's go for this, and just start winning again. And I think that's what you're seeing with the somewhat more experienced Morgan Pinckney against Marbella, but she's done a heck of a job here, I'll tell you. She's a great, fine young sailor.
She sadly still owes a penalty, too, in this match. So she's not only trailing, but has to do a penalty sometime before the finish line. Coming to the gate now is boat 7. That is Pinckney. well and truly in the lead here as they come at the end of their second leg. Remember, these courses are 4 legs, upwind from the start to the windward mark, downwind leg 2 to the gate, and then back upwind on leg 3 around the top mark, final time for the 4th leg back down to the finish.
Yeah, Tom and Andy, just wanted to jump in here to let you know there's been an update in this Flores-Stapleton race. Flores actually managed to pick up a penalty at the top when he set, and when you set, obviously you're on port, and on the other leg, Stapleton was still on starboard, so he didn't keep clear and he got a penalty. So he's got a big lead, but we'll see if it's going to be enough to kill at the finish. Just for now, he's got to do a really good job sailing fast, gaining all the distance that he can on this run, and then a really clean penalty kill at the bottom. Just eyeing it up, he should have it, but it'll be very close.
Well, that's a great call, Max, which is, you wonder why we have a roving boat and an expert roving commentator. Well, you earned your keep there, Max Brennan. That's a great call.
Boat 2 is the Flores boat. He owes a penalty, has to complete it before the finish, before being counted for the finish.
This is a difficult maneuver on these boats, so you'll watch. And remember, as Matt said,
can he do it, Matt? Is there enough distance here between boats 2 and 6?
I think there is, but you need really good crew work. Any slight mistake, you really need to really can punish you.
Oh boy, he's awfully close to the finish line.
Well, you can cross it as long as
yeah.
So his spinnaker head is below the gooseneck, so this will be a valid tack.
Oh, yep. He did that brilliantly.
Penalty flag has come down. The umpires are satisfied that he completed his penalty, and the blue flag on the race committee boat indicating a win by Flores, who now goes up 2-1 over Stapleton in their quarterfinal series.
The only thing I would have done differently there, Matt, is I would have started my turn. I would have been at the pin end starting that turn. If anything had happened on his takedown or whatever, he was very close to the committee boat.
Yes, so there's 2 schools of thought. Is if you go around the pin, it gives you a good reference point, and you know that you're definitely going to be the right side of the line during the finish. However, if you do it at the committee boat, some people like to think that it's easier to build a little bit of speed around there rather than having a fixed point to go down to. You can go straight to an angle that is going fast and towards the finish line, whereas if you go a bit wide around the pin end, you then have to do a slightly longer turn. So there's 2 schools of thoughts, and I mean, I've definitely got the pin end one wrong once or twice, which I'm sure you remember.
Yes, indeed. Well, that was very well done, and again, we've talked over and over about the crew work, but that is a difficult maneuver to do properly, and they did it about as well as you can do it.
You got to give credit to Long Beach Yacht Club for getting these boats, and you mentioned Justin Palm, but also
Scotty Dixon.
Scotty. I was trying to come, I'm going to say Chris Dixon and his dad Roy, but Scotty Dixon, who's been a stalwart here at Long Beach Yacht Club. And Diversified Composites, Dennis Choate, Selden Spars, SeaTac Rigging, Alan Lindsay, Bahia Marine, Ben Wheatley, Harkin Marine, Don Whalen, North Sails, Alex Cross, Samson Ropes, Kirk Brown, and numerous volunteers at LBYC.
There was almost that same situation there at the Weather Mark here in this last race. The boat set a spinnaker on port tack, and the other boat is coming up on starboard and barely made it around the bow of the starboard boat. You've got to be conscious of where you are and where the starboard tack boat is, rounding a mark to starboard. And this is something that's fairly unique to match racing. We round marks to starboard. So you come off, if you're on port tack, you're going to bear away on port tack. If you don't know exactly where the starboard tack boat is behind you coming up, you could end up fouling, and that's what Flores did, evidently, and this almost happened again here.
Yeah, Andy, I just wanted to jump in and say that's a classic error in match racing. It happens to everyone. It actually happened to us at our first Rose Cup in Texas, the first race we ever won at a Rose Cup. We did that. We had to do a 360 with the spinnaker up to get out of his way, but we avoided the penalty and still won the race. So I don't think Jack Flores will make that mistake again, because we've never done that again.
But Max, I was going to say you wouldn't recommend that, though.
I would definitely not recommend it, but I think we've talked to many match racers, and everyone has a different name for it. Everyone's done it once,
Yep.
and hopefully never again.
Yep.
Max, may I ask you a question?
Of course.
What's your name for it?
Our name for it is the Sydney, because the guy that did it to us first was Sidney Gathrid.
Well, Sidney Gathrid would be very pleased, I think, to know that. That's great.
One never asks a question one doesn't know the answer to.
These guys have, you know, Tom, as you know, with when Jeffrey Peterson has been in the booth with us, these guys have names for everything.
Including us.
Including us, yeah.
That's not very nice sometimes. No, they are. Here comes the Pelican Kite into the finish. This is boat 7. Morgan Pinckney is going to take this match, go up 3-0.
And win his quarterfinal.
And advance to the semis. So we've got 2 of the 4 matches completed, right, Ken? The Callahan-Barclay match, Callahan has gone through. And now with this win, Morgan Pinckney and co. will go through. Morgan, of course, has Will Glasson, Ashley Highland, and Peter Sangmeister. I guess they're co-representing Newport Harbor and Long Beach Yacht Club in this series, the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship. For the Rose Cup, the Rose Cup, Andrew, named after you.
Yes, indeed. That's what happens. You know, you start off winning match races and you're young and you do a lot of other kind of racing, but eventually you become a commentator and then you know you're a past your sell-by date when they name a trophy after you.
Well, here comes the final match. I think our executive producer would like to take a break. He's got to switch the show.
Yep.
The 3 of us can rotate in and out, but thank you all for joining us. We'll take a short break here. What do you think, Chris? 10 minutes? 10-minute break. We'll stay on the air and leave the cover slide up, and hope to see you back here for the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship, the continuation thereof. 2 more matches at least in the quarterfinals, and then we'll get into the semis yet this afternoon.
Yeah,
Tom Eamon.
that'll be great. We're seeing the 2, you know, favorites seem to be coming alive. Justin Callahan and Morgan Pinckney are now semifinalists, and the other 2 semifinalists, whoever they are going to have a hard time with those 2, I can tell you.
Tom Eamon, Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, and Max Brennan. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup here in Long Beach, California, Long Beach Harbor. We're in the quarterfinals. 2 of the 4 quarterfinals have been decided. Callahan has defeated Barclay. They're moving forward to the semis later this afternoon. And in the other one, Pinckney has defeated Marlowe. But we're watching, Andy Rose, the Stapleton Flores match come downhill in a must-win for Flores. Stapleton.
Stapleton must win to extend this series to the full 5 races, and right now is leading.
Flores up 2-1. Flores in boat 2, and Stapleton in boat 6. Coming down, what is this, leg 2 to the gate? 4-leg race course, windward, leeward, starting line up to the top mark. Second leg is downwind here to this gate, the 2 orange tetrahedron marks out front of the starting line. Then a third leg back upwind, and a fourth and final leg to the finish as we see the Stapleton team come into the gate. Andy.
Nice conservative takedown there. When you're ahead, you can afford to be more conservative and give up. Give up a boat length or something when you're that far ahead, doesn't really matter. But if you blow your takedown, and they didn't have a very spectacular takedown, if you blow that, you're going to lose a heck of a lot more in a boat length or 2. Yeah, you can see now the boats, they haven't got fully hiked yet because they had a few spinnaker problems there, but they are fully hiked. As soon as they can get fully hiked, they want to be. These boats do require some weight to keep them as flat as possible.
Our analyst, Matt Whitfield from the UK, is with us as well, former Gov Cup competitor, national match race champion from the UK, now a Seattleite, University of Washington grad, and coming to work here in the excited states of America.
Yeah, so one of the updates that's just happened in the course in the last couple of minutes is they have adjusted the leeward gates, so they're now a lot more square, and they've moved the gates a lot closer to each other. So it looks like they're within a couple of boat lengths of each other. So potentially you might see some tight races coming around with boats going left and right gate and owning both the left zone and the right zone. So that'll be interesting to see in future tactics.
But we've got to finish now. This is Earl ahead of Lech.
Hayden Earl, and in fact that will close out that semifinal.
Indeed.
So Mr. Earl will be in the semifinals of the United States Youth Match Racing Championship.
Hayden Earl representing the New York Yacht Club with Amelia Jessup, Michael Kirkman, and Chapman Peterson on the jib, bow, and the main trim, respectively. They've taken that quarterfinal over the other team, which was Lech. I think we've got Alex Lech's name pronounced properly. Long Beach Yacht Club is their team, and sailing with Alex is Tanner Jolly, William Sangmeister, and Sophia Corzine. So we've got 3 of the 4 sorted out. And now not only do we have the semifinals with the top 4 teams this afternoon, another first to win 3 series, but then there's some undercard. These other teams continue to race, Andy, to determine 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Right, exactly, which is a great thing, especially in a youth regatta. It's really important, I think, to get, as many match races. The biggest single thing, I don't know if you agree, Matt, but the biggest single thing to becoming a great match racer is experience. The more races you sail, the better you're going to get.
Yeah, and particularly I think to build on it's not just the amount of races you do, it's the quality of opposition. You often match races with one boat significantly better than the other one. You don't get so much action going on. So sometimes you don't actually get as many learning points as possible. So actually having the 7th and 8th place, the 5th and 6th, and everyone in the same idea and same standard really gives a good way to get massive learning gains. And quite often you do see the people that come outside of the semi-finals in one event, the next event they go to, they turn up, they compete at a really high level and actually beat the people that beat them the time before because they've got 5 or 6 really good quality races in.
In the remaining match, we have Flores and Stapleton, and let's go up to our roving reporter, our sideline reporter, Mad Max Brennan. Max? Oh, he's not here. our director tells us he's not, but coming downhill with a kite.
Has he gone out of the environment?
Stapleton. And Stapleton needs this win with the his opponent Flores. Flores' kite going up. They're well and truly behind. They must be 10, 12 boat lengths behind coming into the finish here. So if this carries on, as it appears it will, this will even this match up, Andy, at 2-2.
So that'll just leave us with one match to decide the fourth semifinalist. Yeah, that's what we call, Tom, a horizon job.
It is
basically.
indeed.
That's in this kind of short courses, that's the equivalent of a horizon job.
And if you're a bridge player, it says we've got the rubber match coming up.
The rubber match coming up, yep. Used to play drunken bridge in college. That's pretty fun.
I've never even played sober bridge. But you know who invented...
Well, I don't know that I have either, actually.
Do you know who invented contract bridge? A famous sailor, 3-time winner of the America's Cup.
Oh, yeah, Mossbacher.
No.
No? Who was it?
Commodore Mike Vanderbilt,
Oh, Mike
who
Vanderbilt,
won the
yes.
30, 34, and
There
37
you go.
America's Cups in the J-boat era,
Yep.
successfully defending for the New York Yacht Club, was a Renaissance man and, among other things, invented contract bridge. Here comes the, as you see here in the blue kite, in the foreground is the Stapleton team. This is Noah Stapleton with Tate Christopher, Nicholas Mueller, and Elizabeth Struve. I hope I'm pronouncing the names right from the Cabrillo. Do you say Cabrillo or Cabrillo? Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club here in the LA Basin. And they will even this match up at 2-2 over Jack Flores of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club with Maxwell Clea, Ian Wells, and Brooke Wood. There's the blue flag on the committee boat, and we've got a winner evening that match up now at 2-2. So one more to go here in the quarters to resolve this 2-2 deadlock between Stapleton and Flores.
So Noah's club, the Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club, is actually up at the end. It's almost due west from us here. It's up under the big hill up there, the Palos Verdes and Peninsula, and it's a great club. You go right out, and it's an area called Hurricane Gulch, where in a westerly wind, the wind just howls through there. So we used to have a lot of fun as kids sailing dinghies up there, because it's quite a place. So you're inside the harbor, but it funnels down the hill and blows like hell. So it's a great club, great people.
Now, what happens when we get to the semis? Is it first versus fourth? And how does that get determined? Maybe we can ask our crack spotter once again. Or is it first place gets to choose which of their opponents?
You could talk to your umpire friends. They would probably
Yeah,
tell
I'd
you.
get the radio working here and try that. And
So in the two races that each of the teams have won in the Stapleton-Flores match, they both sailed really well to win them, and so it'll be interesting to see who manages to perform under pressure in the fifth and probably final deciding race, assuming there are no penalties and deductions to points issued by the umpires. So it'll be interesting to see how this comes about, because both of them have shown that they've got the ability to win races, and that they've had some pretty good matches so far. So you know, who knows who manages to perform under the pressure. There's slightly more breeze than there was in the first couple of races, probably just up over 10 knots now. So you know, the conditions are changing. They're having to evolve. They're having to stay switched on, and it'll be interesting to see if they manage to keep it up.
Yeah, we could end up the day with about 18 knots, which would be great. But yeah, I mean, I can guarantee they both want to win this race. To get into the semifinals is quite a thing, and so this will be a good match.
let's ask Dave Perry. I'm going to shout. I'm going to shout down to
He's
David.
asking, no,
The semis. Does first choose their opponent?
Got it, right? Ken got it.
Oh, Kenny's got it.
Ken already yelled it.
Okay. What is it, David?
Right.
So the seeding from the rounds robin. Copy. And you got that from him. I don't know if we can get a camera on him, Chris. If you got your stern cam, we'll show you the often mentioned, there he is, Dave Perry is the chairman of this event for U.S. Sailing. And what, Andy, the multiple.
U.S. Sailing match race
But
committee chairman and a 5-time United States match racing champion and a Congressional Cup winner, among other things.
Yeah, and a hell of a great guy. So we get that. Just to repeat, they go back to the rounds robin, and that's seeding for the semis. So the highest seeded will be Callahan, and he will be first against whoever the fourth place. Who do we know, Ken, who the fourth place will be? We're figuring that out.
I'm sure it'll be Hayden Earl.
And then the second and third seeds coming out of the rounds robin will be the other semifinal, with Stapleton Flores just now getting underway in the pre-start. There's a code flag F, Foxtrot, the white flag with the red diamond in it. That is the attention signal. That's get ready to get ready. 10-minute signal to the start of this match. Breeze is definitely up, Matt Whitfield.
Yeah, no, the breeze has definitely built a little bit more, as I was just saying, since the last couple of flights. It was sitting around the 10-knot mark, and now it's definitely well above that. I'd say probably in the 12, 13 knot range, so just a little increase, but although it's only 2 or 3 knots, it's a big change, because now at points the boats are going to start getting limited on the maneuvers they can do. So sometimes the main will be a bit loaded, so the sail's going to need to be coming in and out. A few of the maneuvers are going to have a lot of load on the sails. So hopefully they're all able to adjust, and they sailed in these conditions yesterday and for the couple of days practice before, so they all know how to handle the boats.
These are not easy boats to sail in a breeze. They're not easy anytime, but in a breeze especially, they're difficult, and that's a good thing.
Yes, one of the great things about a lot of the older design keel boats is that every single wind iteration you have to learn to sail it differently. It's not just one track fits all, one condition, and once it's that condition you go through the ranges. You really have to be adjusting the whole time, and any little tweak makes a massive difference.
That horn was the 5-minute signal. See the class flag up there now, indicating the start of this match between Stapleton and Flores that's tied 2-2. And in just about 45 seconds from now, they will enter into the pre-start area from their assigned ends. Matt, the yellow and blue flags again?
Yes, so the yellow flag enters from in front of the committee boat, so that is going to be boat number 6, which is Noah Stapleton, and coming in from the port end is the blue flag boat around the pin end. The yellow and black Long Beach coloured pin end is going to be Newport Harbor Yacht Club's Jack Flores in boat number 2.
Gorgeous day here, Long Beach Harbor, for the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship 2022. And they are now signaling as they come into the entry for the 4-minute signal here. At the 4-minute signal, they've moved the mark further, the top mark, further to the right, indicated by the green flag under code flag Charlie, the red, white, and blue horizontal stripe. Andrew, we got another dial up in this breeze.
Yeah. The other thing about the breeze is that as the wind does come up and you get into the 12, 13 knot range, it will go to the right more quickly now as the afternoon progresses than it was earlier. So, it starts to become a best if you go right all the time. I'm not sure we're quite there, but I think it's pretty close to that.
And that's indicative of the shift of the mark from to the right, as the race committee have seen a shift, and they'll constantly be adjusting the race course to give it the sailors the best, most even chance of winning either one.
Can we go back more on the anchor?
So the dial-up's still going on between the two boats with less than 3 minutes to go. They're now both making negative progress backwards, so the rules do not change.
Negative progress.
Negative progress.
There's another new expression.
Yeah.
I'm using that as an American phrase for negative yards.
Yeah, I like that. I still like retrograde.
I like
retrograde motion.
The late great Commodore Harry Anderson, retrograde motion.
Who was one of the early umpires out here for a Congressional Cup.
Well, I don't think he ever umped. He judged. He was
umpire. He was a judge.
He was a judge
before we had umpires.
Back in the day, yeah, Harry and many others. And of course, he was a Yaley like Dave Perry.
He was.
Denise Peterson has checked in from Nova, Northern Virginia, and says she really likes these shirts, Andy, that you prepared for us. Thank you.
Oh, now this is interesting here. They pretty much have control there. So Canal, and doing it beautifully, by the way.
Just inside of 2 minutes.
Really good. Stapleton is, well, they still were able to escape, but Stapleton was doing it pretty good. They still have lots of time here.
So that was the sort of situation where if the yellow boat is able to hold it there for another minute and a half, they're in real strong position. Luckily for Jack Flores, he managed to escape and get out of that situation. But he really did a good job of managing to cartwheel the boat round and spin it on a pence and be able to dip out.
Minute 23.
So
this is interesting. He's coming back way early here.
With that scenario being over by the pin end, now that they've come back on port a little bit, they're only in the center of the line, so they're essentially on a 5-second run up to the line now. So there's not going to be a lot of time. It's going to be very important about when Jack Flores decides to jibe round, as he's the boat's leading out. So when he jibes, it's going to be really powerful. So if he goes too early, Noah Stapleton will jibe behind and force him in too early. If he goes too late, Noah Stapleton will jibe in front or tack round in front and hold him back. And as that's happened now.
So that was the 1 minute. They're still got about 30 seconds to burn.
Yeah, 40 seconds now.
And I'll tell you what, Stapleton's in a little bit of trouble here.
I think he should be able to get over the bow when he starts throwing a bit of dirty wind down.
Yeah.
Jack Flores has got to slow down at some point.
He's got to do it before he gets over the line.
The fifth and final match must win for both these teams.
So that's really smart from Stapleton. The second he was able to get over the bow, he dived big down and was able to kill about 5 to 10 seconds.
Still early. And he'll have very little runway to go out on starboard tack, and he can't go on port tack.
9, 8, 7.
Oh, he's going to be okay. Just. Or is he? Yep. Well done. Well done.
Is there enough gauge? Can
No,
Flores live there?
Flores will have to tackle.
But he's got the right
Just like
side
last
of the
time. That's almost identical to their positions right after the last start.
But he's got the right side of the
Got
course.
the right side of the course. Stapleton doing exactly the right thing, sailing an extra boat length or so he doesn't get the, so Jack Flores cannot do a lee bow position on him. So now the question is, can he hang, as we call it? Can he hang there out to the ley line, the most direct route once they tack onto starboard tack? And I don't know if he can, especially if the wind continues to just clock a little bit to the right. Then Flores would have an advantage. But let's see. So far, they're both moving very well. But I can tell you they're working hard to keep those boats going fast and flat.
It's super important now to be hiking as hard as they can, because the more you can press through the boat, the flatter the boat, the faster it'll go. And every inch you can gain is a massive gain in this position, because for Jack Flores, if he gains enough, he might be able to hold it next to Stapleton when they both tack over to starboard, or vice versa for Noah Stapleton. He's on port, they're on port now. If he drops down and gets a little bit of dirty wind, he's going to start to lose out. So this is really important. Every inch matters here.
Nice shot from our roving boat.
Yeah, that's a great shot from the roving boat.
I'd want to be in Stapleton's position, though.
Agreed.
Looks strong.
Thanks to Max Moosman on the camera on the roving boat, doing a great job there.
The entire team, the Gulf Cup TV team, is doing its usual terrific job, and it's a bit of a warm-up for us for 5 weeks' time when we do the 55th edition.
Yep. We'll have 2 drones and all sorts of things, but yeah, there are 15 of us here today, and I'll tell you, every one of the 15 is working hard today. This doesn't just happen.
Except the 3 of us.
Well, except 3 of us. We just have to sit here and gas bag, as you would say.
Gas bag and watch
the
monitor.
Still, so Stapleton is hanging extremely well, and now basically we'll just, okay, here goes the tack. And you'll see Stapleton come out from under him and tacks in that lee bow position. So the boats are very close. But if they've gotten out to the ley line, Flores has no place to go, and I can't tell whether they're laying or not.
So the thing here, which is really important for Stapleton to do, is to be going as high as he can to try and give the gas off to the back of his sails into Jack Flores's boat.
Yep.
So you'll see, for Noah Stapleton, even if they're over the ley line, his aim is not necessarily to go straight as fast to the mark as possible. It's to get to the mark earlier than Jack Flores, so high and slow. And then eventually Jack Flores is going to have to go into his dirty wind, or he's going to slow the whole race down, and then he can extend away and get up to speed really well.
So it's not the green mark, right? They've shifted. Is there a yellow mark up there? Or it is the green mark. Looks like they were laying the green mark there a minute ago from that high shot we saw.
So this is, I mean, Matt's absolutely right. Stapleton, I am sure, from this angle we can't really see, but is trying to go as high as he can. Doesn't matter if they're going a knot slow.
So you can
And
see
in
Flores' jib has just flapped there, just
Yep.
indicating that he's been forced high, and now Stapleton's.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think
gone
they
low.
were well high of lay. I
They
think
were.
Yeah,
look,
they're
and now they're
reaching
reaching
But
back
Stapleton
into the
took him
top
up
line.
there, which is great, and Stapleton also tacked it
Yeah.
exactly the right place. But if you can see how close they are, the advantage right now is Stapleton. As soon as they turn that mark, the advantage is going to be with Flores. He's close aboard behind and can blanket the wind of Noel Stapleton if they both get good spinnaker sets. And boy, you can see the boats are about a half boat length apart. You know, this is what you want to see in a rubber match in a semifinal or quarterfinal.
Yeah, this is where the crew work comes into it. You need to get around the mark, really good set, and accelerate away from the mark.
Yeah,
'cause that's
neither-
the time you
not
can
great
make
sets.
big-
And neither were, no. So at least if you're not doing it well on the front boat, at least your
We
opponent.
got an
is doing it
hourglass
well
on the
either.
front
A
boat.
much better set from Jack Flores now that it is full. He might be able to sneak inside, and he'll have the controlling
Yep.
position if he's able to get in and close enough.
And again, that's using the rules. If you can get in with an overlap to leeward of the other boat cannot jibe unless it can complete its jibe before the other boat has to get going. And he was able to the leading boat was still able to escape, but his hourglass, the spinnaker again briefly, there it comes out. So that'll be a net gain. Well, boy, spinnaker work is not perfect on either boat here, but probably a little net gain to Flores here.
Yeah, Flores' spinnaker looks a little bit more projected out consistently, so that should be indicating that he might be gaining a little bit. And hopefully for him that he's able to get inside and sail past the gate.
and
then
here,
the opposite for Stapleton, he can get across the bow and jibe into the leeward mark.
yeah, the key here is if he can get established to leeward with an overlap and keep them from getting into the circle, the imaginary circle around the mark that we talked about the last race or two, then he will lead into the mark without question.
Yeah,
I think he's just about there. I don't think Noah can jibe. Well, he may be able to just get into the circle. I'm not sure. It's pretty close.
I think it looks like they're coming down outside the circle. So
Yep.
all of these guys know exactly what they're going to do here, because one of Dave Perry's big things that he'll have been going over in the last couple of days is a concept called downwind jail.
Downwind jail. Yep, absolutely. And that's exactly what's happening.
So here, Jack Flores just wants to match everything that Noah Stapleton does. Say, if you do one thing, I do the same thing.
Yep.
Completely match him, move
here
for
comes the
move,
spinnaker
and then decide
down.
to go to the mark when he wants to.
They're way past the gate, and all the sailors are shouting
Oh, you know what?
here in the other boats.
Except that right then, as he saw the spinnaker problem on the other boat, he should have come right up,
Yeah.
gone up to weather. As soon as he saw that was going to be a problem.
Lots of protest flags. Green flag by the umpire.
Oh, hold it, I don't quite understand that at all.
That was a weird turn by the boat 6 by Stapleton. Why didn't he
I don't-
complete the tack and come around? Boat 2 is Flores now coming out of this with a big lead. Got to pass through the gate, though. They're sailing upwind to the gate.
And there is a penalty.
Yeah,
So
now
there's a
yellow
penalty on Stapleton there.
on
Stapleton.
Stapleton. Yeah. The yellow flag on the umpire boat corresponds to the yellow flag displayed on the backstay of boat 6, Stapleton. So now Stapleton's not only trailing, but also owing a penalty before the finish.
So as the marks are so close together, Jack Flores in the lead is deciding to not jibe and do a 270-degree turn and slow the boat down, and Noah Stapleton following around. So obviously the more you turn, the more you slow the boat down. So that was a smart move by Jack Flores to keep the whole speed and the right-hand side.
And smart Stapleton too, not falling for it and going for the other side, which
Exactly.
I would think, we normally see, I think, those two gates slightly farther apart than they are here.
Yeah, I think that they've adjusted them quite close together, which adds a whole new level of dynamics when you've got boats coming in trying to, when they have overlaps on each other inside both zones, and it's a lot, and there's a lot of tactical game that can go on there, and it's an exciting part of racing and very complicated to understand.
Look at this gorgeous afternoon.
Okay, we're going to get our executive producer director Chris Bretcher is going to go on our roving boat. We've been missing them for here a little bit, as you probably noticed, and we'll have that back online, I'm sure, with the technical abilities of our great GovCup TV crew.
Father Greg Newman now switching the show. He's the TD, as we would say, and tell him the technical director.
Yep.
Carrying on for Chris.
Out of uniform, but we won't show him.
They're going up leg 3 of this final match in the quarterfinals between Flores and Stapleton. Big lead to the Stapleton team. Now Noah Stapleton of Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club. Cabrillo Beach. We use the Spanish. You know, here though, and they say San Pedro, not San Pedro, which always drives me crazy.
Yeah, some names are in
anglicized.
Some names are anglicized and some aren't.
Noah Stapleton, Christopher, Nicholas Mueller, and Elizabeth Struve from Cabrillo Beach Yacht Club, and also I think sailing for ABYC, Alamitos Bay Yacht Club.
Well, Tom, you know, actually, every Spanish name that you do is anglicized because of your accent or lack of same.
I, having lived in Spain for 8 years, I'm hurt.
I can see nothing rubbed off on you.
Estoy. I'm very hurt. The other team, of course, is the Stapleton team. Noah Stapleton. Oh, we just mentioned them. Sorry. Yep. The Flores team. Jack Flores, Maxwell Clea, Ian Wells, and Brooke Wood. And they are representing also the Newport Harbor Yacht Club down in Newport Beach. Just about up to the top mark.
These two sailors you're going to hear from, though, they're both young, and we're going to hear from them. I think what Dave Perry said after, yesterday, that the sailors were so excited about the match racing part, and that this was just great sailing on bigger boats, and the match racing discipline, which some of us feel is the most exciting of all. They're excited, and I guarantee you will see them in future years here.
Yeah, it's obvious when you look at all the 8 teams. Every team out of all the 8 has done some brilliant moves today and yesterday. Done some amazing things. So, you just the more practice you get, the more consistently the good moves come. So, all these teams just need to spend another year or two
audio-wise,
and getting the consistency up, and then they've already got the fundamentals that was taught to them by Dave for the last couple of days. So, I think the future for youth match racing.
Look at this, guys. It's closed up, it looks like.
I don't know if
but there's still a penalty owed by the trailing yacht. By boat 2 by Flores, right? So it's probably not as close. A lot of EMF out here, a lot of radio frequency and electromagnetic stuff that's causing some problems for our video coverage. Thanks for bearing with us as we cover the last match in the quarterfinals of the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship 2022, one of the national championships, official national championships, sponsored by U.S. Sailing and hosted this year by the esteemed Long Beach Yacht Club here in Long Beach Harbor off Alamitos Bay in Southern California. And it looks like this one will go to Stapleton. And our crack spotter is
Flores.
Sorry, Flores.
Yeah.
Flores, it's a bit of a 4-ring circus here. And we are getting ready then for the semifinals.
Boy, I'll tell you, Stapleton is doing everything he can. He has not given up.
Yeah, you did think when he copped that penalty and was a couple of lengths behind, he was starting to hope for some complete disaster on Flores' boat, but there's not been any disaster come from Flores, but he's really reeled him back in, so that's credit to how they're sailing the boat.
And then that gives you the chance, if you can get up close to him, gives you the chance of putting a foul on him and thereby absolving your foul. So then they just, whoever finishes first. But I don't think he's quite going to be able to do it. But boy, he's done really, really well to get that close. And I think he's 16, or he couldn't be more than 17.
Fresh ones for the transmitter unit.
Because he was born in 2006. So.
So no, he's got plenty of years to improve on and come back stronger.
Now, we learned the age limit here is 21. You can't have turned 21 in the year. And for GovCup, it's 23?
Yeah, can't have, and we go by the last day of the regatta, so you can't have reached your 23rd birthday this year by July 30th.
So that was Jack Flores crossing in the lead to take the final quarterfinal 3-2, taking it right to the 5th match and sailing really well in it. So he'll be confident going into the semi-final where he's up against Justin Callahan and team.
Yeah, I'm sure they're ecstatic, except now he has to face the undefeated Justin Callahan. So,
But they've had more races to practice. They've
They
had
have.
5 races today so far, so
that's right.
they're ready to go. They've had more experience on the water today.
And
so.
the other semifinal will be Hayden Earl and Morgan Pinkney. Again, not a surprise.
Chris Bretschker, can we go over now to Max? To Max Brennan on our roving boat for a quick review of what we've just seen. Maxie.
Yeah, here. Just saw a really good race between Stapleton and Flores, really close throughout. Penalties flying, passes on the downwind, so really classic match racing. And, you know, commentators aren't supposed to take sides, but, you know, most of the crew on Flores' boat are friends of mine, and we went to high school together, so happy to see them win. But even more than that, happy to see a really competitive youth match race here at the Rose Cup.
That's great. Well, you know, we were talking about how, you know, I've been addicted to match racing since I was about 17 years old also. And, you know, I saw Dave Perry, and when I realized what a great teacher he was, first time I'd really seen him in action, Tom, was after the Rose Cup in St. Petersburg a few years ago, and he gets all the sailors back in the room and after the series, and he says,
Wasn't that great? You guys were awesome. That was real match racing. He says, isn't match racing like getting 1,000 volts of electricity shot up your...
well, anyway, I'll shut up on that. But it's true. And I think, as I said earlier today, the most pleased person on this course, I guarantee it, is Dave Perry, because you get to see the results. He gets to see the results of his 2 days of teaching almost immediately. That the kids, when they start, don't know anything, and by the time he finishes with them and they start racing, the level, that was, just as Max said, that was really good match racing.
Yeah, indeed.
Really good match race tactics on both boats, and we're seeing that, and these are kids.
Indeed. Now, David's been doing this for a lot of years, chairing this regatta, being a match race guru in his own right, really a leader of youth sailing for many years in our country. He's turning that chairmanship over to a friend of yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan Davidson from Balboa Yacht Club. Ryan got third in the Governor's Cup one year, which at the time was the best that Balboa Yacht Club had done in 37 years, and almost won. But he had a little competition, Sam Gilmore and Chrissy Steele from Australia and New Zealand, respectively. And he got revenge the week after they went to British Columbia to sail in a match race series, and Ryan won. So those were two of the top sailors, as you know. Sam of the great Gilmore match racing family in Perth, and Chris Steele is one of the best, you know, match racers and sailors to come out of New Zealand. So, you know, it's just exciting. And now Ryan is paying back, basically. He's going to take on a leadership role there, and I couldn't be more pleased. And, you know, it's great to have people that have been in the arena now running the arena.
Matt, put you on the spot here a bit. Tell us why you think Australia and New Zealand are so good, not only sailing countries, but particularly match racing and youth match racing.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that you do notice around around different the different countries is in Australia and New Zealand, the clubs get super involved in the running programs, having youth kids sailing out all the time, like 4 days a week. It's almost like an Olympic campaign. They're sailing all the time in match racing with top class coaches. They're getting people from previous years, like I know Sam Gilmore and Chris Steele, just to name two that we just mentioned, get really involved, coach the new generation coming through later, and then when you get that system going, it starts rolling and rolling and rolling. Then they come out as real top class sailors and have great people to train against day in, day out. So they're sailing 4 days a week against the top sailors, and then I think that's one of the reasons for the Balboa Yacht Club's success in the last couple of years, is that they've had people who are willing to put the effort in from the sailing perspective and helping people get better at sailing, and it's shown fruits by having the Youth World Champion from the Balboa Yacht Club and the Governor's Cup champion, and they're not the same person.
And they're not the same person.
That's the leadership of Andy Rose and others, but particularly Andy.
A lot of others.
But,
you know, but it's
you've been the guru.
But it's, you know, it's tremendous. I mean, the Governor's Cup changed my life. You know, I never would have been...
As a sailor, you mean, when you first sailed in it?
Well, and sailing changes your life, and so it's really a combination of that. But, you know, the Governor's Cup led me to the Congressional Cup, which I was technician for Argyle Campbell, and we won 2 of those. And I sailed with, a bunch of podium finishes. And Harold Cudmore, the great Irish America's Cup and match racer. I got to be his technician for a while, and that led me to, I got on a lot of, I was technician on like 5 different maxi boats, and it all started with the Governor's Cup. And, look what it's done for Matt. Matt's decided that this part of England is better than his home part, huh?
Yeah, the colonies are a little bit more sunny than the homeland.
Well, okay, there's communication going on with the race committee and to the competitors. They're giving the starting orders. Our crack spotter and recording secretary, really here for the commentary team, is doing just a terrific job for us again. We're getting the colors of the flags, the boat sail numbers. Ken Sherb doing a terrific job, but let me go back to Matt, if I may, and put you on the spot about your own country. Your country lost the America's Cup in what I call AC0 in 1851 in that race around the Isle of Wight. 13 British boats against 1 lowly American boat, and of course the Yacht America won it. The cup was named after the Yacht America, and the rest, as they say, is history. The Australians broke that 132-year winning streak of the New York Yacht Club defending the cup and took it to Royal Perth Yacht Club, and since then no clubs won it more than twice. They won it and then defended it in the case of San Diego Yacht Club, 3 wins, but it's bounced around a fair bit. It's become highly competitive, hyper-competitive, and your country continues to struggle in its quest to win back the Auld Mug. Can Sir Ben Ainslie and Ineos Britannia do it in 2024?
I mean, Tom and Andy, you both know a lot more about the Cup than I do, so I really shouldn't be the one answering this question. But I think that there's a real optimism in the UK that finally there's a serious challenge that has a real good chance of winning. Because there's been a lot of British challenges over the years, and a lot of them have had one slight flaw here or there, or something's gone wrong. They've had a bit of bad luck. And I think there's a lot of optimism. There's a lot of good people been hired, and they now have this relationship with a Formula One team, so they have this relationship with Mercedes. So
but that hasn't gone very well this year.
No, but maybe that's because all the clever Mercedes people are now at Ineos. But no, they've really. I know a lot of people that have. A lot of clever people are involved in making that try and happen, and there's a lot of effort going into it.
So come on, go to the bottom line. Give us what is Sir Ben's chances in 2024?
I mean, I don't know. I think it's too early. I've not seen any of the boats or what they look like, but I'm optimistic that there are all the ingredients in place to make a really good cake.
Andy, likewise, the U.S., since we lost it in '83 to the Aussies. Okay, San Diego Yacht Club, Dennis Conner came back and won it in '87, defended in '88. We defended with Bill Koch, and I say we, San Diego Yacht Club, in '92, and then lost it to Russell Coots and Co., the Kiwis, in '95, and the U.S. has struggled ever since. This next go-around, do you think the American Magic, New York Yacht Club's entry, Terry Hutchinson and Co., and now they've hired a famous Australian who's got an American mother, and hence he's by, what's the word I want? He's got 2 passports. So Tom Slingsby is also an American. A lot of people rate him. I mean, he's been leading now the first 2 years, winning the first 2 years on the Sail GP circuit. Sail GP is going on in Chicago this weekend. Slingsby will, he's the odds-on favorite again. Do you think he can lead the Americans, Andy, to win the Cup?
Well, I think they'll be better this time than they were last time. That's not the only shakeup that's been, involved in the American Magic campaign. And, they've certainly got the money and the people and a lot of smart people. And, so I am a member of New York Yacht Club, and to be quite frank, I would
have a New York Yacht Club belt on.
But I would love them to win. I really would. But my pet peeve with the America's Cup is just there should be 14 challengers and planing 80-foot monohulls and get a lot of people involved. As we've said, Tom, you sailed with a lot of the people in our group here, part of my crew on the Tom Purcell and my crew on the It's Okay, a 50-foot carbon fiber Alan Andrews boat. But the bowman we've had, Patrick Lieber, who's with us today,
on the TV crew.
On the TV crew is as good as any bowman I've ever sailed with, including all 5 of those maxi boats, the America's Cup campaigns I've been in, etc. And Tyler Wolk is here with us today. The 2 of them are as good as anybody I've ever sailed with, and there's no place for them.
You know, while we're at it, you've mentioned a couple of the key people. I just want to run down our Gov Cup TV team because it is 15 or so people. Chris Bretschker is our leader, director, producer, and of course Andy and Max Brennan on the chase boat. We've got Colin Kennedy, who's really, what, Chris, you call him the director? He's over there directing the roving boat. Ken Sherb, we've mentioned many times, is our spotter, along with Father Greg Newman. And then we've got some really good sailors, Trev Gurley, Commodore Peter Bretschker, Kari Bretschker, Christine Gribben, Tyler Wolk, David George, and Max Moosman, all involved with our Gov Cup TV team here for the 2022 U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup. And we're hearing the horns off the race committee boat as they get ready to start the semifinals. We're going to do some preliminary racing first.
We're not going to, Tom, as we discussed.
We're not going to cover that, though,
yeah,
right?
we're gonna focus for our audience. We're going to focus on the semifinals here. We will report to you as to how the other races are going. But what they're doing now is the 5th place boat will race against the
Consolation
6th place boat, and the 7th against the 8th, etc. So, but we won't be covering a lot of that because we want to focus on the 4 boats that could potentially win the Rose Cup this year.
Ken, what did you get from Dave Perry in a nutshell?
Yeah, so the 5th is going to be sailing against the 8th.
Oh, against 8th, okay.
And then the 6th will be sailing against the 7th.
Yes.
And the winner of those 2 will be competing for 5th and 6th tomorrow and 7th and 8th.
Right.
Okay.
But they're going to run those matches first before. Yeah. So we're going to look at Marlowe and Leck, Stapleton and Barclay, Earl and Pinckney.
Earl and Pinckney will be the first semi.
That's the first semi, and Callahan and Flores are the other semifinal. Okay.
Yeah, and all match races, you know, the semifinalists basically go last in match races. There are consolation rounds, and then, as you know, Tom, we want the last race. A lot of times the semis or the petit final.
Petit final.
Petit final is first to 2, so that the finalists are always the last people on the course.
Well, we're here, and we're going to see these starts. Chris, you going to put some cameras on these consolation matches? Because we could take a break, but
no, we don't need a break.
We don't need a break, right?
It looks like on the committee boat there's AP posted, so they've had a slight wind shift with the breeze continuing to build. So I think that they've decided that they need to reset the race course and just need a little bit of time to make it better.
We're going to have to take the anchor up and go back. We can't stay here.
So for the non-sailors, the race committee tries to keep the course oriented as nearly as possible directly upwind into the wind, so that the windward leg is dead upwind. And then the downwind legs, of course, as nearly as possible straight downwind. So are we going to re-anchor? Do you want to take a 10-minute break, CB? So Chris Bretschker, our director, is telling us that we're going to take approximately 10-minute break as the race committee is resetting the course. Tom Eamon with Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, Max Brennan, and we'll be back for the Rose Cup semifinals in about 10 minutes.
Like a fuel lighter or something.
Welcome back to the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup, live from Long Beach Harbor, Long Beach, California. We are at the semifinal stage. As you hear that horn, it's the entry for the next match. And this one is between Hayden Earl of the New York Yacht Club and really another prestigious yacht club, Morgan Pinckney, representing the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Andy, who's going to win this match?
Morgan Pinckney.
Because he's just the most experienced match racer here?
I think so. I'm a tactician, Tom, so as you know, often wrong, but never in doubt. So I think Morgan experience, I think, will win out in this, but I'll tell you, crew work also is going to be crucial, Matt. You know, you've said it before. We've talked about it all day. It's now doing what we expected it to do. It's now blowing about 15 knots. So it's come up about 7 or 8 knots since this morning. It's gone quite a ways to the towards the west. So it's a very, very typical afternoon breeze in Long Beach, which is why all of us love sailing up here. And these boats are tough to sail.
Just under 3 minutes, 2 minutes 50 seconds to go as it is now breezy. The Solings, these club boats of Long Beach Yacht Club, being used for this championship. 4 sailors in each. New York Yacht Club's team of Hayden Earl, Amelia Jessup, Michael Kirkman, and Chapman Peterson. And the other team, of course, from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Morgan Pinckney's team, Will Glasson, Ashley Highland, and Peter Sangmeister. This is a first to win 3 matches again for the semifinals. We got another semifinal match coming up right after this.
Still lots of time, Tom. 2:15, and in this breeze, these boats are going very fast. So they're only probably about 20 seconds from the line. So nothing really to report yet. Looks like Hayden Earl's going to try to use us as a pick here.
And one of the big things with these boats is when they do go down speed, they will now get up to full speed very quickly.
Very quickly, indeed.
Compared to earlier in the day where it was maybe 20, 25, 30 seconds to get near full speed. They're probably looking at 5 to 10 seconds to be at full chat. So they might end up being a little bit early if they haven't quite judged the changing conditions and handling of the boat.
Joining Andy and Matt here, myself here on the race course, is our roving reporter, Mad Max Brennan, a champion sailor in his own right. Maxie, which side of the course do you like looking uphill? Left or right or center?
Oh, you gotta like the right. It's afternoon in Long Beach, breeze is up. You gotta want the right, especially because we're match racing and you get an advantage being on the right because of being on starboard tack coming back. So yeah, I'd imagine both teams are fighting for the right. It's good to see the pick come into play. You'd have to say that would favor Morgan a little bit, who's done a Gov Cup, which is famous for having the media boat there and all that. But right now, Hayden Earl's the one on the right. So we'll see how the start plays out.
Yeah, except I think what Morgan is trying to do is get right on the starboard ley line to the boat and prevent one of 2 things. At best, he prevents Stapleton from starting, and at worst, Stapleton goes to the left.
37.6, 5
Earl,
seconds.
Hayden Earl, sorry.
Hayden Earl and
I had
Morgan
Noah
Pinckney.
Stapleton, I meant Hayden Earl, and that's exactly what's happening. He's done a nice job there. 28 seconds. They're still early because the boats are now going very fast. And he has given away the west, actually.
However, he's in a very tight leeward position, so
Right.
if they do stay on starboard at any point of time or he's slightly bow forwards, he's going to be able to give dirty wind at some point.
10.
It might not be immediate, but it might be by the top mark.
Yep.
5 seconds.
And Hayden's going to have to tack fairly quickly here.
So this is an even start here between both boats. So it's just whoever can hike hardest is going to get the advantage. Whoever keeps the boat moving through the water quickly will be the person in control. Very even so far.
And Hayden Earl gets out to the west first, so let's see how this goes. And again, Morgan giving him an extra boat length or 2 there so he can try to hold on port tack. But I would give a slight edge here to Hayden. Especially as Morgan is now locked up with another boat in another, oh boy.
Yes, so that's one of the things that happens with match racing
Yeah.
is not only do you have to worry about your opposition, you have to worry about the other flights because Morgan Pinckney is now in dirty breeze from the match previously, just rounding the leeward gate. So he's in a tight cover. So because the breeze is up, that's not going to be as bad as it would have been earlier in the day. But it's definitely not going to have been helping him.
No, that was not there. Now the other boat's tacked away, so now he's in clear air, but that definitely did not help him.
No, and particularly in such a tight match with such an even start where every foot forwards is a big gain. So, you know, that would be really annoyed their team. But hopefully, from their perspective, they were able to hold it in there and not lose too much.
This is the first of 4 legs. Windward leeward, windward leeward. Hayden Earl in boat 3. Looks like a trailing slightly to Morgan Pinckney in boat 7.
Not sure about
maybe
that.
not.
Yeah,
I think
not
it
sure
looks
about
like Morgan Pinckney, although even if he's a tiny bit behind, if he's far enough forwards and executes a good tack, he will be in the lee bow position when they're going in on the long starboard leg, because they've just basically come off the line and sat on port the whole time. So he will have a lot of time on starboard tack to give a bit of dirty wind, slow up. As we saw in the quarterfinals, you know, that powerful thing. You don't need to be fast around the course. You just need to be faster than the other person.
Well, that's, you know, fast around the course. I mean, as we've always said in match racing and most kinds of sailing, in fact, all kinds of sailing, if you're fast, your tactics, you know, seem a lot better.
You look pretty smart when
yeah,
you're fast.
As a tactician, I love to be on a faster boat because it makes me look brilliant. But here, you know, Morgan last year, one of the advantages he had and why he did so well in his first year of match racing is he's a really good sailor, and so he was really fast. He can get in boats that he's unfamiliar with and make them go fast. And I think you're seeing a bit of that here. They're very close, you can see.
When you were a tactician in the 1977 America's Cup on Australia 1 against Ted Turner, Gary Jobson on Courageous, who had the faster boat?
They did, unfortunately. It was 12-meter fast, though. You know, we lost one race by, you know, 24 miles by, I think, 50 seconds or something. It was, you know, we were generally Gary finally admitted after many years, yeah, you guys did have an edge at the starts, but they just slowly passed you. And it was unfortunate, but it was great to sail in the America's Cup. Okay, well, this is a really close race up here. Okay, here's our second.
That's
yeah, we're
still
still up
coming
at the
into
weather
the
mark.
top mark. Yeah, I like boat 7.
So,
I like Pinckney. Are they reaching? Are they above lay? Yeah, I think they are.
They are.
I think we've got a good lead here, a slight boat length or 2 lead to Morgan Pinckney over Hayden Earl. Pinckney sailing for Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Earl sailing for the New York Yacht Club. You see the top mark there, just 5 boat lengths or so in front of them. The one on the right, that mark. Uh-oh, there's an interesting diversion. It looks like one was sailing to the yellow mark and one was sailing to the green mark. There's some confusion there. It must be the green mark.
We saw the course change.
Yeah, so
during
that's
the starting sequence.
Is that Pinckney who's gone back?
Max? Did we go to Max?
Yeah, so it
What's
was
gone on
Hayden
up there?
Earl that decided it was the other mark. I'm not sure exactly what mark it is. I don't remember from the start. But if it is green, it's a really smart play by Hayden Earl to sort of pretend that it was yellow and follow him in until Morgan was really far above the green mark, and then turn back when Morgan has no chance to do anything about it. You can see Morgan out on the stern of his trying to get his...
Okay, we'll catch back up.
Which means...
Yeah, we're losing radio contact. We'll catch back up. Let's go to the start here. We got to start coming right up now. 5 seconds. This for the other semifinal. Callahan and Flores. Callahan in boat 5. Flores in boat 2.
So it looks like Callahan has got the leeward start here. Flores to windward, and they're pretty even start, although Flores must have been thinking at some point, or already was, getting a little bit of dirty air, hence the tack off. And then a good tap by Callahan, probably giving him a slight edge, being slightly bow forward when they come back together. But an even start, and this race is fully on.
These boats are flying now. With this kind of breeze, they're great boats. They're just very difficult to sail. Very athletic. I think they're all glad they have 4 up rather than 3 up, which was the original Soling configuration.
Coming down to the gate now on your screen is one of the consolation matches. That is, oh no, that's boat 3. That's Earl, Hayden Earl, well and truly ahead now of Morgan Pinckney in the other semifinal match after the confusion at the top mark. Morgan Pinckney was leading that race, sailed well past what was apparently the correct mark. There are 2 marks up there, a green mark and a yellow mark, between which the race committee can choose depending upon the shifts of the wind here in Long Beach Harbor. Morgan sailed past the green mark and then realized, I think, that Hayden Earl was going to the correct mark, turned around, and Hayden had already rounded the mark and was coming downwind and has a pretty comfortable lead, 6-7 boat lengths.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of changes, which are, perfectly proper, but they're signaling changes during starting sequences. So it's pretty important to pay attention.
Well, and to be fair to the sailors, it's a touch confusing, too.
Yeah, it is. Oh, without question.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So we got the 2 semifinal matches here, not quite interweaved.
One of the ways a lot of teams manage to know which mark it is, they have different colours tape stuck on the deck of the boat, and then they peel off the mark that they're not going to, so they just leave on. You leave the green mark if you're going to the green, so you have green tape on the boat, take the other colours off, because sometimes in some events you have 4 or 5 different top marks, so it gets very confusing. So just making sure that you have like a colour coordination so you can't go to the wrong mark, because a lot of match racing events and seedings for semi-finals and final series have been decided simply because a boat won a race because they went to the wrong mark.
Yeah, I've certainly gone to the wrong mark once in my career. Yeah, right. No, that's absolutely true. Understand the race committee is not trying to make this difficult on the sailors. They're trying to make it perfectly fair, meaning that the windward mark will always be dead upwind of the starting line. But when the wind shifts, that has to move, and this committee is moving them a lot, to their credit, but it does get confusing.
Okay, we're looking coming into the top mark, the Callahan-Flores match on starboard tack. They round the buoy to starboard, meaning they leave it on their starboard or right side. And the leader is Callahan in boat 5, representing the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club. Justin Callahan and his brother Mitchell, Madeline Hughes, and Liam O'Keefe have been apparently the strongest team in this series so far.
And they did a very nice set there. The kite went up, and within 2 or 3 seconds of bearing away and getting on angle, the kite was fully out, fully powered, and sending them down towards this gate, trying to extend a little half boat length here or there, just to make their life a little bit easier.
Well, and it's even more crucial, isn't it, in a breeze, because the magnitude of your speed change when you get the chute full is much greater than the comparative magnitude when it's light wind.
Yeah.
So in other words, it's nice to get but you're going to gain 8 feet. Here, you get it up and the other guy hesitates just a little bit, you get a boat length.
Yeah, although I'd push back on that and say it's just always important in match
racing. It's always
racing.
important.
It's
just that
always super,
you will gain more
vital.
distance in a breeze when you get a good set as opposed to a bad one. That's all I'm saying.
Now the other match just behind them, and can we go up to Max? The other match, the other semifinal match, is the Callahan-Flores match, and let's go up to Max Brennan for an update.
Yeah, so it's a really close match in both semifinals, but especially this Pinckney match. Despite going to the wrong mark, he's clawed back a lot of ground with a really good upwind mode, and they had a better hoist as well. So now they're in a really strong controlling position on the downwind, but I'd expect some sparks to fly here.
Well, we hear some whistles, Max.
Very good job there.
Yeah, so it was Hayden Earl that managed to jibe clearly in front, and this should be a strong position for him, actually. Pinckney was in a controlling position, but I think he should have jibed inside and tried to roll. That said, it's not over. If he gets an overlap here, it'll be strong, but you got to say the advantage is with Earl right now.
Well, the crew work on Pinckney's boat, though, their spinnaker flying is a lot better, but you're correct, just like in that one race earlier, Max. They left it a little late. They came over to this edge, which leaves fewer options for Pinckney. But boy, he's caught that. He's just about out astern now.
Well, they are coming into the finish, so maybe we follow this one into the finish. Meanwhile, there's a penalty in the other match to Flores. So Callahan's not only leading, but Flores has been penalized as they're going up their leg 3. But let's watch this finish between Pinckney
He does have an
Earl.
overlap. He established the overlap, and they're outside the circle. So great job by Morgan Pinckney. So now Morgan Pinckney has the right of way and can determine when they go back. And here he goes.
Yeah,
With
that was a
not a very good job,
by
but
kite
there he
trimmer
goes.
Peter
It's
Sangmeister to get that done.
And he pulled it off. Well, that's match racing, guys. So what happened again, we talked about this earlier, Tom, is the leeward boat got an overlap far enough away from the mark that he could luff and keep them from getting into that 2 boat length circle, which would have changed it. Had they been in the circle, then Morgan Pinckney would have had to come this way much more quickly and probably would have lost because the other boat would have had room.
But what a great recovery from that Fuster Cluck up there at the top mark when they sailed to the wrong mark, came back after leading, and then had to give up called what? A Fuster Cluck. Oh, he did. Well, he's always right. He's
always right.
Rarely in doubt. But,
Right.
But let's go back to this other match up at just about at the top mark. And again, that one's probably over as well because Callahan is ahead of Flores, and Flores also owes a penalty. There's a blue flag on the umpire boat. I didn't see the incident, but I did hear the whistle and saw the flag as they were approaching the gate at the end of leg 3, and they're going into the top mark now. And the early indication is probably no surprise that Callahan and Pinckney are going up 1-0 and maybe our finalists ultimately, but it's a bit early to project
A bit early
that.
with this breeze. You saw what we were saying about the spinnaker trim, though, Matt, that, at the mark it's crucial to get the spinnaker up. Going down the leg, it's crucial to keep it flying.
Yeah.
And I saw that coming as Morgan's crew work was slightly better, and their spinnaker was full the whole time, and there was a little bit of an issue occasionally. They weren't quite at maximum, the best shape of the spinnaker. And, with one puff, Morgan comes up from clear behind up into an overlap position, and that won him the race right there.
Exactly. Well, I think it says a lot about the name that's being said is Morgan Pinckney, the skipper. However, actually, that race that overtake was almost nothing to do with the skipper. That was entirely that the crew were nailed down and did a brilliant job of making the boat go fast, and then it gives the skipper the glory moment to go, I'm going to do this.
Yep.
So I think that's one of the important things is there's 4 people on these boats, and all 4 of them, well, all 3 of the front 3 made sure that was put in a position for the skipper to take the glory.
The 4th guy gets to be a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Max Brennan called it, and we give credit to Will Glasson, Ashley Hyland, and Peter Sangmeister. He called Peter Sangmeister out for his kite trimming, I guess. Here comes down the final leg of their race. Again, this is Callahan ahead of Flores. Callahan is not only leading, but Flores owes a penalty. I see the blue flag still up on the umpire boat. So this match will go up 1-0 to Callahan. These, again, semifinal matches are first to win 3. Andrew, if you were writing the press release now, what do we have, 15, 16 knots, Father Newman?
Yeah,
16?
I'd call it champagne conditions, Tom.
I didn't even have to say
no,
more.
You didn't. Tom and I have this ongoing thing about yachting journalism, and one of our things is anybody that uses champagne conditions gets kicked out of SINS, which is the Society of International Nautical Scribes.
Especially in the first paragraph.
Yeah, in the first paragraph, don't do that.
And then if there's live commentary, be sure to mention that.
Be sure to mention the live commentators. Yeah, well, they're still live.
We are live in Long Beach, California for the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship, where this is for the Rose Cup, named after my colleague here sitting between Matt and myself, Andy Rose, who's been a guru of match racing, particularly at the Governor's Cup. As we watch this other semifinal match come to conclusion, at least the first, with the Callahan team ahead of Flores. Callahan's been strong. This is Justin Callahan, Mitchell Callahan, Madeline Hughes and Liam O'Keefe representing the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club. And Justin and Mitchell have arguably been two of the twin brothers going to Harvard next fall, arguably two of the best sailors this country has produced in many a moon. And
Well,
here they go again.
You know, Morgan Pickney would be, he's won 2 or 3 national championships, so he's right in there too. So I'm not at all surprised that these two are doing well. It's pretty exciting, I can tell you, if they are to get into the final, and it's a long way to go, but that would be a heck of a final.
Jack Flores has Maxwell Clea, Ian Wells, and Brooke Wood sailing with him for Newport Harbor Yacht Club, one of 3 teams representing Newport Harbor. As you can hear the race committee getting ready already. How was that?
Yeah.
We can hear the race committee communications now. Foxtrot, the white flag with the red diamond in it, code flag F, Foxtrot, 10-minute signal. And again, we have 2 matches which are the, what do we call them, the consolation for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th between Marlow and Lech and Stapleton and Barclay. We will keep an eye on them, but of course we're paying attention, Andrew, to the semis.
Ken, do we have results from those consolation races? Okay. So Marlow, so Alec Leck from Long Beach Yacht Club won his first race against Marlow, and Noah Stapleton won his first race against Hamilton Barclay. So 1-0. And are those 2 best first to 2, Ken?
Yes.
And those are first to 2. So
those are.
So it's a crucial that the boats that didn't win their first one have to win this next one to stay in it.
That's what you get paid the big bucks for, that insight, Andy.
Yeah.
If you've lost one and you're 1 away from losing, you got to win.
Then you got to win. Yep. Yep. It's a simple sport, actually.
So there's definitely, as Tom said earlier, the breeze is up more like 15, 16, 17 knots now. So there's another transition up in the sailors, and they're really going to have to be working really hard to get the boat going downwind. I saw the Callahan team going downwind were pumping the spinnaker and the main to try and get surfing on this chop, which is just built up a little bit more. So it'll be interesting to see if people can use a wave or 2 off a stern wave or just a normal chop wave to try and surf into an overlap, or be able to position their boats differently, be able to take more angles across the race course. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what they do with it, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of it opens up a whole new possibility of ranges.
Well, Morgan pretty much did that there. He got a little bit of a boost from a wave, was able to get in at the last minute with an overlap, and that was the race.
Matt, you've done a lot of match racing in lots of different kinds of boats, the Gov Cup, the old Gov Cup boats, the new Gov. Did you match race in the new Gov Cup boats?
I've only sailed the new Gov Cup boats in the Gov Cup, but I've sailed the old Gov Cup.
You sailed
boats,
the 21s.
Not in the Gov Cup.
Didn't race in the 22s, but you've sailed them.
Yeah.
And now you see the performance of the Solings. What boats have you match raced in the UK, for example?
So in the UK, it's mostly in the Elliott 6 meters left over from when the Olympics were in Weymouth. So that's mostly what the UK stuff's done, or in J80s with a symmetric kite. So essentially a ring attached to the base of the mast to put a end-to-end plug pole in. So it's a little bit different to your traditional J80, but they work really well for match racing.
I love putting you on the spot, so I will now ask you which boat has been your favorite boat to match race in?
So I think there's 2 boats that stand out as a level above anything else. The Gov Cup boats are the best boats by a country mile because they're so optimized for what they're meant to do.
Andy just slip you a 20 or 100 or something?
I guess I'm buying drinks tonight.
But then also slightly differently and slightly bigger, the Elliott 7s they have in Australia and New Zealand are awesome boats because when you're in Sydney, they're a lot of wind. It's windy.
Right.
You can get them planing and they go super fast.
So
as we found out, you weren't here last year for Governor's Cup, but in 18 knots, those boats go super fast too.
Yeah. I've never been able to sail a Gov Cup boat in enough breeze, but I keep on getting told these stories. But
well, I think the lure legs, Tom, were taking about 2.5 minutes.
It was quick. Boat 4 is the Lech team, and the boat 1 is Marlow's team. Going into their second match of their consolation for what? Is that first and what is that for? Then they'll.
It's a semis.
Oh, it's a semis, and then they'll go into their finals for the consolation for 5th and 6th place. And who's leading? Leck is leading that one 1-0. Ken Sherb, our crack. Have you spotted any crack today? Our crack spotter.
Unfortunately, I have not.
He is not, he says. But he's
Oh, we
keeping
should say
this.
Ken is. We're going to lose Ken for the Governor's Cup, and I don't know how we're going to put on the broadcast, but Ken is going to. I said he's only a competitor in the Governor's Cup. So
But whoever he's sailing
he
with.
got demoted from Gov Cup TV team, but he's sailing with a country mate of Matt's, with Robbie King, who will be sailing in his first Governor's Cup. Unfortunately, with the COVID issues, neither the UK nor the Aussies nor the Kiwis have been with us last year and the year before. Of course, we unfortunately had to cancel the Governor's Cup altogether because of COVID.
Is it too late to cancel Robbie King's entry so that we have?
Well, producer-director Chris Bretschker, when Robbie came back, we were all at the same place, and came back and said, I found a crew. And Bretschker found out who it was and almost killed him.
Well, we'll miss you, Ken. Thank you for your work this weekend. We really do appreciate it. It's a hard job, arguably the hardest job here, aside from probably Chris Bretschker's technical job. You know, I want to change the subject for a sec. The kids are sailing right alongside. There's plenty of breeze now, probably what, 17?
Yeah.
And so far, knock on wood, we haven't seen
Yep.
any touches. I don't think we've seen a touch all day, have
No,
we?
I don't think so.
No.
And now it's getting pretty dicey. I hope we don't see any pranks.
Yeah, any boats hitting each other in this breeze is going to cause some damage.
Yeah.
Although these boats are pretty sturdy.
They are. But they do have pointy ends, and you don't.
Yeah,
you
that's
don't,
exactly.
You
the
don't want to
pointy
have a
end.
T-bone. There's 1 minute to this.
It's like a center
start.
punch. You can center punch somebody.
Again, this is Marlowe and Leck. Alex Leck and Marbella Marlowe, Long Beach Yacht Club versus Newport Harbor Yacht Club. That's really their we don't want to call it the semifinals, but it is. It's the semifinals of the Consolation.
It's a petit semifinal.
Leck in boat 4, Marlowe in boat 1 as they're just counting down the last few seconds to the start. Nice drone shot. And back here on the water from, I guess that's from us. That shot's from us, right?
Yeah, it's from
Got
us.
Christine Gribben here on our back deck.
Christine is not only a superb photographer and everything else, she's also chair of the Governor's Cup for life. Tom, we've made that not only that she is chair for life, but it's a hereditary position now. So after she passes on, her daughter will take over.
So this is Matt can relate to this. Is royalty.
Exactly, it's
Yeah.
hereditary.
It's who your dad or mum is. That's how society should function.
While we're putting you on the spot, Matt, what do you think of Prince Andrew? What do you think of Prince Harry?
I mean, you're really trying to get a quote for the headlines there, aren't you? I'm not going to fall into that trap, Tom.
No, but seriously, of that lot, I've met Andrew with doing the Cup. He was for a long time, the president of honor of the Royal Thames Yacht Club, and I did a couple presentations. But the sharpest tool in that shed is the Princess Royal, is Princess Anne, who is a sailor. She's still president, I think, of the International Equestrian Federation.
I
think
she is in the ROAA.
I think
still.
she's also honorary president of the Royal Yacht, your national authority,
So
equivalent of our U.S. sailing.
You can hear in the background those horns again. We've heard that a lot today, and they're moving the mark again, basically farther to the west. So, you know, we sound like we're brilliant because we predicted what the wind would do here, but it pretty much happens every day. So it's not a tough thing to predict. But again, that's why we love sailing in Long Beach. You're inside this outer breakwater, which forms the harbor, and so you know it's a little choppy. You can see us moving a little bit, but mostly it's pretty flat. And enough shifts to make it interesting, and it's a great place to sail.
Now, were you covering up for Maddie so he didn't have to talk about the royalty?
Yes.
Yeah, there's the green buoy, so I hope they know they're sailing to the green buoy. At least this next group is. First group, I think, would be sailing to the yellow buoy
You
still.
know, I have a feeling Morgan and his crew will be. What? Okay. We're going to take our anchor up and move aft as the wind has come way to the right. And remember what I said, once it starts blowing 10 or 11, it's going to go to the right much more quickly than it did in the morning. So in other words, the first shift may be from 170 degrees to maybe 190, 195, and that takes 2 hours. But the rest of the shifts all the way to 2:30 or so is, takes 45 minutes. So we're gonna
stay on the air, Chris, or do you want to? Yeah, we're gonna keep going.
On the air.
We're now mobile. The yacht, good ship, adios.
Of course, moving, we may get seasick, Tom, and that'll be quite a thrill for our audience, I think.
I hope Chris puts on camera 3 here and catches it if that happens. No, it's actually quite a nice ride. We're on Commodore Bretschker's, Pete Bretschker's, and Kari Bretschker's Navigator 50. What is it? 53.
53.
Adios.
Perfectly suited for this.
Which is our television, not only control room, but also our commentary platform.
This is Studio A.
And unique among a lot of sporting events these days, including especially sailing events, we're out here on the water. We can see what's really going on.
Yeah, I think that's, a lot of them are being done, as you know, these days from booths inside. And I don't know how well we do anyway, but to the extent we're at least watchable, I think it's much better to be out here because we can literally stand up and look up the course just as if we're on one of the racing boats, only we're higher. So we get an even better perspective of what the wind might be doing. And, you saw that we were able to talk about, as Max was from the roving boat, that there are little patches of wind in the morning when it's coming in. There's some holes, and we can see those from up here. If you're just looking at a monitor, it's pretty tough.
So, Tyler Wolk, what is the wind direction? Are you looking there at the compass heading for us? Give us how far around to the right is it, and how much farther right is it going?
265. Usually kind of steadies out 270-ish, just slightly north of 270.
Tyler Wolk saying 265, max 270. Andrew, do you agree?
Yeah, I do now, because we got over that 10 knot bump, and once you're over that, and it's a sunny day, you mentioned, I think, somebody mentioned earlier that it's a thermal breeze, and we didn't really explain that to the non-sailors, but most of the breeze in Southern California in the summer is a thermal, meaning it's not due to barometric pressure, which is, one reason that winds are stronger in some areas than others, but it's the fact that we have a great inland area, and the wind blows literally right onto the beach.
I think the proper term is sucks.
It sucks, yes. It gets warm inland, and it establishes, anytime that heat rises, it establishes a low pressure area, and something's going to fill that, and that's what a thermal breeze is.
It sucks the cooler air in off the ocean.
Right, because the basically science, it wants to equalize, always tries to equalize the pressure, and the only way to do that is for the wind to come in strongly from the ocean.
It was pretty well done for a lawyer.
Yeah.
And of course, that's sea breezes normally perpendicular to the shore, rather, and the same in San Francisco Bay, where the Central Valley gets to be 100 plus Fahrenheit, and the water out over the Pacific Ocean is only 55.
60s, yeah, 55, 60.
And it sucks the cool air in, and it blows through the gate, through the Golden Gate Bridge, and you've got that reliably windy and iconically beautiful venue of San Francisco Bay.
Well, here the only unique thing about here is that the coast of California bends at Point Conception to start going more east-west than north-south. So normally you'd think you look directly out to sea, and you're looking, you're looking
west, but
west,
you're
not.
You're
looking south. But there's a lot of land inland, and there are a lot of, the weather in Orange County, for example, changed since the time I started sailing till now, because there used to be orange groves, and trees, which do not make as much heat as buildings and parking lots and that kind of thing. So that basically dragged the wind, and so we get more southerlies down there than we ever used to.
Are you saying that they paved Paradise and put up a parking lot?
They did indeed.
Matt,
but
you're too young to remember that song.
I am too young to remember that song, which I'm sure my dad will be embarrassed by.
But it's interesting because Long Beach gets more breeze than, for example, Newport Beach is only 15 miles down the coast, and typically they'll have 5 knots at least more breeze up here than we do down there.
Well, the same thing happened when they paved Long Island, and they used to have a good sea breeze not only on the south shore of Long Island, but also on the south shore of Connecticut, and coming in off Long Island Sound. And now the breeze basically, it's still good on the south shore of Long Island, and now goes up over Long Island,
Yep.
and keeps right on going up, and there's hardly any breeze in the summer now, or it's certainly lighter
Well,
in Long Island Sound.
we had a Rose Cup in Sewanaka and Oak Cliff, and it was one of those.
It was lightish.
Just light to lighter.
Nice breeze now, every
Sure
bit of
is.
17, maybe even 18 knots.
Yeah, this is evidently what happened yesterday, and not a surprise at all.
Great.
Pretty much count on it. We might also say, Tom, that this will be the venue in the 2024 Olympics. Will be all held right off this coast.
Well, I hope it's 2028.
Or 28, sorry.
Right. And
otherwise, it'll be a little too far from France.
2024 will be in Marseille, but we've got a semifinal match here underway, and I've just heard an umpire whistle. And we've got a minute 58 to the start of the Pinckney and Earl match. Pinckney in boat 7, Earl in boat 3. Pinckney leading that match 1-0. Correct, Ken?
So they are both very close to the line with over a minute and a half to go, so expect to see them sail away from the line on port, do a circle, maybe even use our camera boat as a pick.
Yeah, they are. That's Pinckney going around us now.
Yeah, you can see how fast they turn, though. These boats they have a fairly short keel, not as far as depth, but as far as fore and aft.
Well, and of course the rudder, as
And
we
the rudder
mentioned earlier,
is
is
much
not
closer to the
not stern hung. It's
Whoa! This is going to be a foul. Oh boy, not quite. He's still going to. I'm sure he's going to foul. Let's see if it. I think
coming
that
up
was
on
just okay, but
there's the 1 minute horn.
what was it? Blue flag. So indeed, so that was a foul. Morgan Pinckney doing a terrific job there of coming up, looking at where he was, looking at the other boat was. As soon as he saw Hayden Earl on port tack there, Morgan established himself on starboard, and Hayden Earl should not have tacked onto port. But as soon as Morgan saw him tack onto port, he headed right at him on starboard tack.
So
and
now boat 3, Hayden Earl owes a penalty, right? That's the blue flag on the umpire boat.
Yep.
Boat 7 is Morgan Pinckney, and all he has to do now is stay clear.
Okay, both boats early.
So both boats tacking over onto port here just to try and kill a little bit more time, do one more circle just in the last 15 seconds with 10 seconds to go now. Morgan Pinckney elected not to jibe round, thinking that if he was going to jibe round, he was going to be late back to the start. So he's just reaching along the line to get hit it at full speed. And it looks like he's about a length or two ahead, potentially with a clear cross in front of
maybe.
Hayden Earl.
These boats, one thing about these boats is, especially in a breeze, is they point quite high. So their tack angles are not 90 degrees. In other words, from tack to tack, they're probably more like 70 degrees. And it looks like he's real close. It looks like he might be able to, if he wanted to. It looks like, in fact, I'm sure he could. He could tack. They tack very quickly in this stuff, and that's exactly what he did. Hayden Earl, realizing he was behind, tacked simultaneously to try to lead to the west, which is the right move. He's behind, but he made the right move there. So.
And it looks like Morgan Pinckney's a lot higher on port tack here than Hayden Earl. It looks like since they've settled down on port tack, he's had maybe 5 degrees extra height. So don't know if he's got anything slightly different. It does look like his main and jib are trimmed in a little bit tighter with stiffer leeches.
It does, doesn't it?
Which we did notice earlier. He did have that even in the lighter breeze, and it looks like it's probably paying more dividends now if they can really hike it flat and put their weight to the advantage.
Is Max up there? Because I'd love to get his.
Yeah, I'm here, Andy. I can tell you that Morgan's jib, the cars are about 2 or 3 holes further back, so you can see the foot is a lot tighter, and they're windward sheeting really, really hard. So jib trimmer Will Glasson on that boat's done a really nice job setting the boat up, and they also look really stable. So even as puff hits, they're not doing big heels. So that's on the main trimmer Peter Sangmeister. So Morgan did a really strong pre-start to put him in a good spot, and his crew's doing the business on the upwind, keeping the boat fast.
Doing the business.
Doing the business. Well, that's a really good point. You can adjust basically the angle by which you pull the jib in. And when you have your cars, what he was referring to is the block, the pulley that the sheet goes through. If you have that farther forward, then the top of the sail, the back top of the sail is going to be pulled down tighter. If you put it aft, it'll what we call twist off. Well, in a breeze, you want them to twist off. Ideally, you want the main and the jib leeches to look exactly alike, the same curvature from aft. And twisting off is good because it allows the boat to stay what we call on its feet and go forward rather than heeling too much and going sideways.
Like to have a good open slot.
An open slot,
In breeze.
Indeed. So, you know, if he's 2 cars back, that's a huge difference between the other boat.
The slot being the distance between the leech of the jib, the trailing edge of the jib, and the backside of the main, for those of you who are not keen racing sailors.
So they both tacked over onto starboard now on the starboard ley line. So Morgan Pinkney in a really controlling position here. Looks like a very comfortable lead. Just needs to be aware that he doesn't get caught like we saw earlier in the day where go around the top mark, do a lovely set, but straight into the other boat and pick up a penalty.
Now, coming right at us now is the other semifinal match, Callahan and Flores. Callahan in boat 5, Flores in boat 2, using us potentially as a pick, being closely followed by the umpires.
And that's indeed what's going to happen. And Callahan's not having any of it. He's going to come back.
Oh, almost collided.
Boy, he almost collided
with the umpire boat. Umpires smartly backed up. Nice driving by the umpires.
Sorry. Flores.
Yeah.
Flores, sorry.
We've only been at this for 4 hours.
I know. I'm determined to call people the wrong name.
A minute 20 to go to the start of this other semifinal match. Callahan's up 1-0 over Flores.
Now that was interesting, Tom. Callahan chose to go pretty high there. He's still going to lead in, but Flores would almost get the hook here. How much time?
Coming up on a minute.
So
there's
Flores
a minute.
leading in, just luffing up,
Still way
Callahan
early.
behind. So Callahan behind, but now has ended up almost being in the lead position if they go in. And yeah, as they tack out, so Flores tacking out, and Callahan has the choice here: do I follow, or am I late enough that I'm going to come in and going to attack the start just without having to kill this extra time?
We lost the time on the thing here. What do we got?
35 seconds.
35. Still early.
So both boats set up relatively close to the line. They've got a boat length or 2 behind it. So Callahan on port, Flores on starboard, just going across his transom. And you see Callahan try to go back on starboard, but then have to stop as Flores blocks him. Flores has been able to get to leeward and get the pin end, which 5 minutes ago was slightly biased. And with the idea that the wind should shift right, that potentially is not the stronger end. So Callahan looks like he's doing a good job of being able to have the control in position. Right hand start, right hand bias, right hand track.
Yeah, Callahan chose that with about 20 seconds to go. He clearly wanted the right. I mean, there was no question of where he was going. Flores, I think, had a couple moves to try to get there, and Callahan just prevented him from getting to the right.
Yeah. I think Flores was looking for the hook, and Callahan was like, "Go take it.
Go take it.
I want you to
Exactly.
take it." And
That's exactly right.
yeah, assuming Callahan's made the right decision, he fell for the bait. Otherwise, Flores is playing a game that is a higher level. But it'll be the boat's got a bit of space here, so it'll be interesting to see who's got the boat speed here to be able to execute.
Tyler.
Well, these are at least Prosecco conditions, Tom.
Prosecco.
Maybe not champagne, but at least they're Prosecco.
Sparkling wine conditions. We're in California.
We're looking right into the sun. It's beautiful.
Commodore Bretschker is maneuvering us back into position after this big wind shift to the right. Our media boat had to be moved so we didn't interfere with the racing, but we've got a couple boats coming into the finish now. This is one
happily, one of the reasons we have drones is because we don't absolutely have to be in the same place, but we'll get back in position where Christine Robertson on the stern with our stern cam here will get back in the action.
This is Stapleton and Barclay coming into the finish. Stapleton in boat 6 ahead of Barclay. How's that? Did we lose is that put Stapleton up 2-0? Over
in
Barclay
the petit final.
the
The petit
pity
final.
American audience.
No, the White Horses that's better.
Excuse me, Matt. White Horse is a tavern, a famously good tavern restaurant, old restaurant, arguably the oldest in the country, in Newport, Rhode Island.
So essentially, now that they're going downwind, there's going to be a slight change. Normally, you want to keep the boat as stable as possible going downwind to try and get the boat moving. But actually, if they get it rotating and wobbling, they can actually pump off the keels that they have and get a slight speed boost. So you might see the teams easing off the kicker to try and initiate a bit of rocking, because obviously they cannot pump the boat to do it. But if the boat does it itself, they can really get a pump and a little speed boost. And
well, one would think that the high school and college sailors would have an advantage there, because they learn Rule 42. They learn all about that in those little, not very fast dinghies. Pumping, ooching, rocking.
The four Twinkies.
Four Twinkies. Yeah, there you go. It really is interesting. That one of the many reasons I love match racing is that you'd think that tactics are tactics, right? Well, tactics are different in light wind than in a breeze. Tactics are different when the major shift tends to be the right. All sorts of things you do, not hugely differently, but slightly differently. So maybe this morning, before it was right and going right as quickly, maybe this morning you would have a different attitude on that start. But here, Callahan probably could have had a start that was maybe slightly farther ahead of the other boat, but all he wanted to do was go to the right. So that's a kind of start he probably would not have made this morning, but it was the right thing to do here. And here we go around the weather mark with the first boat. And who have we got there?
Boat 5, Callahan.
Max, talk to us.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a fleet race breaking out up here, which happens when the races are close back to back. You get a lot of boats rounding at the same time. So Morgan, number 7, is racing number 3, and number 2 is racing number 5. So that's what's there. The matches are kind of overlapped here, but it's a big lead for Justin Callahan over Jack Flores, and a big lead for Morgan Pinkney also over Hayden Earl.
Boy, I'll tell you, Max, you can see right there with Hayden Earl not having, the spinnaker still not being perfectly trimmed. I'll tell you, the spinnaker trimmers here are crucial.
Well, Max made that
sure.
point, so has Max.
Yeah.
I think Max has a vested interest in it, considering he's very often is trimming the spinnaker. So
That's true.
I think he probably values it even higher than anyone else.
Yep, I'm sure that's right. I'm sure a lot of people would like to have Max Brennan on board right now.
Max, do you prefer driving or crewing?
Crewing by far. I don't have to pay damage deposits. But I really enjoy, I find, even though it's not as publicized and you don't get your name on everything, I still find it really fulfilling, and it's what I've done forever.
Well, Max, as I said some years ago at a Monday night dinner, any monkey can steer.
Yeah, as a tactician. That's the tactician's bias.
That is a tactician's bias.
I thought you always wanted to be the owner, Andy.
No, that was only because, you get late in a career and you want to be sure that you can't get fired.
Okay, we've got a match coming into the finish and another one going through the gate. That's boat 5, is Callahan leading in his match against Flores, boat 2. But this boat 7 is Pinkney with a nice lead over Earl coming into the finish. They will go up 2-0 in their first to win 3 semifinal.
Well, another nice win for Morgan, and you remember what I said about peaking at the right point. I think Morgan is really starting to, the confidence is there. He's winning races, he's going fast, the crew works great, and I think that'll continue. I think he's going to be very tough.
Yeah, 100% I agree with you, Andy. First race of the day was a little bit shaky, and then since then he's just gone boom, 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 win, 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 comfortable win. So I think he's really doing the right way to win a match race, where you end up peaking towards the end of the regatta. You just need to qualify for the semi-finals, quarterfinals, go all the way through, and then you need to perform on the final day, and he's definitely trending in the right direction. Although you could say exactly the same about Justin Callahan and his team. They've
Absolutely.
been pretty much flawless all day today. So that they're showing imperious ability.
Still
And then,
the only undefeated team. So
Yeah.
he's trying to do a Matt Whitfield in the U.S. Youth Championships like you did in the British Youth Championships.
yeah, we didn't have quarterfinals, so this will be a lot
Yep.
better. And I think one of the key things about this being able to perform to a high level throughout the whole weekend is that sometimes you go through it without too many tight races, but every time it's been a close race with Justin Callahan and team, they have come through, and they've really had a lot of races where it's been not necessarily 50-50, but very close and high pressure, so they are getting the pressure situations, which is one of the things that is a worry if you go through the first bit. So yeah, but they're sailing upwind really quickly now, so they're extending their lead out really well, so they look very comfortable here. They had a slightly sloppy leeward mark grounding with the spinnaker slightly flapping out, and the sails were a bit slow to come in, but that's one of the things that you have in match racing, where if you're 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead, you can afford the odd little mistake as long as you then make the most of it. And they've had the time now, they've made the most of it and extended a couple of lengths up this leg.
You know, they've been at this now for 5 hours.
Yeah.
They started at 11. We went live at 11:30, and I admire how well these kids are holding up. And there's a real breeze now. This is proper wind.
You know, everybody sailing. Oh, those aren't athletes. Let me tell you, all those people are athletes out there right now. That is a tough boat to sail. Tough boat to hike on. It's not very comfortable, but you need every ounce of weight you can to get aft. And then, you know, the cockpits, they're narrow boats, which is why in this breeze they go so well downwind and upwind too. In a breeze, they're narrow, and so there's not a lot of room to move. And also, they were built for 3 people, not 4. So you've got a lot of people in there, a lot of elbows, and these teams are doing just terrifically. Most of them don't have that much experience in anything, you know, larger than a 420 or maybe a 470, you know.
Well, some of them laser sailors.
And laser sailors,
Right.
yeah.
Yes, so they've got the added dynamic of having to learn to speak to people when sailing rather than just making all the decisions and getting all the testosterone pumping yourself. You have to be able to communicate clearly, which is a real big skill, which is something that I really struggled with when I first started not sailing a laser and sailing with other people.
Yeah,
But there's one other aspect.
Female sailors aren't getting too much testosterone.
The other aspect, because there's a lot of women sailing in this,
Yeah.
but the other aspect, and I remember this as a kid youth sailor too, is just the dynamics within the team. You learn to get along, you know, under difficult circumstances, winning, losing, capsizing, whatever you're doing with your other sailors, men, you know, boys and girls. And I thank my lucky stars that I was able to sail basically all my life, as we all have. And what a wonderful sport it is. It teaches teamwork. It teaches making decisions and changing conditions and dealing with changing conditions. Plus, as my dad always said, you have to be both mentally and physically agile to participate, to compete. And it's a wonderful sport. We all know that.
Well,
but we're seeing it here again today.
You know that I always talk about Jim Kilroy, who of all the maxi boats I sailed on, Jim was the most amazing owner, and I was fortunate to sail on the Kealoas. And, you know, we won a lot of races, but Jim wrote a great book, and I got to introduce him a couple times on the book tour, and I sort of knew the answer, but I wanted to hear it. I said, the fact that you raced sailboats all your life and learned all those things that Tom just outlined, did that help make you a better businessman? And he said, every day.
Every day.
And no hesitancy, did not think about it, just said every day. And I could not agree more. It's just, the things you learn in this sport are truly amazing. And the teamwork part, you know, the other thing we talk about is that, you know, here we go. Yep.
Yeah, we come back to that because it's a great thought, Andrew. But boat 5, of course, the Callahan team is about to win their second match over Flores. But did they? Yeah, no penalties here. And that will put them up 2-0. And it does look like Callahan and Pinckney are going to get launched into the finals here. We'll see.
We'll see. But, yeah, and that, again, that's not unexpected. Justin has one of the best resumes, not so much match racing, but as a sailor of any of the sailors in this. Morgan Pinckney now has not only that kind of resume as a sailor of dinghies, but now has that race of the Rose Cup to the last race of the Governor's Cup was incredible.
they'll be watching in the bars at Harbor Court and Newport Harbor Yacht Club tomorrow. If those are the finalists, it's looking like that. We're still one match away for both of them. And of course, if Earl or Flores comes back, which we'd love to see, frankly. Race committee rolling right back into this next set of matches.
It is very easy to dismiss any semi-final or final when it's 2-0 to one team as it's going to go 3. But I've been involved in many finals. On the good end and the bad end, I've been 2-0 up and 2-0 down the other person, or we've come back to win 3-2. So I think it's very easy to write off these semi-finals as done with 2 wins to the winners in each one. But you can really come. There's a good chance that someone's going to come back into it.
But you've got the Big Mo. It's hard.
It's not easy.
It's hard.
You need to be a mentality monster to come back into it, because it is hard. But
Well, as all good match racers will tell you, you just got to forget the race you just lost. That's no longer exists. I don't even remember it. We're going forward, unless you made some really stupid mistake that's correctable, and then you try to correct it.
which obviously Andy's never done.
That's right.
If you're just joining us on YouTube, this is one of U.S. Sailing's official national. I'm Tom Eamon, along with Andy, tracing champion there. We've gotten to know Matt through the Gulf Cup. He's a member, by the way. Julia Vatican's listening up in San Francisco, and she knows Matt. And she's the Commodore of the Beach Street Yacht Club, and made Matt a member. You're a member of the Beach Street Yacht Club, as is Father Newman and Chris Bretschker and any number of others. But nice to have you, and also nice to have with us Mad Max Brennan on the roving boat. He's our sideline reporter. I don't know, Chris, if we've got him on.
I think you got me.
We got him.
We got him.
Max, what do you think when you're down 2-0? Is the Big Mo really, is it hard to overcome, or do you still think that either of these teams, Flores or, sorry, I'm starting to have a brain fade here after doing this for 5 hours. Hayden Earl, thank you. I had Hayden right. What is their chances to come back from being down 2-0?
It's really tough. It's very difficult, but it is possible. I think Matt said earlier you have to be a mentality monster, and that's definitely true. You just have to have that unshakable faith in yourself that you're sailing well enough, that you have the skills, that you've put in the time that's necessary, and all you need to do is go out and execute. So people talk about taking it one race at a time, and you really, really have to. You can only think about that race more than anything else, and so it will be difficult, but I would love to see it. From a neutral point of view, you always want 5 races.
I think, Max, you and Jeffrey and whoever your 3rd or 4th is in these various regatas.
Jeffrey Peterson.
Jeffrey Peterson. You guys seem to do that exceptionally well. That just forget about the last race. We're going forward, et cetera. And that's a compliment to you guys.
Yeah, it's something we haven't always done well. When we were younger, we were always, once we started losing, we'd keep losing. But we really turned that around, and that was one of the main things we focused on was mentality. So at the Worlds and at the Gov Cup, we both found ourselves at both regattas down 2-1, and we just kept fighting. And at Gov Cup, we came back and managed to win, and at Worlds, we didn't. So it can go both ways, but if you give up and you lose the belief in yourself, then it's never going to happen.
Max, what's the name of your match racing team?
So we're with the Golden State Match Racing.
And I wonder if the Golden State Warriors are of a similar mental toughness.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with that comparison. I think we need to do a little more before we get compared to them, but I'll take it.
Can you dunk, Max?
Absolutely not. I'm useless at any sport but sailing.
Well, you joined a lot of us in that respect.
Well, I think you're right. Both your team, but also the Warriors, as we saw here in the last couple of weeks, have that same mental toughness. And now we'll see if either Earl or Flores do. But before that, we've got the Marlowe-Leck, the other match in the Petty Petties, the Pitty Pitties.
It's 1-1. Yep.
That is 1-1, and they're about to get started here. They're in their pre-start. Boat 1 is Leck, Alex Leck, and boat 1, I beg your pardon, boat 4 is Alex Leck, and boat 1 is Marbella Marlowe. We'll just run their cruise by while we have a minute. Marbella Marlowe, again, Gray Hemmons Mariana Shand and Tyler Wood sailing with her for the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And Alex Leck's team representing Long Beach Yacht Club is Tanner Jolly, Williams Sangmeister, and Sophia. I don't know if it's Corzine or Corzine, but Corzine it looks like.
Probably. Well, I think, don't underestimate that both in these races, even though none of these sailors are going to be in the finals, they care about this. It's like
look at this, right?
Oh, look at that. Okay, established an overlap very close aboard. Has to give the other boat, if she had any kind of forward boat speed and just put her helm over, her stern would have gone into the other boat, and the other boat would have been at fault. But they avoided that, which is good.
Is it plus 20 now? I think it's every bit
right
at
up
20,
there.
isn't it?
It's close.
Right up there. But in any event, they care about these races. It's like you have a bad round in golf, but you birdie the 18th hole, it keeps you coming back. Well, these kids are still way early in their match racing careers.
What do you know about birdieing the 18th hole?
I did once.
You did?
Yeah.
I didn't know you ever played a round of golf in your
I
life.
used to play a little golf.
I'm impressed. I didn't know that. Last minute to go in the Merle Leck pre-start. I thought my eyesight was going bad there, Chris. That was a focusing problem down there on the camera for a moment.
Yeah, Tom and Matt wasn't worried, but Tom and I were worried about
My eyesight's going here.
It's late in the day, folks, but we're not going to set the record happily today. I hope not, anyway. We did 7.5 hours on air in San Diego at the Rose Cup in 2019. I don't know what language we were speaking at the end, but it wasn't English.
Welsh, I think.
Welsh, exactly.
Maddie, do you speak Welsh?
I speak a little bit of Welsh.
Actually, Matthew, we should say that. Matt is actually a Welshman, not an Englishman.
Yes, very much not English.
Marlowe
is going to have a hard time starting.
boat one's going to win that.
Had to bear off.
And boat four taking up.
Boat
That's
four
Leck.
having to fall off.
Yeah.
In order to get through the starting line there. So that was I wouldn't call it a full slam dunk, but that was definitely a good start.
3 women on that boat, right?
Yep.
Marbella Marlowe, Gray Hammonds, Marianne Shand, and Tyler Wood. He's probably got some stories to tell.
Gray Hammonds is a product of the Balboa Yacht Club program, and she is a terrific sailor.
Yeah, tough sailor. And now we're getting ready for the entry of the first of our 2 remaining, well, our semifinalists, both are remaining. As boat 7 coming in from the left or port end is Morgan Pinckney, and boat 3 entering here from the committee boat end with a yellow flag is Hayden Earl. At the 4-minute signal they enter, and another Andrew dial-up.
Another dial-up. You can maintain them a little longer when it's breezy like this, but with these boats, we're seeing a lot shorter dial-up periods.
Once the boats do lose speed now with the breeze up, anytime they're not dead head to wind, the bow's going to fall off in either side. So it's really important you've got your bow person sitting up, holding the clue of the leech of the jib just to pull it left, pull it right, just to hold it head to breeze. And you can see both boats have fallen off onto starboard a little bit, which that implies that maybe the communication wasn't quite there between the crews. And at the end of a long day, they've been out on the water for 5 hours. The breeze is up now. They've got to communicate really loudly. It's very hard to do, so not surprised the dial-up's broken up before 3 minutes.
I'm still amazed at how well the kids are holding up. The boat handling is still superb for the most part.
It's incredible considering the amount of hours they've been on the boats, and it's not just today. Like, they've been sailing for the last 3 days, so
that's right.
Even though you go, okay, well, they've only been out here for a couple of hours today, they've been doing this, and the fatigue does build up day on day. Like, there's a reason that people lose their performance over the course of the week.
Well, the pressure's on Hayden Earl's team in boat 3, the New York Yacht Club team. Amelia Jessup, Michael Kirkman, and Chapman Peterson on the jib, the bow, and the main, respectively, for Hayden Earl, as they are in a must-win situation with 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go to the start of this 3rd semifinal match with Morgan Pinckney, who, as I said, is up 2-0 in the first to win 3.
So Morgan Pinckney's jibed round now. He's going to be following Hayden Earl out on port now.
Yeah.
Because likelihood is he wants to be able to decide if he wants to lead or follow Hayden Earl when he decides to come back in. With less than 2 minutes to go, they're getting close to the point at which they're going to jibe and come back. So it's really important to get your time on distance right, because it's quite hard to slow down when it's this windy.
Actually, Matt, you had said earlier that in this breeze, the boats get up to speed much more quickly. And you just saw an example of that. Morgan, to stay in the controlling position, basically had 2 maneuvers and still was able to stay pretty close to the other boat. He could not have done that this morning.
This morning, that would have been a complete ruiner. He'd have stopped and stayed still for so long, but now you've got the ability to boat handle and really throw these boats around, use a lot of rudder and big sail changes to help trim the boat.
Morgan's done a superb job here. They've gotten way away from the line now with 1:13, and
so there's still a bit of time to burn, but not a lot of time to burn. If you're Hayden Earl, you're really trying to get over as early as you can to try and
Morgan can hold him out, and this is going to be another start like that one where both boats were over the line. Morgan's just Morgan and crew are doing a terrific job. Hayden is trying to get down to affect his wind.
He's very close.
And he's close to doing it.
He might even be able to do it soon.
But as they come down, we'll see.
40 seconds.
About 4 feet from getting an overlap. 40 seconds, still way early.
So Hayden Earl's got over the top here, so now he can do what Morgan Pinkney did to Marbella Mayo in the semi-final, where he sails a big triangle around here and cuts off and says go inside. That's all you can do, and you can kill time by going distance. And now as they've dialed up,
but he
15.
He's got the ability to hold Morgan Pinkney high. If he's able to get up to him, he's able to get a tight leeward start or even maybe hold him out.
But he should have come up earlier, so he's right on the ley line.
5.
Yeah, see, he left the door open for Morgan there. Had he turned what Morgan did to somebody else a couple races ago, turn at exactly the right time, right on the ley line, then the other boat has no place to go. But he let him in, basically. So Morgan just said, great, go for it. You know, you go ahead and sail down the line. I'm going to protect the right, and he did that.
You know, I think one other advantage Morgan has is he's got big Peter Sangmeister there on the rail. He's a fin sailor now, big boy.
And that makes a difference.
And strong.
Well, you saw Morgan tacking away there, and when he actually still had a bit of an edge, so he definitely wants the right. I mean, no question about it.
Yeah, no, that was a tactical decision for wanting a gain or from pressure or the shift, because he had no reason to tack away. He wasn't getting affected, so that's definitely a conscious decision. That the tactics on that boat have gone for that. And interesting, Hayden Earl has held off on starboard and not tacked over, so there's going to be a big split here. So potentially there could be a big lead change.
Look at one thing here. Look at the difference in sail trim.
I was just going to say the same thing. Can we go out to Max and have him comment on that?
On Morgan's boat, his main's very twisted, but he's getting full power from it, but it's very twisted, so it doesn't heel the boat as much. Hayden Earl, on the other hand, is easing his mainsail to keep the boat on its feet, which either means that he doesn't totally understand sail trim, or maybe more likely he may be farther under the weight limit. And right now, weight is crucial, as Tom just said. You'd love to have 3 other Peter Sangmeisters there.
Let's go to Max.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because I can't see Hayden. He's way on the other side of the course. But just looking at Morgan's boat, him and Peter Sangmeister are working really well together. So Peter will do a really small ease when the puff hits, and then Morgan will feather up, and Peter will trim right back on. So he is easing the main frequently, but not much sheet. So that's a really good upwind mode, and they look really stable.
Okay, back here at the starting box, we've got the Callahan Flores, the other semifinal. Callahan leading that one 2-0. We're inside of 3 minutes, about 2 minutes 50 seconds to go. Boat 5, of course, is Callahan. Boat 2 is Flores.
So Callahan's in a very strong controlling position here. He's to windward, and they're below the ley line for the pin end. So they're off to the the left-hand side, of the pin end. Therefore, they have to come onto port. So he's managed to lock Flores into jail. Flores has a lot of time to get out of here, so it's not deathly yet, but if he's not able to escape soon, it's going to be very worrisome. And as he's done that, he's just managed to reverse out and be able to get onto port.
Oh, that was a good move.
However, Callahan, without having to change direction from backwards to forwards, is going to have a lot of speed to come around the back, and will be hoping to get a hook on port here and stop Flores jibing. But with this extra breeze, it should be easier for Flores to get up to speed, but then harder to jibe. So really needs to push on and go as fast as he can now.
Yeah, Callahan there had a great position, but that's a very difficult position to hold for that long.
Minute
You wanna be in that
45.
position with 15 seconds to go.
Exactly.
A lot of time left, coming up on a minute and a half.
Looks like we're going to be used again here.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, basically, you know, we've become sort of a pick. In basketball, we're a pick player, basically. And, you know, we're in the way. And so if they want, they can use us by going around us. And that's part of a lot of match races. I mean, you know, most of the ones I've probably been in are like that. For the Congressional Cup, the pier is a pick, if you will. But
You know, I like these Newport Harbor Yacht Club vests over their life jackets, the big N. You can see them from a mile away and you know it's Newport Harbor. All clubs ought to adopt something like that. 1 minute.
So they're both on starboard now, heading back towards the line. Callahan to windward, Flores to leeward. So we're going to look to see a push and pull. Callahan looks like he's trying to roll over the top to take the lead position back.
if he does, I think you'll see him come luff right when he gets on the starboard ley line, I will bet you.
Yeah, exactly as he did last time,
And
where
there it
he
is.
led in and then decided he wanted to turn around and take the right-hand side. Would potentially be a similar strategy which worked for him last time, and may well go for it again.
See, and as they get down here, it's okay, just like in the last one, Matt, that, okay, the guy hooks you. Well, that's great. I want to protect the right. So
Exactly,
go ahead,
yeah.
You know.
So-
Now, he's not doing it this time. He's doing a little better there.
No, and Flores hasn't taken the bait this time. He stayed high and kept a
Stayed
bit
high.
of separation, so he likely would be able to hold this position. So there's only 5 seconds to go now, so they're on full chat to the line here. So they're both racing to the line, I think a couple of seconds late. So that's a good start by both boats. It's hard to see exactly who's going to have positioned. Flores thinks that he probably can't hold it in there,
Oh,
so
and a
Callahan
bad
tacks
tack
over.
on Callahan's part.
Should we go back
Jim
to
didn't
range?
come in.
Are we not? Are you?
Yeah, Andy, if you have a minute, we got a really exciting race coming in here at the top.
Go for it.
Yeah, so Morgan Pinckney rounded just ahead, and he decided to slow the race up, and Hayden got overlapped with him, and now Morgan's sending him all the way up towards Pier J. They've come probably, you know, hundreds of meters since the windward mark, and this is a really strong position for Morgan Pinckney. Expect him to set and jibe immediately, and he should have this race win.
So it looks like they might be using the oil tanker as a pick,
Yeah.
which is a little bit bigger than Adios.
Okay, so this is something that you don't see in a fleet race. In match racing, since there's only one other boat in the race, the rules are much more important in many situations, and this is one of them. So Morgan Pinckney with the leeward and right-of-way position is basically carrying the other boat well past any, you know, any normal course you would take.
Well, they escaped. They both peeled away at more or less the same time. Now they're coming downhill.
Yep.
Kite's going up. Better set on Pinckney.
Well, neither of them are particularly wonderful.
Well, that's why I said better. There, he's full now on Pinckney's boat. Pinckney's boat on the right there on your screens. Coming downwind, Mark.
The downwind, and that really advantages the boat behind. So if you're the leader, you pretty much want to do that.
We've just had a finish in this other consolation match, and Marlowe has won that match over Leck. Is that right? Yeah, Marlowe now will go into the finals of the consolation bracket. And who's the other finalist in that? Ken? Stapleton. So Marlowe and Stapleton in the finals for 5th and 6th. Tomorrow, I believe they're done for the day.
With Max, does anybody have a penalty in that match? The Pinckney?
Hold on, we're trying to get it back. I got it.
Oh, there's a twisted kite there. Somebody's got an hourglass.
Yeah, so Earl
I
was
can't
forced
hear.
to do a weather hoist, and he's kind of stuffed it up and put a wrap in the kite. Morgan, I think, has one of his crew re-rigging the spinnaker to be on the other side of the boat so that they can hoist to leeward. I'm not 100%
Okay.
sure on that.
Good, because I thought we're quite a ways away now, and from that it looked like somebody had a penalty to give, and obviously you slow the race down, and but they're just having spinnaker problems then, eh?
Well, they're coming to the gate, not to the finish.
Right, but still, there's a spinnaker.
Well, that's the trailing boat, though.
Yeah, but he's still not up. He looks like he's inside the hounds there. So no, I can start.
That
He's
looks
all right.
clean.
No, he's clean. He's
clean.
good. And
yeah, it was at first, but he's clean. Yeah.
And Pinckney, with no kite, is going to lose a lot of distance here coming into the gate in boat 7.
Yeah, I'm surprised Morgan didn't hoist there. So basically what he did was he jibed before he hoisted, and now he can't hoist because the spinnaker's on the wrong side. So the normal move is to hoist the kite and just immediately jibe. So as you're squaring the pole, you just keep the pole coming around straight into a jibe. So I'm surprised not to see that.
Well, still ahead though.
Just.
Although it could be considered a smart move by Morgan Pinckney and crew not to hoist there, because if a boat's coming down to you with a spinnaker and you don't have a spinnaker, you're in a lot better position. They're the lead boat. They're able to lead around even without having to hoist a spinnaker, so it's reducing the amount of things that can go wrong. However, it is very risky and very nerve-wracking when you've got a boat coming in at you 2 or 3 knots faster than you with a spinnaker. So it's a tough decision to make, but they still lead around the bottom mark, so it was not necessarily the wrong decision.
Well, the crew on.
Well, I think the point is they probably didn't even have the choice if they were mucked up.
Yeah, I don't think he could put the chute up.
I think that's what Max was saying.
But I'll tell you, Hayden Earl's team, I thought Max did a pretty good job there. They kept their spinnaker up quite late, gained that like 2 or 3 boat lengths there towards the end, and then got their spinnaker down pretty well in this breeze.
Yeah, certainly. I think both boats could have capitalized better, though, by, well, first of all, Hayden Earl not getting himself into that position in the first place.
Right.
But then, yeah, hoist and then set, and then you have no problems at all.
Yep.
Well, coming downwind now is the other semifinal match, and we got another problem with a kite there on boat 5, isn't that?
Yeah,
that's
Justin
Callahan's boat.
Team looks like they're having some problems, but it doesn't look too bad. They should be able to get it out quickly.
Well, they're leading, but it's not a big lead over Flores, as they're coming into the finish, aren't they? No, they're coming into the gate as well. They got 2 more legs to go. The gate at the end of leg 2 of 4.
Yeah, you can see with this crew work, it's not, it's almost quote unquote survival.
Yeah, it's tough right
conditions. I mean, it's just very hard to do any of these maneuvers on the boats, and so you're seeing the results of that. But I'll tell you, some of them are doing pretty well there.
Well, plus the legs are so darn short.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the breeze has really built a little bit more as well. The chops come up, and it's the end of a long, almost, it's about 5.5 hours of racing now for these guys. So yeah, they've had a lot of time paying attention. They're mentally drained, physically drained. So I think there's always going to be mistakes come in, which is the importance of the nutrition and why you need to be physically fit as well, is to keep performing as close to your peak as possible.
It's a good thing the TV commentators aren't having any trouble talking.
Yeah, we've had a long day ourselves, but
it's a lot easier in the commentary booth than it is on the boats.
It is, but even we're a bit curtonic.
And from
at least
here, I've never made a technical mistake.
Well, these look like the last 2 legs, this upwind leg and then downwind to the finish. If these races stay as they are now, with the 2 leaders of their in these third matches, they will go up 3-0 and advance to the finals tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific, which is 20:30, 8:30 UTC if you're watching in Europe or beyond. 11:30 Pacific, which is 14:30, 2:30 p.m. Eastern, for the finals of the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rosé Cup.
Well, a nice move there by...
Still a bit of a struggle on this set.
Is that Callahan there around the top mark?
No, that's Pinckney, right?
Morgan Pinckney's able to hoist his kite now. It's a good set, yeah.
He saw that Hayden Earl was coming up on starboard tack, so he he stayed on for another like 2 boat lengths to get well clear.
Yeah,
and then set his chute.
And he did a very good set as well.
Did a
He
very good
made
set.
sure that the second it went up, it did pop nicely.
Yep.
And
No.
able to get away with
Very
what
well
is
done.
now quite a comfortable lead coming down into the finish.
Yep.
Well, as you say, in these survival conditions, you don't need to rush anything. You're just trying to do it carefully, properly, and don't take any huge risks.
And I don't mean for our audience that in survival that we're, they're in danger of sinking or anything. It's just
No,
that
but
it just gets difficult, and so tactics aren't quite as important or anywhere
surviving.
near as important as getting the spinnakers up and down. The jibs trim, keep your mainsail trim, get hiked out as quickly as you can after the leeward mark. All those things take on much more importance.
Yeah, it's survival and just in terms of boat handling,
Right.
keeping the boat in one piece and keeping everything going. But here comes the Pele. Look at them rock and roll, yeah.
Yeah. That's what Matt was saying about you're actually faster when you're doing that. Although it does, you're saying that
It's
a
faster
trade-off
till you're a
between-
lot slower and
well,
you
it's
capsize
a
or
trade-off
approach
between
out.
spinnaker trim and doing that, because if you're rolling, you're having a hard time trimming the chute.
That's the trimmer's problem.
Excellent. Spoken like a true skipper.
Morgan Pinckney in boat 7, the Pelican Kite, coming in for what looks like his 3rd win in the first to win 3. So they will win their semifinal and advance to tomorrow's finals of the Rose Cup. Beautifully done.
Very well done. Congratulations. That was a great day of sailing for them.
Morgan Pinckney, Will Glasson, Ashley Highland, and Peter Sangmeister. And coming in behind them in both 3. Also well sailed.
Yes, very well sailed.
Hayden Earl of the New York Yacht Club with Amelia Jessup, Michael Kirkman, and Chapman Peterson. Bravo Zulu to them both. As we look back up the track now for the other semifinal match, they're both coming down not bald-headed, but no kites. Interesting, neither team is flying their kites coming down.
Yeah, if you're on the boat ahead, they probably were just saying, well, wait, if he sets it, we will, otherwise.
Yeah, and they did have a slightly messy set down the bottom here, so, if everything's all over the place, like Morgan Pinckney did, wait a few seconds to get ready, just make sure we're ready, so if we do need to pop it, it goes out well.
Slowly and right.
Yeah.
Rather than hastily and screw it up, so.
Yeah.
Boat 5 is the Callahan team again. They have been nearly flawless in this series. Justin Callahan, Mitchell Callahan, his brother, twin brother, Madeline Hughes, Liam O'Keefe, Biscayne Bay Yacht Club. If Papa Paul Callahan's watching, he will be very happy indeed, and probably a lot of the other they're also New York Yacht Club folks, longtime friends, but everybody in Florida will be cheering for them as well, as it looks like they will go up 3-0 and win their semifinal and go into the finals tomorrow against Morgan Pinckney. New York Yacht Club against, well, not the New York Yacht Club, the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club, but also representing New York, against the Newport Harbor Yacht Club.
I can hardly wait, guys. This is going to be pretty much after we saw yesterday's results,
there they
would
go.
have been my prediction that, that these two would be the finalists. And it would shock me if tomorrow's final is 3-0. I would absolutely be shocked. Gobsmacked.
What's the forecast for tomorrow? Do we know? Same conditions? We got Ken Sherb on it.
Yeah, I think with the sailing we've seen today, there's been 2 totally standout teams, and they're the 2 in the final. They've both been imperious throughout. They've sailed really, really well from start to finish. And however, like all the other teams have shown moments of brilliance, but the difference between all of them is the consistency of the ability to do the right thing at the right time all the time. Everyone's managed to do it a couple of times, but like Morgan Pinckney and crew and Justin Callahan and crew have been doing it 9-8 times out of 10, and it shows in the results.
Well, each of them were challenged in at least one race, and both of them had almost photo finishes.
Yeah.
And in both cases, they came from behind against opponents that didn't do as well, but were tough races. And in both cases, Callahan in one and Pinckney on the other, they did exactly the right move in the last 45 minute of the race, and eked out a victory.
So tomorrow, Jack Flores, who we just see losing to Callahan, Jack Flores, though, and his team of Maxwell Clea, Ian Wells, Brooke Wood, they will be in the Petit Final, the real Petit Final, the consolation match for 3rd and 4th place, and they will be against Hayden Earl and then we'll have the finals. We'll be live tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific from the Good Yacht Adios out here in Long Beach Harbor. We want to thank our entire team, Director Chris Bretschker, Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, Max Brennan, Colin Kennedy, Ken Sherb, Trevor Gurley, Greg Newman, Commodore Peter Bretschker, Kari Bretschker, Christine Gribben, Tyler Wolk, David George, and Max Moosman. Andy, any final thoughts?
Yeah, just one other interesting thing here is that, we've been talking about the Governor's Cup in 5 weeks. The winner of the Rose Cup gets an automatic invitation to the Governor's Cup. Well, if Justin Callahan wins, then he'll be sailing in the Governor's Cup.
There we go.
Morgan Pinckney, however, is already invited to the Governor's Cup. So if Morgan wins, then unfortunately for Justin, the last place will go to Ann Scott Jordan, who we know very well from San Diego. Is also a terrific sailor. He was the first alternate. So only the winner of the Rose Cup gets to go. So I think, Justin has an extra incentive tomorrow. And sometimes that can make a difference. How many times do you see this in a lot of sports where the team that has to win wins? The other team doesn't have to win that one because they're already in or something. Yeah. And that's the case tomorrow. So this should be, I can hardly wait, Tom.
Matt Whitfield, final thoughts?
Yeah, I think kind of building on what you're saying is, I think Morgan Pinckney's got enough motivation to want to win. This is a national championships. Getting the invite to the Gov Cup might be an extra sweetener for Justin Callahan and team, but it's a national championship is a pretty sweet thing to win. So I think both teams are going to be coming out fighting.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be performing top level, and they've shown today that they can do it even in tough situations. So I'm very excited for it.
Guys, thank you very much. Chris, can I go down to Max for his final thoughts, or is he's cut off, eh? He's cut him off.
He was too good, Tom. He was
okay.
too good. He was showing us up. So.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chris Bretschker. Thank you, Commodore Bretschker. We'll be back tomorrow, 11:30 Pacific time for the finals of the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship for the Rose Cup. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.